Had you for a second there. Nope, 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 nope.
Still can't hear me?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Maybe when we're live, you can hear me. I'm learning this shit on the fly, so
Can you
you know
hear
what I'm
me?
saying? Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, right on. Cool.
All right.
I don't have a bomb ass microphone like you do. I got to hold mine up like ghetto. What's up?
Oh shit! You tell me, I'll send you.
No, I'm gonna
I
get
just
another one. No worries.
I just threw away a bunch of mic stands.
Oh
Like
no
our
shit.
studio. Yeah, the way our studio was set up. Actually, I may still have some in there. I could send you
Right on.
because we had it for like a 15-person setup in the studio for a while.
Holy shit! 15 people.
Yeah, there was actually Mendo Dope. They're from Mendocino County. They're out by you. They're in Cali.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
came
God.
to Boston. They come to the Cannabis Fest normally and perform there every year.
Oh,
And they
no
came in the studio, like the full band, like the whole entourage came in the studio one night and rocked out with us. So if you get a chance, look on YouTube. It's actually live. We did it live.
On your channel.
Yeah, they came
Right
into
on.
our studio, smoked with us. Man, shit, I remember we smoked like 18 blunts in like 2 hours and shit. It was
Right on.
epic.
Hell
It was
yeah.
an epic night.
Mm.
But what's good, people? You guys are kind of hearing us live because I'm just jumping into it because I'm trying to figure all this stuff out. So
Oh, are we
Michael was
live right
nice
now?
enough to.
Right
I
on.
think so. Yeah, they can hear us. You guys can hear us, right? Everybody can hear us. I'm learning this stuff as we go. So this is my first time ever bringing somebody in and doing a kind of collabo thing. So I'm learning this StreamYard shit as I go along.
I need to work on this shit too, brother. Because I downloaded, or Tiffany downloaded that shit onto our Facebook page, and we're gonna try to run this onto a. We just made a YouTube channel, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, if you want to stream, I guess in multiple places they charge you a little bit. So I'll get into that eventually. But
Yeah.
I'll start streaming here and then work in other places. But this is the smaller channel, anyways. This is more my personal channel. So anything that goes on here will just be kind of the stuff you see.
Right on.
You're the first person to rock out with me, so thank you for helping me wing on.
Hey, I'm honored. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it.
So you guys can hear us and you can see us both fine. Let us
What's
know,
up, Deb? John, how's it going? Lee, what's up, brother? Damn, everybody, huh? Jill, hello.
Oh. I should send Lee an invite too. Lee, what are you doing? Is Lee in there?
Yeah, man, send Lee an invite. Hell yeah. I've been wanting to talk to him too, man, about that shit that he does.
Oh, Lee's awesome.
He and I kind of had a similar upbringing.
Got you. Yeah, Lee's he's a worldly man. He should be knighted and everything like that.
No shit. Right on.
He should be. He's no joke.
Hey, Deb.
That's one of my partners in crime. Him and Tasha, we done gotten in a whole lot of trouble together at these conferences, hanging out.
Right on. We're gonna get in some more trouble.
Not me. I'm retired from trouble.
No, not that. Can't be retired.
I don't get in no trouble. It's all fun trouble.
Yeah, it will be fun trouble. It will be fun trouble.
Let's see. Where can I send out invites? I also don't know what maximum amount of people I'm allowed to have in here. So,
all right. If I start paying for this, man, I'll shell out the whatever. Maybe if I start paying for it, so we can do the multi whatever thing, I'll give you like access to it, so you can use it as well if you want, man. The reason why all of us should be paying for one fucking service when we all can use it, I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
I don't know if it works like that. I think it has to be based on your individual channels. I think it's based on how you stream through. Like if I'm streaming through StreamYard, it's actually literally streaming to all my channels. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it probably wants a specific thing, you know. Mm-hmm. But whatever. It'll get to that point at some point. I'm not worried about it. I'll start somewhere.
I'm super new to YouTube stuff. This is why I'm like not even an advocate of watching shit on YouTube. I haven't been really. Mainly because like most of it is garbage to me, but I've been steered in a lot of really good directions from you, including you and a bunch of other people too. So
it's all been a learning process. When we first started this, it was all, we used to do Blog Talk Radio. So it was all just us talking. People could call in and interact with us. It was kind of coast to coast-ish, to be honest with you. And it was cool, but for some reason, people wanted to see us. They wanted to see us smoke and see what our day-to-day, I guess, life is, whatever. And I was like, I don't really care. If you want to see us, you can see us. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Right on. Yeah. Same here. And the only reason why we even started going, like I said before, the only reason why we started going public in the first place was because of Greer. I was super pissed off, man. I was in the fourth row away from Greer. I don't know if you have you ever been to the what is that? The Contact in the Desert when it was actually in the desert.
No, I didn't get there until they went to Indian Wells. I think is the place where I finally went because I was there in 2018.
Yeah, so we
yeah. So that was when they first, I guess, started doing it at the Indian Wells Resort or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's night and day. I really did like the resort. I've never been to a resort ever in my life before then, and it was luxury. It was luxurious, definitely, and it was I guess. Well, I like camping a lot, so if I can come together with some campers, that's great.
Yeah.
But I guess it was like a lot more camaraderie. It was a lot more compact, whereas like in the desert, you're like here and there, you're kind of spread out across this entire area. But the where the point where we were at, it's literally, well, it was called Orion's Lookout or Orion's Point or whatever you want to call it. But literally, I'm sitting in the fourth row and I'm just watching this guy pull his fucking grift and just watching these fucking drones go, oh, yeah. Everybody's like, ooh, ah. And people are getting up, walking away like, dude, this fucking drone, what are you doing to us? And that was it. I was done. Like, all these people paid so much dough to be there. Some of these people actually specifically, like myself, went there to see him. And that's when I said, "Fuck it." I started talking shit in multiple groups about him, and I was subsequently kicked out of multiple groups because of him. So, or because of the cult.
Got you. You know what's funny? At Contact in the Desert 2018. Now Ben Hansen is actually a really cool guy.
Okay,
and he's actually been on our show a couple of times, at least 2 or 3 times, and did lives with us. I went to his.
Actually, that's weird.
I don't know if you went to when he did the night vision stuff behind the hotel. Every night after the conference.
Oh, I was over there. You didn't come with us in 2019. We was out there in the sand pit, in the sand trap.
No, you had to already sign up for that. I didn't get to sign up for that.
No. We didn't sign up for that. We just
about the one right behind the hotel, right?
No. It was a bunch of us cats just got up and went. We were sitting there smoking and drinking, and then we was like, hey, you want to go do some night vision shit? And we just went. It was me, the actor dude from Australia. I don't know what the fuck movies he was in, but it was some dude from Australia, Giorgio Cricks. A bunch of cats were out there, and we were just chilling. And he had this fucking night vision shit, and you could see, damn near everything, man. This fucking $5,000 night vision thing, man.
Well, that's what I liked about Ben, because we were out back at the hotel, so everybody's looking up, and you could now see. I know what NAS satellites are. A lot of people don't know about there's twin and there's actually triplet satellites too. A lot of people don't know that. Okay. So if you see them to the naked eye, you're thinking you're looking at UFOs. You know, there's someone who doesn't know what they're looking at.
Like a triangle.
Right, but that's what I liked about him. He's like, he let them know immediately, like, those are satellites. Like, you're looking at satellites right now. Right on. Let you know it's not UFOs. But some of these grifters would have been, oh, that's UFOs. Because people freaked out the shit they were seeing. They're looking at planes. They're looking at different things, and it's like you got to really take the time to know what you're looking at. Like, take a minute, really look what you'll see what you're looking at, and don't just make up some random shit.
Right.
I don't know, something's going on in the background. Was it a bug or something? A spider? Don't kill it.
Don't kill it. That's bad luck.
Don't kill it. That's bad luck. My last name is Webb, so
right. That's bad. Bro.
It's insane though, because I'm scared the fuck of spiders, so I had to learn how to like adjust to them. So what happened was a couple of years ago, there was a spider in my bathroom that just kind of lived in my bathroom. So I named him Peter Parker, which was hilarious, and I just kind of learned to deal with them. I've been trying to learn how to deal with everything because I hate. Right on. Listen, I'd fight Mike Tyson or Mayweather before I fight but I would before I would fight a bug. Like, I'm more prone. Like, the idea that something so small, like you could be sleeping. This is like a weird phobia, but like literally, I could be sleeping, something could bite me and kill me, and there's no defense to that. Like, how do you defend against that? Like, you can't.
Well, you never go camping in Australia, then, I assume.
Oh, listen. I love my Australian friends and stuff, man. But Australia to me is one of the scariest places on earth.
Right.
The idea of huntsman spiders and shit like that and everything. Like, what's the combat for that? Like, what am I going to do with some big ass spider staring me down?
Man, these snakes, man. I saw this photo of a spider that was just chomping down on a snake just as it's climbing up its web.
No, I'm good.
I would know about that.
I'm good. I have a friend, he's an archaeologist, and he's been in like digs all over the world. And one day, a few years ago, he was showing me this photo, and it looks like, the only way I can describe it looks like you're in the middle of like what's the blue stone? What would be the color? That's not opal. Not opal.
Shit.
Not amethyst.
not sapphire.
Whatever. Yes, maybe. Well, this picture sapphires. Okay.
Right, okay,
So imagine you looking at a picture and you see a bunch of glowing things. And you just think, oh my God, look at all those sapphires. Like, that's awesome. I'd like to go, in the middle of that fucking mine or whatever, just grab some sapphires. Right. And then he says no. So then they show you like it lit and you can't see anything. Basically, what he was telling me is one of these places where they were doing a dig, that those lights were spiders' eyes. And that they were literally surrounded by spiders in wherever the fuck this place is at. Exactly, I'm good.
Some Indiana Jones shit, man. Turn around, brother.
All right.
No,
I'm good. My boys, like in the military, would talk about being like in like Iraq. I think it was either Saudi Arabia or Iraq, and they were talking about like these sand fleas and sand spiders and shit and stuff. And they would have to hang their boots and stuff because they didn't want those things to climb inside their boots, because if they got bit, pretty much you're gonna die or whatever. Or your foot would fall off or some crazy shit. I'm kind of paraphrasing the stories, but these are old stories.
Southwest, though, brother, you got to put your shoes up because you're going to end up with scorpions or some kind of creature inside your shoes.
Oh, you listen. When I was in Arizona, like Natasha will tell you, the funny thing is now I'm an explorer. Like, if you understand, like what I've done, like as an investigator, like I go crazy places, abandoned buildings. I don't really care. Yeah. I'll walk through whatever. I kind of I don't have a fear of shit like that. Yeah. So I said to her, like, one day, I was like, it's like last night I was just going to go out in the desert with my flashlight and go smoke a blunt and go kind of investigate and look around. She was like, don't do that. She's like, Ziggy, the desert will fucking kill you, like, with the quickness. She's like, you don't understand. There's a million ways to die in the desert. And then she started breaking down like little shit and explaining stuff to me. I was like, what? Like, it doesn't look like that. In no movie have I ever seen does it describe the desert like that. Like, you'll see a movie and someone will set off and be like, oh, I've got my canteen of water and I'm just going to walk across the desert, and nothing happens to them. Like, they'll either usually die because they die of thirst or whatever, but they don't die from the shit that she was describing. She told me about it's like a bush that looks like a regular bush, but it actually has like cactus prickles or whatever on it. Okay. And if there's any kind of motion when you walk by it, apparently it launches these things.
Oh.
But so it's like a defense mechanism of this tree or whatever. I'm cool.
I'm kind of like launching them at a distance, but I think they just jump back at you.
So listen, jump back, launch, whatever. I'm not trying to find out the hard way. Like, again, I'm adventurous, but I'm glad she told me that, because they'd have been like, anybody see Jiggy? Nah, where's Jiggy? And all of a sudden they found me in the desert, like, 100 years later or some shit.
Oh man, that reminds me. Shortly after Contacting the Desert, in 2017, there was a couple that disappeared. They went out camping out there and they disappeared. Really? And everybody thought, the word on the street was, oh my God, they got abducted. But unfortunately, no, they died of exposure. Wow. They found weeks later, and it was sad. It was sad. I don't know. People that gone to this area would know. Even camping, they would know. They closed down the area for quite some time looking for these people, and they didn't find them for a while. But then suddenly they found them, like, again, weeks later, and they were. I think ultimately what happened was the boyfriend had killed. They were going to die of exposure, but I'm sorry, they didn't die. Oh shit, I got my facts wrong. The male had offed the female. Oh. And offed himself in the middle of the desert. But they were like dehydrated and whatnot from what the autopsy showed, I believe. Yeah. I could be wrong, look it up, but yeah, it was quite the thing. It was about.
And if he was that dehydrated, he could have started hallucinating. Anything would have set in and made him like even think about
more than one fucking screen here.
What'd you say?
I said I got more than one screen here. I could fucking look it up here.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you don't have to do all that, but if you can, whatever.
Yeah, I want to make sure I got my facts right, though. Mike, you fucking liar. Fake news, bitch. Well, there goes your monitor. My bad.
I don't. Listen, even if my account would ever be monetized, it would be. If I can't talk like this and speak the way I speak, then I'm not going to, it's not even worth it to me. That was the whole thing about even what we've been doing on YouTube. Like, we've never tried to censor anybody. If anybody has ever been like kicked out of chat or like a comment or taken away, it's just because it's probably homophobic or transphobic or racist or just unnecessary. But other than that, like, we're adults. Like, we have adult conversations. So if I speak the way I speak, I'm not going to turn around to somebody else and be like, oh, you can't swear or you can't do whatever. Some people, like, it's funny though, like, you look at the chat sometimes, especially when we're doing a live show, and sometimes you'll get somebody in there who just swears. Just because they can, it's not their natural vernacular. It's not probably how they speak. Like, this is how I speak, literally. But they probably don't speak like that. So it's like all of a sudden, because they know they can swear in chat, it's like every other word has to be a swear. It's like my fucking shit tucking and dick. It's like every fucking swear you could think of has to be said. It's like, they're like, oh my God, free swears.
It turns into a 90s rap song.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gangster rap. No doubt.
Yeah, it was a murder-suicide out there.
I got you. Okay, yeah. So it could have been like, dehydration, and he could have started hallucinating, and God knows what happens at that point. Or just in his mind, it could have even, I don't speculate it, but but his mind maybe a mercy killing. Like they say murder-suicide, but it actually could have been like, well, what the fuck are we at this point? Like, so who knows? But just to be in that situation, that's the thing. Like, when I was even being there, it's not like the hotel, anybody automatically says to you, listen, even California, there's desert and stuff out there. So no one's saying like to me, like, oh, like, don't go fuck with these deserts. I'm an adventurous person. But luckily, again, that's why I have friends like Natasha and Lee and these guys who are from some of these areas who are like, yeah, you just don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to play the survivalist in the desert, brother. I'd rather go camping where it's forest. Lots of animals running around just in case. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, I'm not.
Water, because most likely when you're going to come across some water and shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Water.
Yeah.
I'm not going to no desert.
Yeah, I'd go in the desert in the right circumstances, because it's funny too. So when I got to contact in the desert, I had my whole flight itinerary was planned for me to fly into the Denver airport and get to check it out, because all the stuff, which a lot of it's been debunked, but I was supposed to check it out, but they ended up, my flight either got delayed or something, so I would have missed my connecting flight. So they bumped me to a different thing. I flew into a whole different area. I think I flew into, what did I fly into? I flew into LAX. And then we went from LAX at night to Indian Wells to go to the resort area where every contact in the desert was.
Shit, then you still had a couple of hours drive from
here.
Yeah,
absolutely. I don't drive around. When I'm in other states, I very rarely drive. So I wasn't even driving.
Yeah, you don't want to drive.
I didn't realize. Now, one of my things that I've wanted to do, even before I smoked weed, before I even ever did psychedelics, was go to Joshua Tree. So fucking stupid ass me is sleeping on the way to the hotel at night, because I'm like, let me sleep now, because I know I'm not going to want to sleep once I get to the event and shit. So I'm like, I'm going to sleep on the way there. I don't really, what am I going to see at night on the fucking highways of LA and shit? So I don't realize that I passed Joshua Tree, and it's not until we actually are leaving, going back to the airport, because I flew out of a different airport. I flew out of a closer airport, but I'm like, wait a minute. Oh shit, I passed Joshua Tree. I would have went there. I literally would have probably figured someone who could take me there, and went out there and had a great time, smoked some weed and chilled and shit. But I didn't even realize that. So that's another reason why I was looking forward to going back to Contact in the Desert, because I actually do want to visit Joshua Tree. I'd actually like the trip out there.
I would love the trip. It is nice out there. It was blazing hot when we were out there. We spent most of our time in the Suburban freaking with the AC on.
No, see, not me.
But man, I'm telling you, it was hot. It was hot out there.
I remember it being like 111 degrees or something. And I was sitting, the guys who would work the hotel were laughing. They're like, dude, like, how are you sitting out front? Like, you're the only person sitting out here. And I'm like, I'm from Boston. But I'm from Boston. Like, right now, literally, there's 20 inches of snow out front. We got 20 inches of snow in the last 24 hours. So when I go to hot places, like, I don't care how fucking hot it is, I'm going to enjoy that shit. Like, I'm not hiding in the AC, nothing.
Right on.
I go to other countries and people like, dude, like, I don't put on sunscreen, nothing. Like, I'm here for the sun. Like, you should see how fucking dark I get when I get up. I'm out all day in the pool, whatever, but I'm in that fucking sun. I'm like, I can come here and be cold. I'm not trying to go someplace else and sit in fucking AC. Like, nope, not me.
Yeah. Right on.
So I try to enjoy it. I don't, like I said, I don't do too much. Like, I'm not some idiot. I'm not going to go kind of jog or bike, fucking ride, or do something too, strenuous in that type of weather. But I definitely enjoy that hot weather, and it's dry heat too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I did enjoy swimming. I mostly like to swim at night just because like no one's out there. And we Tiffany and I played a lot of that where you throw the bag into the hole. It was on the end of the courtyard. Yeah. What is that called?
The bung? No, bung. I was going to say
bung hole. I don't know. Drop hole.
That's when you toss the what the fuck?
Yeah. Drop it in the hole. Drop the bag in the hole. That's what
you say?
In the hole.
Cornhole?
Cornhole. Yeah, there you go. Same fucking difference. But yeah, we played out there for a bit, and then the usual friends would come out and we'd get stoned and end up somewhere weird.
Got you. Lee, I sent you Genocide. I sent you an invite, and Lee, I sent you an invite. I think I did it through something, maybe Twitter. So, you guys want to jump in the conversation for a while? You can. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. We're just, but whatever. We're here. Shoot, I just smoked the whole blunt yet. The blunt's kind of just sitting over there. But
Yeah.
I dig the way that StreamYard, like these things kind of allow you to have these conversations like effortless. So
Yeah.
kudos
Absolutely.
to the advances they have in technology, because we used to do it with we'd have to do it with Skype. It was just so difficult to bring guests in and shit and everything. And now this stuff is really fucking simplified. So I dig
Right on. Yeah, when I used to run a guild on EverQuest back in the day, I mean, this was even before this YouTube. We were using Yahoo Messenger, if you remember that shit. That's how we would make all these calls for free. Nobody would end up using theirs, and then Wi-Fi, or excuse me, DSL came out and made it even simpler. So that was a lot of fun back in the day. Back in the day.
Yeah, see, my like internet presence and stuff. Like, I still have my same AOL account. I started my first email account,
Right on.
but I am so not like. There's so much shit that goes on that I'm not part of when it comes to the internet. Like,
Yeah.
I don't. It's just like I said, when I went to high school, like even in high school, we didn't have computers. Like, it was typewriters.
Yeah.
Like, you were learning how to fucking type and stuff. So even my first computers that I had at home, I never really got into them. Like, they were just like too much fucking work for my brain. It's like all this extra shit. Even my cell phone, like I have an iPhone, and it's not the newest one or anything, because it doesn't make sense when you get the newest one. Because I guarantee you, there's probably at least 100 features on my phone I have no idea about.
Yeah.
None. Like, I edited a little fucking video with like iMovie or whatever, and I was so happy to post this shit. Like, oh, I'm in iMovie. Like, yeah, okay, I'm a fucking clown.
I do have to get a better. After I went live in our group the other day with Tiffany on our roof, and her camera is just so superior to mine. I have to get a better phone, so that's on the list too.
I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's like these phones and these cameras, like it gets there just better and better. Just think about what you used to have as a fucking camera,
right?
Like just think about the shit you used to go through. Like, the thing about pictures too, which I find hilarious about pictures, is now how everybody wants to see the picture. Yeah. Like, I feel bad. Like, that's the one thing I hate when you take a picture for somebody. Like, even strangers, like, oh, can you take a picture? Yeah, okay, cool. And then, oh no, can you take another one? Like, listen, motherfucker, I am not Ansel Adams or some shit. I'm not a professional fucking photographer. I am not going to sit here as you fucking keep scrolling through some fucking pictures to get the perfect fucking picture. You need to hire a fucking photographer.
Yeah,
fuck you. Like, if people get mad if you don't do it right, I'm like, I don't listen. When if you look at any of my accounts, like somebody recently accused me of being vain or whatever. Oh no, they said I'm egotistical. I am vain. Don't get me wrong. I'll never ever tell you I'm ugly. I'm gonna be everybody's cup of tea, but I don't find myself to be unattractive. But I'm not so vain as to, if you look at any of my accounts, Facebook, any Instagram, anything, that even my personal shit, you don't find that I take too many pictures. Right. I'm not that vain. In fact, it's always been the opposite. Even when I filmed everything that I do when I travel, people are like, dude, you don't take any pictures of video, because I'm caught up in the moment. Yeah. I'm caught up in what I'm doing. In my head. Exactly. Like, that's the movie for me. Like, I understand other people may want to be a part of that movie, but the most important movie that I can ever film is the one that's in my head. All right. And the film that's up here, there's absolutely nobody that exists on this planet that can have captured or been a part of every one of those fucking instances or clips or whatever, but me. That's right. And that's the most important person that movie's written for. And that's I hope that maybe in death you get to watch that whole fucking movie, man. Yeah. Because some of it's so unreal, like some of it's so surreal, some of it's like, did that really fucking happen and shit like that? Like, okay, yeah, it did. So I hope at the end you get to watch that whole movie. I know that some of it, for everybody, there's sad parts, there's crazy parts, there's shit you don't want to remember. But I do hope that, like, I get to watch that whole movie of me from beginning to end, however long it takes. I don't know if you get to do it instantaneously, if you get to do it at all, but I would love to see that movie, because there's so much shit that I don't remember as well. And that's what sucks. Like, this, I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do that though. Like, the whole life, like, they say that when you pass away, you see life flashes before your eyes. I don't know if I could do that, man. I don't know. Because then, I mean, shit can go sideways really quick. I don't know. But, it's Michael, the one thing about it, man, if you look back at all this stuff, and I know, like, we talk sometimes in chat and just, I see what you've expressed, even in your own videos and stuff. And I know that you've seen some crazy shit, just like I have, and it's like, just out of all that too, though, there's things that kids who are born at a certain time, kids who are born after certain years and stuff like that, people who will never ever get to see or experience life the way you have or I have, or anybody even in this chat, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. However they grow up, however they lived. And I always say, my father kind of put it into great perspective for me not too long ago. You know, my father grew up real poor. I'm not saying I grew up rich because I definitely did, but my father grew up really fucking poor. And he said to me recently, he's like, but you know what? The funny thing about it was I never knew I was poor. You know what I mean? So it's like no matter those circumstances,
I feel him on that though.
You know, but you don't within all that sadness of the hard times, death, and everything like that. Watching your homies die, watching fam, whatever. You know, there's still a whole bunch of crazy fun shit that looking back on that, you know what I'm saying too. Like it's part of it too. So that's why I'd want to see all of it. You know, and just try to remember even the things that I can't remember, the voices of people who have been gone for a long time.
The
faces that get kind of fuzzy, those conversations that you don't remember having that were priceless conversations with people. All those type of things are stolen moments that you may never get back, but may have the opportunity to look back on. And it may, this is how it may work. Like you might die and they say you get one time to watch this movie, enjoy it, because you're not going to get to see it again. You know, so if that's the case, and I'm all for that. Like, I'd love to be able to just see it all, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. I'd like to be able to go back and look at it all and just take it all in. But,
yeah, you might be right, brother. You might be right on that one.
That's just me. You know, it sucks. You know, the bad shit in life sucks. The stuff that hurts you, everything sucks, but I have no regrets. Because I always, you know, you think about, well, what if? Well, what if was what if? It doesn't mean that it would have turned out any better. It could have shortened your lifespan or whatever, you know, becoming a doctor, becoming a lawyer, becoming a respectable person in society or whatever, becoming a politician, becoming whatever it is that you may have aspired to do, but not got the opportunity to do.
Right.
Who's to say that those things would have, one, made a better life or even extended your life?
Right. Right.
You know, because all it takes is for you to walk in the middle of a robbery or walk in the wrong situation, or because say you're doing well and now, hey, I got the Ferrari or I got the Porsche or I got whatever, you know, or fuck it, I got money now, I'm going to skydive or I'm going to go on this yacht and that yacht disappears or some shit. Like, you know, it doesn't mean that life, different doesn't mean better. You know, that's the thing about it. So I'm cool with my life, man. I'm cool. You know, I've made bad decisions. I always say this too, other than affairs of the heart, I have never physically hurt somebody who did not have it coming. I can honestly say that. There's not one person I've ever put my hands on that just like, yo, they didn't have it coming, you know?
I can say that.
That's it. In most cases, they probably put their hands on me or they were habitual line stepper and stepped over the line, but that's just not me, you know? So again, I'm cool. You know, life is cool, man. Yeah. I had a lot of fun. My life was a fucking movie. And I look forward to seeing that movie one day.
I've had this conversation before about that too, man, and it does make a lot of sense. With another older cat that I used to work with at Rocker Brothers Meat and Provisions, he definitely pretty much put it the same way. You know, we've gone through these experiences for a reason, and at the end of the day, if we haven't learned that lesson, I don't know. I'm hoping I learned the lessons I was supposed to learn while being here. But unfortunately, while being here, it just sucks. Like, I mean, I don't know if you saw me post that Boyz II Men video the other day.
Yeah.
It absolutely blows. Just knowing that I made these certain turns and I tried to get the homies to do the same thing. A couple of them did, man. A couple of them did. A couple of, like, this one cat, Rich, he you know, he has his own mechanic shop down there in Venice, my old hood, and I mean, he's doing well. But you know, there's a ton of us that didn't make it here to this day.
Again, so that's not you can't.
I'm talking about a whole generation, brother. A whole generation.
I know,
friends.
But it's not your cross to bear, man. It's not your burden to carry, brother. It's just you're here and the people who still made it, and then the next generation, whatever, kids, you know, nieces, nephews, family, homies, kids, you know, anybody that you can kind of reach is what's important. The people who aren't here, you just can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's not worth you spending your whole life trying to figure out what more you could have done.
The one thing I wish I can do is project my life. And this is going to sound fucked up, but the one thing I wish I could do is project my life onto a screen for white people to see.
Anybody to see.
No. Well, yeah, for anybody to see. Yeah, fuck it. For anybody to see. For anybody to see, mainly because man, there's got to be a point where people have to relate and see that relation. You remember that movie, A Time to Kill? Remember, oh boy, he goes, imagine if girl was white and everybody's in shock and at the end of the movie. I'm telling you, I wish I could project my life on a fucking screen for people. It would make a lot of sense. Like, damn. Oh, it's not all these cats that this happens to. Oh, it's not just these cats that do this. It's not all these cats that do that. It's all about the luck of the draw, where you were born. Plain and simple. I was lucky enough to be born here, but I was unlucky enough to be born in the PJs.
You understand? But
I had dreams. I had fucking crazy ass dreams, dude, where I was like born in Africa and I got my fucking arm lopped off by some crazy maniac, trying to fucking genocide or, the world is crazy, brother. I don't understand why people just can't fucking get along. I will never understand it. Never. And we go into, you guys talk about this a lot, extraterrestrials and whatnot, and how, like, there's no fucking way extraterrestrials would drive the fuck by us, lock the doors, and call it a night because of how fucked we are.
Why would they want to talk? Why would any intelligent, like, people speak about these intelligent, benevolent beings? They're so smart. They came across galaxies, universes, and everything like that. They've solved hunger. They've solved everything. They can fix you. They can take away everything. Well, then why, either one, haven't they come here and done all that? Or two, why would they bother? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, it's like, even like if you open up your door right now, your neighbors are arguing. Okay, now let's say your neighbors argue all the time. This is what they do.
Okay.
And they just argue. They don't really get to, they don't hit each other, whatever. They're just loud arguers.
Right.
So at some point, what I'm saying, you're going to stop opening that door to check to see if these motherfuckers are about to kill each other. You just know that they're just two loud motherfuckers. They're just two chihuahuas that like to yap at each other.
Right.
So you leave it be. That's what motherfuckers who would watch us would think. They would just be watching this shit show like, yo, these motherfuckers are insane. Like, why would I even want to go talk to them? They're going to come and they're going to wake everybody up. They're not going to select any few people. They're not going to go to your presidents or your prime ministers or any world leaders. They're not going to do it. They're just going to show the fuck up and be like, all you motherfuckers wake up. Either you do or you don't. That's it. Like, all that secretive shit that they talk about aliens, I just don't see them doing it at this point.
Yeah.
Like, if they really cared about us, they would just show up and like, everybody needs to wake the fuck up.
Right.
And take it from there. And then here's the thing too, even if they did show up, who are they? Where they come from? Who created them? Human beings, it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Unless they just came here and destroyed the fuck out of all of us. Because people would still be skeptical and leery about aliens or where they came from. What's their purpose? Who made them? Are you sure they're not fake aliens? Are you sure they're not fake gods? Blah, blah, blah.
My only rebuttal to that, though, is as above, so below. Like, we are scientists. We go out in the wild, bag and tag, right? All day. We learn. We what does this animal do? What can it do? A salamander, you lop its freaking arm off, it grows back. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why I think extraterrestrials would be here. Pop. Oh, look, what does this guy do? How come this guy? How come this species of animal on this planet evolved this way? How come they're intelligent and none of the animals are? You see what I'm saying? Something like that.
But think about it too, though. Think of it like the internet, right? So any culture around the world can look up on the internet and figure out what's a frog because it's been dissected a billion times over.
Right.
So here's the thing too: or if aliens are cataloging us, how long do they need to catalog us? Like, we've only evolved so much. You know what I'm saying? That they're not just going to keep coming here by the drones just to keep fucking hacking us open to see what the fuck we do. They would know what we do. Right. And I'm pretty sure that they probably would have passed the information on to some of these other aliens at this point. It just seems so repetitive. Like, their whole purpose is to come here forever and just snatch us up, to open us up and keep dissecting us. So either they're sadistic fucks who just like to torture human beings, or they're not intelligent at all because they haven't figured out after all these millenniums of snatching human beings and interacting with us what the fuck we are. Right. Like, how intelligent are they at this point? We have not evolved to the point that it's some miracle. We've evolved with technology and all that type of stuff, but physically we haven't evolved tremendously. Yeah, we're bigger, faster, stronger. We live a little bit longer and different things because of things we figured out, but that's really about it. So do they really need to keep dissecting us? I guess. That just makes them sadistic then.
I mean, with technology, you'd think they'd only need a pair of people, right? Since all of us are pretty much the same anyway, on a genetic level.
And they've taken embryos and stuff from us, supposedly, and they take women's embryos and take men's semen.
Sure.
So then if they're growing human beings and cloning us, why do they need to come taking us? It's the whole Anunnaki theory. That the Anunnaki, the reptilians, came here to create human beings. They manufactured us basically to mine gold for them, monatomic gold. Again, it's 2020. and who the fuck is mining monatomic gold? Who's doing any of that? They've created this almost 8 billion person workforce on this planet who's doing no work for them. Nothing's getting done. They are the worst. They don't know how to work their minds. They're the worst.
It's not like we can't find any of that shit elsewhere in the universe, right? I mean, we practically just found a planet that's 70% made of diamond. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if you pay attention to.
Oh no, there's supposed to be a weed planet and all kinds.
A weed planet.
Listen, we don't know we know what's out there, and then we don't know what's out there. We know as much as we know, you know.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
Yeah. We're finding exoplanets all the time, but I mean, hopefully, I don't know.
Lee, why don't you join the conversation? You scared?
Yeah, man.
You don't have to show your face.
Where's Get Deb on here. Where's Deb? Deb needs to go. Come on, man. She runs an awesome.
Jonas, I might be at work. Yeah, I'll start sending like invitations. I don't know how long we'll be on here.
All right. Yeah,
I kind of enjoy this impromptu conversation.
I ain't doing shit tonight.
I enjoy these impromptu conversations. Just get a chance to kind of chat together.
All right, and I thank you for this too, brother. Definitely.
I thank you for joining me. Being the first person to join me doing this live, this is kind of fun.
It is. It's a lot of fun. When you have somebody to talk to, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
When you're doing it by yourself, you're sitting here like, God damn it, what am I going to talk about?
Well, see, it's funny when you do it by yourself. It's like too. I try to interact with chat, but then like the chat's fucking too small and shit and everything. Like I'm used to the big ass TV screen at the studio, which I still squint on that shit too, though. So it's like it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm on fucking these things. I can't see shit.
Oh yeah, can't you highlight the chat somehow on this thing? I think. How does that work?
I'm not sure. I've never done. Oh, you mean put it on the screen? Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
right on.
Wow. All right. So you learn something new every day.
What do? You just go double click on the chat?
No, just in the chat, it asks you like when you look on it, like show or hide. So that's why I said that was the thing about StreamYard. It seemed like it was a very simplified thing to use. So if anybody has questions too, just like at me, or you can at Mike, or like kind of capitalize it, and I'll see if I can highlight them or whatever. I don't know if he can do it too. I don't know if you're capable of doing that.
No, I'm good. No, I don't. I could just click. No, I can't do nothing.
Look at Jiggy with all this technology.
Right? Look at you, man.
God, it's crazy.
Oh, man.
Dude, if I went back like and told young Jiggy, like I remember my first cell phone, like in back like 89 and shit, and it was like a big bag cell phone and shit, and motherfucker had a big ass battery and shit, and he didn't want anybody to use it but cute girls because the motherfucker, I won't even tell you how much my first phone bill was because I understand Roman. But if you would have ever told me that like we'd be sitting on first like a laptop and shit that's wireless and that we're having a conversation and I'm talking to somebody on the other side of the country that's 3 hours behind me, we're doing it live, and there'd be people in the chat that could be from all over the world, anywhere simultaneously, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. Like, it's just like, you're full of shit. Like, I don't give a fuck what movie said. Like, people talk about, ooh, the Jetsons had me believing there was going to be flying cars and shit. Listen, I didn't have no faith in the Jetsons. I had more faith in the Flintstones than I did in the Jetsons.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Just as a kid, man.
The biggest disappointment in my 51 years on this planet, I am sorry to say, is NASA.
NASA?
Oh, yes. Like I thought that NASA was once like the moon landing and stuff, and all this stuff going on, how they hyped all this space stuff. I thought NASA was going to conquer the fuck out of space. I thought some Buck Rogers, Battlestar Galactica shit was going to be going on at this point. And fuck me, I know they try to talk about the secret space bullshit and everything. But, dude.
Dolan in them, man. Fuck that crap. Dude, I can't. I'm not going to get into that. That's the reason why I give away telescopes. Find me that super secret spaceship wherever the fuck it may be.
Right. Oh, it's cloaked. Everything's cloaked.
Yeah, now
again, everything has better technology. It's better technology and shit. It's all cloaked and everything.
Oh, that reminds me of that one chick. Oh God, I can't. Remember. I'm not even going to bring up her name. Screw it. She's what she does on YouTube is she sees the cloaked ships coming down and invading, and she films her clouds in the sky. Yeah, cloak ship. I see the cloaked ships. It's hilarious.
Well, I've even posted pictures of like clouds that look odd to me. And I've always said, if I was a UFO and I was cloaked or had some way of you not being able to see me in the sky, that this is what indent I would leave in the cloud. Because sometimes you do see those perfect circles in the cloud. Okay.
Right. Sometimes
it's possible, but you know what Jiggy can't do? I can't fly up there to go punch it or go touch it. I don't have the physical capability of doing that. I don't have an aircraft. I don't have the ability to free fly myself. So until I could ever do that, to me, it's what it looks like. All right, is it possible? Yeah, okay. But I've never seen a plane or anything fly right through them. Nothing that can ever just knock the theory out the sky. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just a lot of fucking things that would be in the sky at all times. Like a plane doesn't hit it. Are they capable maybe that something could fly through it and phase through it? Listen, I'm not saying it's not possible. I've just never seen it proven.
Right.
Like no one's ever shown, like I've never looked up and seen one and like, oh shit, like this bird just hit that shit and fell.
Right.
But let me start, my mind would go a little bit more from there and try to figure it out, but I haven't encountered that myself personally. So I don't know. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's not about knocking down everybody's theories. I believe in the paranormal. I have a lot of shit that have happened in my life. I've talked about it over the years. It's just more that I can't prove it to you.
Right.
I can't go back and recreate those situations, those scenarios, whatever, why those things happen. I could talk about it till I'm blue in the face, bring in the people, family, friends, whatever, who are there. But that doesn't bring it to life for anybody but us. You know what I'm saying? It's just a great story that I'm telling that I can't prove is real. And that's the problem.
Let me ask you this. When on paranormal investigations, do you normally do the whole the normal gambit of I got my DVR here, I got my night vision here, I got this, that here. Like what equipment do you use when you're out there to prove to yourself?
So we have normally usually do two kinds of investigations. And we usually try to investigate a place more than once.
Right. For obvious reasons.
Usually kind of go in there more blind, more free, not really bogged down by equipment and spirit boxes and blah, 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 and all the typical stuff. Because I do have all that stuff.
Right.
And just kind of get the lay of the land and see what you can encounter just as a human being in a supposed to be strange or haunted area.
Right.
And then we've also gone with the equipment and stuff like that and used it. Again, it's like with the spirit boxes, with anything, things come through. What are they? A perfect example of why I'm really, really skeptical about the spirit boxes is I kind of, because I've used radios and communications in my work for a long time, I can understand how you can hack and hunt frequencies, or what these radios essentially do. So what spirit boxes, as far as I can tell, and this is someone I'm not great with electronics, but I'm just a novice with this stuff and kind of get a basic idea, is that the spirit boxes are just tuned so that they are going AMF and frequencies back and forth. Right. And they're just hunting the frequencies to find something supposedly that would be words that would match up to what you're saying. Or you could find a voice that shouldn't be there. It reminds me of Bumblebee from the from Transformers. That basically that's what Bumblebee does. Bumblebee hunts the radio frequencies to find the perfect word or song that's going to say what Bumblebee needs to say. So one of the very first big investigations that I ever did was at Rolling Hills Asylum in upstate New York.
Okay.
Cool place. I had some interesting experiences there, but we were literally, it had to be about 2-3 o'clock in the morning doing a spirit box session. And during the spirit box session, you hear this very distinct voice come through on the AM frequency, which happened to be John B. Wells. You know who John B. Wells is?
Yeah.
So this is what's interesting. For some reason, some of the people during the spirit box session didn't know the voice. I knew it was him. He's been on the show. In fact, he's been on Paranormal Hood. I was a huge fan of his. And I hear this voice very distinctly. Now, as it comes through on the spirit box, he's clearly talking this particular night's about something paranormal. So if you didn't know this is him and heard him speaking paranormal, you're thinking this is lining up with your investigation. No, what the Spirit Box actually did was, because you're in the middle of upstate New York, there's not a whole lot of radio frequencies you're going to get. But one of the
Right.
frequencies you are going to get would be coast to coast AM appearing on most local channels.
Okay.
Most people don't realize they pay for the app where you don't necessarily have to pay for the app. Where I live, I could just turn to 680 AM at 1 o'clock to 5 AM in the morning and listen to Coast for free.
Oh, shit.
So it's on most local radio stations, New York and stuff, different areas, because they carry it all over the country. So it's not hard to think that this radio, the Spirit Box, is hunting these frequencies and happens to at 3 o'clock in the morning hear John B. Wells. It wasn't that it was anything paranormal as far as I'm concerned. It was very normal. It was just the Spirit Box doing what it was programmed to do. See, but this is how people skate the line, because the average person who's sitting in that room, or the average person who would hear this, would try to immediately equate that to something paranormal. Like, oh, it's trying to tell me something because it said ghost, or it said aliens or UFOs, or whatever his particular topic was this particular night.
Mm-hmm. You've never got EVPs or anything from your investigation?
I've gotten some that, it's they line up with the place. I just don't know if it's necessarily, I've done some research on some of the things that I've gotten and stuff like that. And it could be stuff, but I don't have any way to quantify, to make it so that I could absolutely say to you, yes, this was an EVP that had to do with this particular thing. It's also a lot of it when it comes to Spirit Boxes and EVPs, a lot of it is, I'll sit there with people who have listened to these things and have listened to them for years, and they're supposed to be experts on this stuff. And they'll hear shit I just don't hear. Like, you don't hear it say this. Like, for me, to be honest, okay, I've said this for years, and I'll say this till the day I die, as far as the day I stop investigating. Like, for me to really get a straight up true EVP is, let's say I'm in the South somewhere. And I'm in Georgia somewhere, some place where they hung Negroes and did all kinds of crazy shit. And they had slaves, and it's old plantation, whatever. And I'm someplace where it's known for being extremely racist. And I get an EVP that says some shit like, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say like, what are you doing here, nigga? Or some shit like that. Like what are you doing here, coon? Or what you doing here, boy? Or some shit like that. That to me would make a whole lot of sense. Or just the fact that the way I'm dressed, like, how I am, like, why are you here? Like, or even you, like the way you're dressed right now or something like that. It would make more sense to me that would be the kind of EVPs I might get, rather than just some repetitive EVP that everybody's got at the same place. I live in Massachusetts.
I'm going to ask Tiff to look up some, because we have some EVPs. I want you to look at them. I want you to listen to them. I'm not going to tell you what they say. I'm going to section it off. I'm going to give it to you. I want you to tell me what it says. I know what they say.
Let me ask you a question. Where did you take these EVPs? Where were you doing it at?
We did it in a graveyard where a lot of my friends are buried. And yeah, what the hell just happened? Oh, okay.
I was trying to see if I don't know if maybe the other people tried to join or not. But
right on. I thought I pressed something by accident.
Lee must be scared.
Yeah. We were in the graveyard, and we got a majority of our EVPs from there. I need to check and find out if we got any EVPs from Linda Vista Hospital, which is a place where Ghost Adventures went.
Isn't that like in the hood?
Yeah, it's in Boyle Heights.
Yeah, okay.
I took my group. I took my team there. And when I did, I used to have to pay off the guy with the machete out front guarding the whole fucking place from fucking people out there at the park.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what it is. What it is. But I mean, we went in there. We were able to go in there. There was other teams that did go in there that charged ridiculous amounts of money. I'm glad that we ended up just meeting with the guy. And he was cool with it. I was like, here, I chunked him $20. We ran through the place with it, and we got some cool stuff. I did post an old ass video where I believe I heard it's all. I mean, you can hear it in the video. I believe we heard a drawer in a room behind us with the door closed open on its own. So Angel opened the door. When Angel opened the door, I had my night vision. When Angel opened the door, I thought I saw a shadow. Dude was like, "Oh shit!" I jumped back, and then at the same time on the other camera filming Tiff and my son, you saw this like I hate to fucking say it. You can hear me gasp like, "Oh shit!" At that moment, you'll see this like orb fly through the camera across Tiffany's face, just like that. at the moment, I'm gasping. I'm not too sure if it was the wind or whatever, just pushing a dust particle past the night vision. Not sure. Got to take a look for yourself. But the interesting part was I went in there, closed the door, and opened the drawer slowly, and they fully agreed that that's exactly the sound that we heard while we were out in the hallway. This was on the second floor of the mental ward of Linda Vista Hospital. It's pretty sweet. Got the video up there in the group, brother. I don't know if you saw it, but yeah, it was pretty sweet. It's one of the cool things that we saw or experienced.
Well, I've had some cool experiences. I don't know. Like one time with Smoking and I were doing an investigation and something came at us in the woods. I don't know what the fuck it was. It's something big as shit. But
in the woods?
Could have been Bigfoot, could have been whatever. We were in it's called the Bridgewater Triangle here.
Okay.
And we've investigated different areas of it, Profile Rock, like we've been in different kind of zones in that area and stuff. So it's supposed to be like Bigfoot and pug wedgies, whatever. Could have been Bigfoot, who knows? But I don't know what the fuck it was that night.
You want to see something really fucking strange? There in your own town, or no, I don't think it's close to you. Gloshner, I think.
Yeah, Gloucester is more like north, but yeah, I know. Like
there's a cemetery there with my full name on it. I died in 1981, and my father's name right next to mine.
Well, okay.
Both of our stones are sitting right there in the graveyard, but it's our family members.
Got you.
I'm named after a cousin. But yeah, it's freaking crazy, brother. When my pop showed me that, I've never seen it. When I came through there to go work on this house in New Hampshire, I was supposed to go see it, but I didn't have time to check it out. But yeah, when I head back out there, I gotta see it for myself.
You gotta come over, man. Come hang out.
Oh man, for sure. Bro. When I come out there, I'm gonna bring that telescope for you too, for sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, my telescope's right next to me too. I'm looking right.
What kind you got? What kind of telescope?
It's a Celeston, some shit. I don't know. Smoking had told you what it was one day. I don't know much.
Oh,
my father had given it to me. I need to. It's what do you say?
Is that 90 millimeter?
It could be. I don't know. I'll look at it one day and tell you what it is.
Oh,
I need to get attachments for it. I need to make it so that I can attach like my cell phone or something to it. I'm not really good with the whole eyepiece little thing. It doesn't really do well for me. So I'd like to like
you can get from Amazon for like $30 or cheaper actually.
Yeah, I just got to figure out what it is. Well, I can hook it up to that will make it do that. So I'll look at it and figure it out.
Right on.
But that'd be cool because I can get some good views. And we go up to like Vermont and stuff sometimes. We have a friend up there who
nice.
We filmed up there and stuff. He has built his Coral Castle 2 up there.
Right on. So, yeah, that's right. It is in there.
Yeah. So
I got some maple syrup from a farm up there on the way back to Arizona.
Hell yeah, fuck Canadian syrup, man. The best fucking syrup is
bomb, dude.
Vermont,
man. Hold on, I got the little tiny. It's a little tiny bottle. Give me a second. Hey, somebody.
Hold on. There's a disclaimer. Jiggy loves Canada because Cool K got on me. Cool K's been riding out with Paranormal Hood. Like literally, if you talk about any show that we've done over the years, she has a better memory of them than I do because I don't really. It's rare that I go back and listen to a show. Like I wish I could because there's certain shows that are so fucking crazy and the things that went on. We got pranked by Howard Stern's show a couple times.
No shit, Baba Booey.
It wasn't even Baba Booey. So what happened was one of them was Adam Levine.
Oh, right. Oh, shit.
So what it is like for a long time I listened to I just can't afford the fucking subscription shit anymore. That's right. And I listened to Howard Stern for a few years in a row, like a huge fan, and kind of got on their radar somehow. Because I actually dropped the Baba Booey on like a local radio news radio station here, like a sports show and shit that they love Howard Stern. So we got these random calls, and one of them was Adam Levine. And he had been on the show that week. So they take segments and they'll like basically take that person's voice and call the show. They never aired it on his show, but it's in our archives. Like literally you can hear like when they call the show and it's Adam Levine. And I forgot what the other one, there was another one that they did too. They did it 2 or 3 times. So it's actually kind of cool. But I picked up on it immediately. Like Smoking was pissed. Like, he doesn't know what's going on and shit. Like, I'm like, to me, it's an honor to have these motherfuckers fucking with us. They're going to be on their radar and shit. So he doesn't know what's going on. And he's like, yeah, he just ended up cutting them off every time they call and shit with me. I'm going along with it because I'd love to be on one of their fucking segments. I thought that shit would be awesome. But just the fact I knew exactly what it was. I wish the Cool K was here because I don't know if she remembers that because there's not too many people who are in the chat now who would have been here during our blog talk days.
Sending you her love.
What'd you say?
Ohm says she's sending you her love.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Unless I'm not. Oh, Jill says she's in Gloshner.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe's local. There's a couple of Michael Adams is local. There's a couple of people who are from around here.
Holy shit, man! I
Gloucester's fucking
need to start
awesome.
talking to my dad again then.
Gloucester is awesome. Like I've been on the Gloucester just to go, sit down, go by the waterfront, and the restaurants that are right there. You can sit there.
That's where my family lives there, and also in Andover.
Gotcha.
I have like fucking my grandfather has 13 brothers and sisters living out there, and then
Wow.
a lot of our family members married out into the Griffins, and they all moved down to Florida.
Gotcha. How do you say your last name?
Tar, Tarr, like asphalt.
Say okay. You just said something in asphalt. You just fucked my brain up. I'm high. Try that again. Just say your last name. Don't you? What the fuck is it? Is it asphalt? Wait,
it's Tar. Tar.
Oh, Tar. Okay. Oh, that's right. So like your name that you use. So that's Tar in Spanish.
Or Tar. No. Oh, my chapapote. Yeah, it's Tar.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right, duh. Yeah. All right, I get it now. All right, when you said telling you like asphalt, I'm like, wait a minute, huh? Because I was like, wait, that's not the name. It's on Facebook. But oh, fucking hard.
I'm not a gem. I need some more, man. What the fuck?
Me too. I need to roll another one. Shit.
Right. Oh man. All right. Somebody else has to jump in here. We're running out of shit to talk about.
Yeah. If somebody else wants to jump in, let me know. I always have something to talk about. There's no pressure.
I wish Tiff was here. Tiff, she's at home right now, unfortunately. But yeah, Tiff would talk about some paranormal shit all day, all night. She'll tell you about some. Oh man, we had this crazy thing happen to us. It was just her and I too. I wish we would have got. We had it on all 5 of our DVRs. All fucking 5. Not just one, brother. You know how one person. I don't do that shit. I got for redundancy, brother. I got DVRs everywhere. I got a DVR about 100 feet away on top of a tombstone over here. I got a DVR about 50 feet away. We're holding.
Stop telling everybody where you got your DVR.
So here we go.
Cállate, mira.
We're sitting here, and all of a sudden, we're sitting here just trying to contact something, just whatever. Just make a sign, blah, blah, blah. Same old shit, right? We feel this sigh that just went like, oh. And it went through us, man. I shit you not. It went from here through us. And I got the goosebumps. It was a crazy sensation and experience. And Tiffany still has that shit on DVR on all 5 of them. I'm gonna get you that too. But it's just this sigh that comes out of nowhere, but we felt it. We literally felt it from top to bottom, in and out, like it. It just went through it, like it went through us. Not no fucking poltergeist shit where the little girl goes, "Oh, she went through me." No, I'm talking about, man. It literally felt like it wasn't even like that. It was like something. It was like the sigh landed on us. Right? Does that make sense?
I got you.
All right, cool. Sorry, I didn't.
Listen, I've had a million paranormal experiences. It's just hard.
It's crazy,
dude. I'll tell you this. All right, I don't even know if I've discussed this. Mike, listen to this. Okay. So before my surgery, before all this shit happened, and actually like the last time it happened was I was in Arizona with Lee and Tasha was there and all the crazy shit was going on.
Right.
Is that I kept hearing my name being called. This was going on for like my name, like just being said to me, like Joseph. Like I just kept hearing, like every now and then I was in the hotel like the day before I got sick or the day when I started to feel weird, and I was standing there and in my hotel room by myself and I'm getting dressed and I just hear my name being called and I'm looking around and I'm like, what? Like, and I'm like, wait a minute, nobody's here with me. And it was going on for like 3 weeks. Every night, like I would be sitting, like smoking, whatever, just chilling, like by myself, and I would just hear my name being called.
No shit.
So I don't know. Like when you talk about the paranormal, because the reason I put that out there is because like immediate things that most people, from what I've gathered and from all my fucking research and dealing with all these paranormal people all the year, is that most people would be like, oh my God, like that was an angel. Oh my God, that was this. Oh my God, that was something else. See, now how I chop it up as experience is that what if it's just that inner voice? Mm-hmm. That's you, because my inner voice, I don't think my inner voice is God. I don't think my inner voice that I hear is some ET. I don't like credit it to something else other than just the fact that there's the you that's here. And then there's the you that's kind of in the background all the time. They used to always like have cartoons or whatever. It would be like even, comedy shows, Three Stooges, whatever. There'd be the devil on one side, the angel on, there's one on each shoulder. And sometimes the scales, the balance would turn, you know what I mean? It would shift. And that's a great way, again, of always blaming something else for what goes on with us. Where, what if that inner voice, like even in me at that point, is like, dude, like you're fucking sick, like you're hurting and you're having pain and your body is going through something and you're fucking ignoring it. And your body's talking to me and it's telling me, like my brain is telling me, like, dude, like grow the fuck up and go get checked, like go do something about it. But no, I go and I fucking go 7,000 feet above sea level and shit. And then my feet turn white and I start cramping and all this crazy shit starts happening to my body. But I'm like, it's probably just the altitude, because I had never been that high in my life, not on a plane.
Okay.
So I didn't know the experience. To me, I'm gonna Google it and look around. And then I heard other people talking about altitude sickness. I was like, that kind of makes sense. But in hindsight, it had nothing to do with altitude sickness whatsoever. Unless that's what exacerbated made my colon start acting up. But it's just, it's like I'd love to be able to put some paranormal crazy spin to that, and be able, I could have ran with it. I could run with that and this was, the angels, the devils, or whatever, or the aliens communicating with me. I was channeling something. No, I just think that my fucking body, my fucking brain knew that I was going through it and knew 3 weeks or whatever prior to like the worst of the shit happening to me and was warning me. And so there's a DJ, there's a local DJ here who was on the major radio DJs here. I've traveled with this dude. I was his bodyguard for a few years. Like, I mean, we've gone fucking chilled at Khaled's house with him and Fat Joe, party with all these. I was blessed to be with this dude. Like, we've traveled to all kinds of shit. So, but there's a perfect example. So one night, he's driving me home, and as we're talking, we're having a cool conversation. It was a cool night. The radio's playing in the background. We're really into talking about what was happening. I think maybe even we were going to go to Canada later that night or the next day or some shit. So we're planning. And as we're about to turn, we're about to take this left turn. As he's taking the turn, I just hear this voice, this Joseph, like, move, look. And I'm talking to him, and all of a sudden I shift my head to the right. And as I shift my head to the right, I see an SUV coming at us, directly at us, with his light that has no lights on. And this motherfucker is going somewhere. Like, this is how they talk about a bat out of hell? This person is either extremely drunk and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, or they're getting away from something, but they're in a hurry to get wherever the fuck they're going. And I just say to him, I'm like, and I won't say his name, and I'm just like, yo, hit the gas. And he knows me. I don't cry wolf. Especially when it comes to work and security and stuff. I don't play games. So when I tell you to do something, you do it. Like, you just know to do it. And he did it instinctively. He hits the gas. So as he does this fucking SUV hits the car right behind us. Immediately just clips the car behind us. Damn, spins this fucking car out, fucks this car up, but keeps going. The SUV does not stop. And now behind him, the car behind the car that got hit is a friend of mine who now is a cop, but at the time was a firefighter / EMT.
Right.
So he immediately goes, and we're trying to help these people and stuff. There's a fire station that's a couple of blocks away. So the cops, the firefighters, everybody's there. Everybody's immediately. But it was just that hearing that voice. And he says to me, the guy I'm driving, as we get to my house, he's like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, what made you do that? I was like, dude, as we're talking, something just told me to look to the right, like, and just move. Right. And as I looked, I could see this fucking thing coming at us. And had I not done that,
night? It was at night, right?
Oh yeah, this is like probably 2:00 in the morning. This is after 12 hours and shit. Lights were out. Like, there's not a light on in the car. Nothing. Like, there's not a radio light. There's nothing. This isn't, and this is probably back, probably mid 2000s. So this is before cars are lit up with all these LEDs and shit you see inside cars. This car it's just a black car, a black SUV with no kind of lights on whatsoever.
Nah, in my experience, that would have been like duck, because if a car's coming up at you that's that fast with no lights on, they're about to open up.
Well, just so you know, I've been shot. When I got shot, I was in a vehicle, so I know all about that too. And I'll tell you that story one day off air, because there's a lot more to that story, and so that was all work related stuff. But
I don't want to talk about mine either.
Yeah, but yeah, I knew that wasn't what this was. This was just somebody who was just in a hurry, and they weren't going to stop, and they probably would have driven right through us. And he was driving an SUV, like we were in like a fucking Lincoln Navigator or whatever, like a new Lincoln Navigator at the time. So, but still, it's just nothing good was going to happen if that vehicle would have made contact with us.
Right.
You know, and that's that instinct. So it's like, again, like, you know, some people, oh, that's an angel, you know, foretelling you, or some spiritual being or some alien looking out for you. No, it's just that it's possible that just within you, there's just I have great intuition. You know, I trust my judgment. So I am judgmental. People talk about, oh, you know, you shouldn't be judgmental. Everybody, if you trust your judgment, you're judgmental. And there's nothing wrong with that, because people tell you when you're growing up, oh, you have good judgment, you have bad. Well, I have good judgment, and I trust my instincts. And
I had to have that.
Right.
You know, being alone since I was 10 years or 11 years old. Yeah.
I don't chop that up to anything but just the capabilities that we have, experience. But yeah, just your brain, your mind, it can train itself to be very intuitive, very aware of things. You know, you're supposed to be in your, you know, where you're from, in where I'm from, but also my line of work. It's like I keep my head on a swivel. Yeah. My head's always on a swivel. My hands are always in certain positions. I'm always. I don't know.
Even though weed is legal out here, I still look over my back, bro.
Oh, dude, weed's legal here too. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, you're still like, all it takes is for someone to just be an asshole and try to make you feel uncomfortable at the fact that you smoke marijuana. Yeah, you know, you could have someone who just around you in your area, whatever, who doesn't like it and just makes a big deal out of it for whatever fucking reason. It's like you don't even want that confrontation over something that's legal. You know, it should just be cool, live and let live, keep it moving.
Yep, true that.
But you know how that goes too. You know how that shit goes.
Yep, I do. I've taken. Hey, I'll tell you something. You know, I don't want to get into the politics of it all, but I have taken a few hits for the homies a few times. Like, oh, yeah, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah, just I mean, because hey, I got the ticket. They ended up in jail. You know what I mean? So you know how that is.
Oh yes. Well, I've never. Yeah,
I've been fortunate. I just got a ticket. They went to jail.
Gotcha.
Huge difference.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Same thing.
Here's the thing. I've been fortunate in my lifetime. I've never had any bad experiences with law enforcement. I've worked hand in hand, you know, doing the stuff like nightclubs, bodyguard work, just different things where you had to have police details, police involved in the stuff that you're doing.
Absolutely.
Growing up, even in the hood and stuff like that, like I didn't have negative things go. I know people who have, and I've seen it go on and stuff like that, but I've just never ever had like a real negative confrontation or anything with a cop that was on duty. Now, off duty, I've had some things, but it wasn't even necessarily just their fault. It could have been the people who I was with who were being assholes, the situation. And so I don't have any negative things to say about that. Like, I really don't, you know, I've never really had to deal with them in a negative way, which is great. You know, I'm glad that I haven't had to. And I have a lot of family and friends with law enforcement and stuff too. So I also knew a lot of law enforcement growing up. They were, you know, and where even when I grew up, even the cops in my neighborhood, cops were a little bit more policing too, where they actually, you know, you knew who the cops were in your neighborhood, you knew what was going on.
Yeah, we did too.
It wasn't really, you know, like it wasn't kind of like these jump out dudes who were just randomly always jumping out on you. Like they kind of knew who was doing what.
Yeah.
And the shit that I did, like I was just fortunate. Don't get me wrong. Like we did some crazy shit when I was young. I just was fortunate. But I also knew when it was time to walk away. That's kind of always how I've been in life. Like I'm not a follower. I'm a leader, but I'm a leader to certain things. And then it's like, I know when it's like, all right, I'm done. I'm good. Yep. That's always been me. Like, I'm just like, no questions asked. Like, I'm done. I'm good.
I've been fortunate also I've had really good experiences with police officers as well. I used to work for a sheriff. I'm not going to dox him, but I will say that I worked for Rocker Brothers Provisions, which is his company that I did IT work for. And he and I had a really good relationship. Funny story is how I actually got that job was Tiffany and I were in Torrance one night, and there was there's a Rite Aid close to her house, and there was a child, or 10-year-old, who ran away from home, and the manager of the store knows us because we frequent that store a lot, and she comes up to us and goes, "Hey, Michael, can you help me out? This kid tried to steal a sweater, but I don't want to call the cops on him because he's only 10. Can you see if you can get him home?" I'm like, "Yeah, let me see if I can, do something with him." So the kid comes up, he's like, "Hey man, can I call my dad? Can I call my dad?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I call him up, and the guy's a fucking LA County sheriff. I'm sitting here like, I'm sitting with this. I was like, "I don't know what to tell you, brother, but I have your son. My name's Michael Tar, and my social security number, and my because I didn't want him to think like I'm calling him up. I have your son, and then dude's like, I'm gonna kill you. All right. So he's like, I'll take him to the Denny's up the way, and wait for you to come get him. He's all the way in Temecula. I found myself in the middle of a fucking custody battle between two sheriffs. Excuse me, a sheriff and a Torrance Torrance sergeant. I was scared out of my mind. Knowing my past, I was scared out of my mind. So I'm sitting here, Tiffany, dude, I'm going to get beat up by this cop. He's going to run my name, and it's going to be all over. It's going to be all over. My past is going to come up. It's going to be all over. And he comes in. He sits down. We talk. Oh, excuse me. Before this, 4 cops come in, snatch the son up. I don't want to say his name. Snatch the son up, and come and ask me, oh, where'd you find him at? Why didn't you call the cops? I was like, I did. I called his pop. His pop is a sheriff. Oh, you shouldn't have been involved in this, blah, blah, blah. Threatening me, telling me like the cop is going to come kick my ass. Here comes the sheriff. After they leave, here comes the sheriff, sits down. He goes, dude, what you did was heroic. Like what anybody could have snatched my son up. Anybody could have done something crazy like that. Dude, I burst into tears. I'd never had a cop in my life tell me that I was a hero. Ever. And this is, I'm 33 years old and I'm sitting here bursting into tears just because I have grown children myself right now. And, I don't think I can handle losing my child like that. So that's how I actually got the job. He called me up one day because I was part of this whole thing. I guess his mom was beating on the kid. That's why the kid split in the first place. And yeah, he calls me up and he's like, Mike, you still haven't found a job yet? This is after I had gotten laid off from EA, Electronic Arts. For those who don't video game. Yeah, and he's like, hey, if you haven't found a job yet, I know somebody that needs to do IT, needs you for IT. And I went over there. He goes, how come you haven't found a job yet? Oh, no, I get you. And he hired me. So, I mean, yeah, it was. I've known a lot of really, really cool cops. A lot of really good cops. But yeah, I've also known a lot of shitty cops too.
Listen, I know a lot of shitty everything, shitty people, shitty McDonald's workers, shitty toll collectors, shitty people. I just know shitty people in all walks of life. It's never been relegated to any one thing. It just really hasn't. That's how I've just always seen it.
And sorry for that crazy ass personal story for everyone. Just for you guys to get to know me more personally. I mean, I know y'all. Again, I'm new to. I had no idea that everyone here that either watches or does this other thing are YouTubers, or have a YouTube channel of their own. I felt like they watched you or yada yada yada. So
a lot of people. I mean, yeah, different really people have different things going on.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I try to tune in as much as I can. It's hard to always watch.
It's pretty diverse too, which is also like in between everyone here. And thank you guys for welcoming me too. If you guys are again. Jiggy, thank you so much for having me here.
And if you didn't welcome, fuck you.
No, thank you guys so much.
Be nice. You should welcome everybody. Smile, everyone. It's like Fantasy Island.
Skeptic I am.
Wow, Lee didn't want to join us? Lee, what's up, Lee? You scared to talk with us or something? What are you, at a strip club or something right now, Lee?
I really want to talk to Lee about this whole... I want to talk to him about this... man, when I say I was on my own since I was 11, I really was. I was in a place called... For those of you who know about, what do you call it? I guess placements is for lack of a better term. This is what we called it, or group homes is what we called it. I was in 5 different ones. I was in Vista Del Mar, Boys Republic in Chino, Mid Valley Youth Center in Van Nuys. I've been into numerous juvenile halls as well as Masada Group Home for boys. That's where I finally graduated high school. Wait.
When you say Masonic, is that like the Mason?
No, Masada. Masada.
Oh, Masada. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It was an interesting time, to say the least. I had to learn how to become an adult very quickly, and when they say juvenile halls like baby gladiator school, yeah, it's sort of like that. But once you get to the camps, like Camp Scott or Camp Challenger, as a matter of fact, in Lancaster, named after the Camp Challenger explosion. That was a fucking hellhole.
Wait, what's the one that exploded in '86? Is that the Challenger?
Yes.
Dude. Okay, that's
or 84, 80. I thought it was 84.
Yeah, whatever. Because I was actually, that's when I went to school at the fucking Wahlbergs were there and shit and everything. I went to school with a couple of the Wahlbergs, a couple of the kids from New Kids on the Block.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We were all at the same school. And I remember that shit because one of the, Krista McCullough, I believe was the name was. She was a school teacher from New Hampshire.
All right.
She was somewhere from around here in New England. And they like literally took everybody like in the classes and, this like TV time. And we were all got to watch, like the whole school watched that shit.
Yep.
And that shit was insane. Like to this day, I remember it. But you know something? And I'm going to say this is the worst part of it, though. Is this, you got to remember now, folks, just so I can preface it this is before the internet. This is before you had cell phones with chats and instantaneous fucking things. You had to, like post things in newspapers and fucking actual print and shit like that, and maybe on the radio, whatever. What amazed me was how quick motherfuckers had jokes about that.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you remember any of the jokes? Because the jokes were fucked
I ain't gonna lie.
Literally, within like a day.
I was a horrible kid, brother. None of y'all would have liked me as a kid. None of y'all would have liked me.
What did NASA stand for?
Oh shit! Do I really need to say
it? I'll say it. Look, fuck it.
I ain't saying it.
Need another 7 astronauts. Yo, because that's the thing. Like that shit is imprinted in your head. Because literally, I don't understand how quick those jokes spread. And people were telling them shit as quick as it was like, oh my God, like this is the most tragic thing in my lifetime that I could watch live on television unfold. These were heroes. And I told you, I was really into NASA. So I was always about NASA making leaps and bounds from man. NASA was Star Trek to me. Understand what I'm saying? I was expecting them to boldly go where no man had gone before. So to watch this thing unfold and all of a sudden to go from that to motherfuckers telling jokes and laughing about it like within 24 hours was insane. And again, this is before the internet. So like, how the fuck did these motherfuckers get these jokes all over the country and shit that fucking quick?
It spread quick. But I'll tell you, hey, for those of you that I admitted that I was saying those jokes to, I got my damn poetic justice because I ended up in the damn camp.
What, NASA camp?
No, it was it's called Camp Challenger. You do as a child when you do a severe crime, you end up doing severe time. I don't mean to laugh at that, but yes, that's ultimately what happened.
See, when you said Camp Challenger, I thought, oh my God, he got to go to like NASA camp, and he went to camp that was in honor of the shuttle, and he got to fly shuttles and do like G gravity.
Really? So not only was I dodging bullets as a kid, I was going to NASA camps. Right on.
Okay. Let me explain something to you about Jiggy, okay? As much as Jiggy's from the hood, there's half of me that is like a nerd, all right? I'm not a geek. I'm not a geek because I'm not good at tech. So this is how much of a fucking nerd I am. You know The Weeknd, the singer The Weeknd? You know that song? I can't feel my face when I'm with you. You know that song? Because he's talking about because I love it. That I don't know if you ever heard that song.
Nope.
No? Okay. So look up the song and listen to it.
All right.
I thought that literally the song was about this dude who was in love with this girl, and he loved her so much that when he saw her, all he could do was smile. And when he thinks about her, he's smiling, and he's just making this song about it. And then my niece, who was like one of his biggest fans, turns around and says, he's talking about cocaine. I'm like, what? He's talking about cocaine, Uncle. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, just burst my whole fucking bubble. Like, I was so fucked up over that because I was like, this is so cool in this new day and age that someone can make an old school love song. But no, Jiggy's just a fucking idiot. I'm an idiot. I thought that the Weeknd song was about love and some chick, but no, it's about cocaine. Y'all can laugh at me. Y'all can laugh. Lee, can you hear us?
I can hear y'all.
Can we hear you?
Can you?
Can we hear Lee?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Hello.
Hello, brother. How y'all doing tonight?
Lee,
brother. Welcome.
I'm in the new base, Lee. So what I did was I skipped to the other universe because I don't want them tracking me here because, they promoted me and, so now I'm about to do these secret fucking missions again and shit. So I can't be tracked in this other universe. So I'm in my fringe universe. I'm actually in the place I'm supposed to be right now.
Sorry, I keep my hands in front of the thing. I can't type and talk at the same time.
Who needs to type and talk? Just speak your mind. You have to say it now. You don't have to fucking type it anymore.
So
Just don't, hold on, wait. One disclaimer, Lee. We cannot have Lee. You cannot go off on anybody for 2 hours. Okay.
Of course. Why would I go
All
off on anybody?
So I really need to know. I really need to know this stuff. I just found out about this ASMR stuff, right?
Okay.
Where this ASMR stuff makes people's brains jizz.
What?
That's what I heard.
What
You got on that
Be
brain.
very, very quiet. We're
Listen.
hunting rabbits.
You have to
Whoa,
whisper.
listen.
You have to whisper. You have to whisper.
If what are people into? Like now, there's something that can help you jizz by listening to it, and then
What?
people having dreams about me peeing in their
Okay.
backpack and shit.
Do I sound?
If
Who
you're in
wants
the
to-
golden
Who wants to manage that though? Who wants to sell my pee?
Tell me.
Who wants to sell the jiggy juice? I need a manager. I need someone to sell the jiggy juice. So I'll just pee in random backpacks.
Pee in
You can send me a backpack. I'll pee in it and send it to you.
You need some pee in your backpack.
Yes. You need
Yeah.
some pee?
You
I don't
need
have-
some pee.
You're lucky I don't have my board in front of me right now with the pee sound.
The golden showers all in your backpack.
Hey, what happens in the secret space program stays in the secret space program.
No, I just realized what it is. I'm the King Kong in her story. That's all. I'm fucking Jack Johnson, the big old black dude, and I just gonna take her and grab her and shit, dude. The crazy thing is, like, all right. The thing about being black is that a lot of times people like to tell you that black people will find fucking conspiracies, like black conspiracies and everything. And then they won't even fucking look at the obvious, like what people pointed out. And King Kong is an obvious, the old school King Kong shit, especially if you watch the movies and read the book and see how it kind of plays out, it really does make sense what this motherfucker's mindset was. So, like, people are like, no, you're bugging. Like, nah, you're not bugging if you really look into it, what the fuck the movie was about and how it was kind of written and what the boxer and what he was doing and how he got in trouble and shit for marrying white women and sneaking them across state lines and shit. Yellow. Just
I'm
saying.
not talking. I'm just saying nothing.
Leebot.
It happens, unfortunately, way more often than it shouldn't.
Lee, you've seen it firsthand. You remember fucking International UFO Congress when dude like got all swelled up in the chest and ran up on me and shit, dude.
Security!
Yo, I will say this
75.
though. You see the funny shit though, right? Because you see the woman how she came to me first because she thought I was the aggressive one. But you see the security dude they bought though, that big old Samoan motherfucker was standing in front of me. Yo, that dude stood right in front of me. I was like, that's I'm just gonna keep my hand. That's what I said to him. I said, if you see what I'm doing, my hands are right here because I am not the aggressive person here. Like,
You remember,
ask
I
anybody
walked
what's
up
going
about
on.
10 minutes after that happened.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I just got to watch the after effects, and then Disclosure Con was 10 times even more crazy. So
I'm gonna call it Stalker Con because I got stalked. Like I got accused of being the aggressive, the big scary King Kong. King Kong was at an International UFO Congress and he was walking around beating his chest, chasing the little poor white woman and shit. And the reality was, again, Jiggy was not walking around with any camera. He wasn't taking. I took very few pictures, very few video because I don't do that shit. Like it's not what I go to this stuff for. It's more the interactions and actually paying attention to what's going on. So I don't do any of that. But as I'm walking around, that's when I went back and I would tweet and I would say, put that shit on Facebook and Twitter, like, dude. I'm not the one walking around with the camera pointed at me and shit and all there, like her entourage and shit, all fucking mean mugging me everywhere I fucking go and shit. It ain't me.
give me 1 minute, I'll be right back.
Got you. And then I come to find out from people who are like, yeah, well, Lily, what was going on was she was taking pictures and video of you and sending it to people like, oh my God, Jiggy's this big, aggressive, scary dude. And it's like none of that. Like none of that. You talk to Ben Hansen, you talk to the vendors there that I got stuff to people I was talking to. I talked to Dolan, I talked to his wife. The only people I had any negative interactions with were the two fucking assholes who I was calling out. And the thing was, especially with old girl, was that I literally still have the fucking text interactions with her where I went to her first because, like her, I'm someone who has survived brain injury and traumatic brain shit. My brain has been cut open and shit and everything. Like I can understand that. So I reached out to her first to try to make the buffer of everything, like try to get an understanding what was going on because when I call people out, they just don't like it. Right, and it turned into all that. And it was just fucking hilarious how that shit played out at this thing. Like, I'm not the aggressive dude. That's why I say to you, Michael, like, I don't go there to beat my chest, to confront anybody, to prove any points. my whole thing is I go to events for them to prove something to me. Like
Right.
maybe at this particular event, they may actually have some real tangible information or some real credible fucking something there that I can see. Like this is real. Like here it is, Jiggy. Like finally, we can show this today, and it's here, and I can see that. And I also get to interact with some of these people on a personal basis and have had conversations with them.
Right.
So it's like I'm not an aggressive person, contrary to how I look, my size, and everything like that. Like that is not me. My line of work, what I did, has nothing to do with who I am. I go to these things for genuine interactions and to try to learn something and to find the truth.
Right.
And I just haven't found it.
Let me share you something that happened. Let me share with you guys something that happened to me at a conference recently last year, or excuse me, 2019. The thing of it is that okay. Well, let me backtrack here. I'm not going to go to these conferences. Going to be doing one of these numbers. All I want to do is get tangible evidence of either they're telling the truth or they're not. Like with Greer, I can clearly tell that he was not. He would not allow us to film his fucking CE5 event. I'm telling you, it was staged and he was fucking flying drones over us. He would not allow us to do that. Ever since I went public with this information, he's blocked me on every fucking social media site. I've been fucking stonewalled from multiple fucking UFO whatever's FB groups. Just because I came out and said, look, dude, when he goes back to Contact in the Desert, I'm going there with hidden cameras. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to catch him in the act. Because people have to know this shit, man. People have to know this shit. You're not going to take my fucking word for it.
But see, that's also how you know that they're full of shit. Because the problem I have with all of them, Shitty Ranch, Skinwalker Ranch, all these Greers, all these places where these people do stuff, is that the onus is on them to say to somebody who really are skeptical, like, okay, you know what? Fuck you all. Come spend a week or come spend a day, whatever, at my ranch. Bring all your equipment. Bring your best equipment. You can come and film and do whatever, and then take it back, and you will prove our point that these aliens or these spaceships or this portal or whatever is here. They won't do that.
Right.
It's all a bunch of bullshit that's easily debunked and easily can be shown that it's drones, that it's fucking flares, that it's people riding around on fucking ATVs with all kinds of shit, that they're going out of their way to try to give these people an experience that is not legitimate. After all these years, Skinwalker Ranch, how many documentaries have been done? How many fucking people have supposedly investigated that place? How much money? Was it Bob Bigelow wasn't the one who was involved with, wasn't he the one that was involved with Skinwalker Ranch or still is?
Yep.
Like, to do with all this money, has the onus would be on him to prove that shit. Wouldn't you want to prove it?
Right.
They can't prove anything.
Nothing. Where have they proven anything? Show me where it's proven.
I can show you where they contradicted each otot's.
Oh, of course they are. Listen, let me come with some simple equipment. That's all I need to do. And I'll just, if it's there, listen, I'll be the first person to eat crow. I will go live. They tell me they want me to go live every day for a month, every day for a year, because I found some real evidence. I'll be the biggest trumpet blower. I'll be out here fucking marching in to be the leader of their fucking marching that parade and the band and shit for them. Let people know, listen, you turn Jiggy into a believer.
Yep.
Absolutely, I would do that. But give me the opportunity to do that. Don't just tell me that I'm wrong because you put so much shit on YouTube and you've made documentaries that are on Amazon Prime. Guess what? You know what? You know what's really fucking cool? That some people may not even know. Jiggy's in a show on Amazon Prime. Paranormal Hood has a couple episodes of a show on Amazon Prime. Ooh.
What to do?
Ooh, what to do?
That's why it's funny with everything that's happened recently with the lawsuits. Gaia, Widener, High, C-Dub, all of them. And then that Matt dude coming out with his fourth dimensional crap, and everyone jumping on that bandwagon. And then that stuff crossed over into John, and the stuff with what everyone's now calling boo and nonsense. They are afraid of saying the 17th letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, don't say it here, man. I don't want to get banned. I just got here.
Well, like I said, there's lawsuits about this stuff now.
I know.
These people keep pushing this narrative. They're going to have people looking into these rabbit holes that do with psychological operations. And like I said, I've watched a few people lose their minds over this shit in the last few years, and they think it's all about, Jordan Seda and dumbass fucking Jay-Z Knight and all those people with Corsi in them. And I'm like, it's a lot more people than just that. And they are influencing a good million plus to grift them out of money. That's You know, like I says, it was the Boomer scam, the Swiss Indo, Gashara, Nashara stuff.
Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna pose this to the people in chat. If you guys, because I'm rolling a blunt, I need you to kind of help me watch the chat. In all the lawsuits and stuff, this is the one thing that I found is that the only victim to me, I really think, in the lawsuits is CW. I like maybe people like Stina who kind of got like the cease and desist, but they're not really necessarily in the lawsuit. But the only person I really feel like the victim is CW because all the other people are all intertwined. Okay, they were all down with each other.
What I'm saying is there's a lot more people involved besides that very small group of people there. There's
but who else? But who else? I mean, I know Docsgate, Joe for the Carolina, but he's not part of he's not being sued though. I don't believe he's being sued himself
because he was told by people that there was some viable threats a couple of years ago against him. That's why he backed off when they were trying to get him fired.
Right, but I'm not trying to belittle that. But I'm saying in the actual lawsuits themselves, like I feel like CW is the only victim because he's not really he wasn't down with them. He wasn't one of them.
That's one lawsuit out of 15. Remember that.
Right, but who else is he suing that wasn't somebody that was in his
That's
camp?
Where that Liz chick coming forward from the good seminars that they were doing. And her new case will shift that whole narrative right there alone.
Listen, I don't understand how there is a case. Like this shit is so weird to me that
they
haven't just taken him into court and said, listen, come to the court real quick. Tell us your fucking story. Let me hear who the fuck you are, what you're about. Same thing with Ari Stone. Same thing with all of them. Like you have these crazy fucking stories about dreams and shit. Just do that and get it over with.
I don't want to speak about Cam being out of pocket here, but didn't he get dragged into this somehow as a witness or something now?
Did he? I guess. I don't know.
With his remote viewing of the things that don't exist in a box that doesn't exist.
Oh, listen, I guess.
So like I said, that's where it got really weird when that is a different case than the cases that have to do with defamation, slander, and cyber stalking that have been going on between other parties involved now. There's this whole thing with this person named Toddy Westbrook without a crystal ball that connects to this guy named Unirock and a whole bunch of other people.
Say a crystal ball.
Yeah, it's like we just call her without a crystal ball because that's her YouTube handle and her legal name. Literally, you say it, and you can get dragged into another lawsuit.
No, but don't be saying her name over here.
Like I said, so everyone knows this that is in this makeup, multi-level marketing conglomerate of groups of people that are falling around. It connects to Jeffree Star, Shane Dawson, Lily Jean, and some other people. So like I said, it got completely crazy. And these people have been going around doxing and harassing people for the last at least year plus that I know of. And it all came together from just YouTubers going on other YouTube channels. That's all the backbone of what the drama is. It's
and you know what?
The T. They had the T.
You know what I'm going to say to them motherfuckers? Fuck you all. Because when I first got into this, I could simply go and talk to people about ghosts. I could simply go and talk to people about Bigfoot. I could simply go and talk to people about UFOs. I could simply go to talk to people about Coral Castle and other fucking things that are these wondrous things that I'm trying to figure out if they're real and fake. And now we're into all this other crazy shit. Like these motherfuckers have fucked up a perfectly good community.
Well, that's where it's fun now because they've taken a narrative and spun it so out of control. When RDS went on InfoWars and said there were sex slaves on Mars, he actually, well, if you want there to be, there are, then it says you can have that narrative. If you want to trust that narrative, go ahead. Trust the plan. I'll switch right into John D'Souza and a bunch of other names now.
God. John D'Souza.
Oh, God. Trust me. Wano Savin and Miles Johnson are also connected.
You hear what I said, though?
Yeah.
I changed it. It's John Snoozer now. He's been on Paranormal Hood. He sounded really great when he was on here, but I've seen him live. I've talked to him. He's a really, really nice guy. Another great guy to talk to. He's got his shit together when he talks about shit, but... if you were really like you're patting yourself the real live X-Files guy, then if you were fucking Mulder, you'd have some fucking evidence. Like Mulder was all about getting the evidence, holding on to it, and proving some shit. He's proven nothing, dude. I've never. When you go to someone who's supposed to blow your mind because they're this insider and stuff like that, and they literally do a 2-hour presentation, but they do a 2-hour presentation of every regurgitated fucking video you've watched on YouTube. When I literally tell you, and I know everybody has seen this if you're into ufology, that there was a video once of these aliens that was supposed to be like a close-up view of them, and they had like a little saucer, there was a little window, and there was the 2 aliens in the window, and you could see that they were aliens. He literally showed that shit at one of his talks. and was talking about how this is real. And then he showed the Rock of the Dome. You know, the Rock of the Dome, supposed UFO, Rock of the Dome in Israel that, you know, it shoots up in the air and shoots back down, shoots up in the air. This is the shit that he's showing. And I'm like, I've seen all this shit. I've researched this shit for years. Like, how does this make you a legit X-Men? How does this make you a legit insider? It doesn't. Like, pull out a fucking ray gun, pull out a fucking alien tooth that somebody can come and fucking test right now. But yo, this is really from an alien I took this shit from. None of that. You just got a bunch of fucking the same old stories and circle jerk of ufology that we've been hearing for 20 years.
True that.
Nothing new.
Well, it's science fiction going back 70 years.
Oh, it's science fiction at its worst.
Well, you mix in a little science fiction with a little science fact. You add in a little bit of woo-woo and word magic here, and you get people looking into stuff. Like I said, it's easy to debunk, but they're going to buy your book about sacred geometry and, you know, what's that one do with the orgone energy crystal stuff that everyone loves to sell everywhere now?
How about forbidden nonsense for the mindless? That was my homie too.
Well, that's the thing is you burn bridges in this just coming on and talking about this stuff. You'll burn bridges because
those bridges. I've probably burned every fucking bridge I made.
The bridges are burned. Like, I'm not trying to fucking kiss nobody's ass. I go and pay my money to go to these events. I don't bother nobody. And
well, that's why it got to really piss me off a year ago when these people that I thought were cool with each other started, you know, throwing shade. I don't know. Because that's the thing is it's so disgusting, some of the behavior we've seen some of the people do in these chat rooms to each other, even that they're friends with the like I said, how do you get around that issue that exists these days?
Human beings, brother. People, we're human beings. Everybody eats, sleeps, and shit, and everybody has an opinion and attitude. They got everything going on. Where's my fucking lighter? How long we been on here? God damn.
I'm not even paying attention.
It's been like almost an hour and 40 minutes. Guys are lucky, see. What's up, Mac? I don't know if I know you. Are you new here? Or are you somebody else I know? But I just like to know. It's cool to see some names I haven't seen before. Again, this is my small channel, so I've never really put a whole lot of stuff on here. So it's kind of funny that this much stuff is going on right now. It's probably the most people have ever watched this channel when it was live. Hold on, let's see something. Give me 1 second. I got messages going on. La 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 la.
Man,
I didn't mean to do that. God damn it.
All this talk about suing people, I don't even know if I want to talk about shit that I've experienced.
No, don't talk about nothing about that could get you sued.
There's nothing.
Once again, they can only they would have to send a cease and desist through a legal attorney that has a legal bar number, and then they'd have to find out about jurisdiction and discovery. And at this point, please sue me, somebody. I would love to get into discovery with someone about this stuff right now.
Right? Seriously, prove your shit because I can prove mine.
That's where I see some people come in and talk about Greer, and then I'm like going, which you guys got to remember, there's two different Greers with Patty Greer and Stephen Greer. And there's two different narratives there alone. That's where a lot of people get really messed up if they're new to this and they're like, as we say, the newbies.
Oh, the newbies, or the normies and shit. Are we normies?
Yeah, and it's with
aren't there lovely names like that? The normies. I love when people call people normies. That's hilarious.
The normies.
Fucking normie.
Muggles. A bunch of muggles here.
Oh my God. What's the chick's name that said that shit to me? Oh, what the hell is her name? Oh, something occult priestess. Isn't that her name and shit?
Okay, I get occult's pretty freaking. She's a good character. I do like her.
I don't dislike her. I don't speak in tongue. Like, I don't speak in confusion. Like, I just speak to me like a normal fucking human being. Like, I don't need you to fucking then tell me I'm a muggle or you're speaking elfin and shit. Like, I wasn't that much into Lord of the Rings. Okay, yeah, I'm just not. Like,
Apolia with her magic wands.
Harry Potter either. I'm gonna confess something to most people. If you're a Harry Potter fan, God bless you. I did not. Harry Potter 1 was cool. But I'm not into Harry Potter. Like, it completely lost me. The coolest thing to Harry Potter I've seen Harry Potter was when I was at Universal Studios and they had the big ass dragon with the fucking the fire. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen Harry Potter.
Story about her being a witch and her books being actually banned in America from Catholic groups and stuff.
And J.K. Rowling. What's her?
Yeah, J.K. Rowling.
Well, she got a whole bunch of shit. I don't even want to fucking because she got a bunch of shit going on. I think she's like a transphobe and everything. So I'm good with her.
Right, that's true.
Yeah,
and
so I'm all set with her.
Well, like I says, that's interesting with the Johnny Depp stuff going on there.
Okay,
That's why she had to
God
fire
damn you,
him.
Lee's like,
from
now
that.
it's Johnny Depp. Like, dude, you are like like you need to fuck TMZ. You need to work for
I'll be back.
TMZ.
I'm gonna have a drink.
Like, you need to go, like, especially with all this shit going on. Like, you know who we know who was in the news, who was at like international, who was at Disclosure Con and shit like that. Like all that shit. They need to hire you right now as a fucking advisor. TMZ, if you're listening, everybody knows TMZ. Tell them to hire Lee Veltman.
I would take a job from them.
Yes, you should.
I'd rather come on with you once so we can just chit chat. It's a lot simpler, and you don't have to freaking have a network guarding your words.
And you know what's great about me, Lee? You know what's great in all this stuff is that no matter all the stuff that I say about any of these people over the years, the stuff that I've seen and witnessed and stuff like that, I don't take pictures. I don't take video other than like the picture of like me and fucking Rob. What's his name? Was it Rob Count?
Yeah, me, you, and Rob. That was freaking hilarious.
No, my favorite ending was when Ben Chastain was leaving and he walked by and he was like, "Hey, Paranormal Hood, right? I'm going to look you up. I'm going to check you guys out." I was like, "You do that, brother." And to this day, I really, if anybody knows Ben, I would just like to know if he checked this out, what he thinks about that.
I think Alexis, I talked to him there for a little bit. He like says he's married to an Asian chick. He says he's a really, really nice guy, but like says that's what's like,
dude, he is a businessman.
But that's what I'm sitting on is he's also a businessman that's a true believer, and that's where it's like, and he's doing all those jokes with those dudes down there in Hawaii, making the ultimate donkey.
But here's the thing.
Jokes with Laura.
But here's the thing. Let's be honest, Lee, because I'm going to tell you something. The one thing that I gathered from talking to them, being on the panel with them, spending time listening to them talk that whole weekend, is that I don't think that they're true believers. I think that this was a business that they jumped into. No. And I'm not talking about some of them, but I don't think that Ben and Rob are. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to explain the difference there. I think Ben believes in some of it, and I think Rob's just a grifter.
And I have no idea who the hell you guys are talking about.
Edge of Wonder guys.
Edge of Wonder.
Epic Times and that stuff there. So like it's a lot of people have been talking about this stuff in different groups for a long time.
All right.
It just that's and people don't separate that stuff from the Avalon, Camelot, Basis Project, Gaia issues that are there.
Is that all rabbit hole shit, or I mean, because I don't really.
All of that stuff builds off of each other. That's what the thing is. It's a whole network you have to tear down now to expose these people grifting off of each other's story.
I'm trying to fucking figure.
It's been fun trolling Cassidy and Lear when they were flipping out at each other and they were saying that the moon's in low Earth orbit. Like, I'm like, holy crap, you guys are going one step away from woo-woo crazy conspiracy crap. And they went there. And I was just like, okay, I don't want to be a part of that narrative or a part of that group of people. So I started stepping away from that stuff.
Listen,
like I said, when the Swiss Indo, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, Atwood, other people.
Lee, breathe, Lee. Charlie Ward, Charlie Murphy, Eddie Murphy, Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart.
You said you met Daniken. You said you met Daniken.
I meant, what did you say?
Jiggy did.
You said
Vaughn Daniken?
Yeah.
No, I had the opportunity to meet him. What's his name? George Snorri, all of them. I just didn't take the opportunity.
No.
What I saw is like as he's walking around at these conventions, like he's treated like you would think he was like Sean Connery or some shit.
Yeah, I saw
this like they treat him like he's like a celebrity.
You know that photo I posted of Travis Walton?
Yeah.
Him in the car. I posted that on my thing. That was actually a circle of all of us. It was Travis Walton, myself, Tiffany, Crix, Giorgio, Ramon, what's his face, Von Daniken, this guy, this big Christian dude that he's in Vegas. I forgot his name, but he thinks that extraterrestrials are angels or demons or something like that.
Not Gilead, right? Like, where's Gilead from?
I don't know.
The N5D people with the Nephilim Anunnaki stuff again. Yeah.
One thing that I will not miss about like going to these conferences is that people do come up to you and they start talking this crazy shit, and you really don't want to be rude. It's like, okay, look, take your bird stuff that way. I'm gonna go over here and smoke a You know what I mean?
I couldn't believe how many Archangel Michaels I met at the different conventions. There's like different dudes. I was like, they're all Michael, and they're like, and they would start, the Archangel Michael. And
all right, can I ask y'all a question?
Wow.
The actual Archangel Michael. When I start seeing other Archangel Michaels helping other people in this community, then they can call themselves Archangel Michael.
All right, I'm gonna ask. Let's play a quick game here, okay? I'm gonna play a game with you guys, and we can play with
Those
the
of
chat
you who are
too.
members of my group know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
All right, but if anybody, if you can hear me in the chat, so I need someone to help me monitor the chat. We're gonna play a game here, okay?
Right on.
This game is gonna be based on things that have been said to me that I've encountered at these events, okay? And I want to let you tell me if these things are racist. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Go for it.
You speak very well.
Oh.
People have kept telling me that I speak very well. Like I kept hearing that repetitively. Even Billy Carson commented on that. Like I'm so well spoken. Is that racist?
Like you're.
No, I didn't get the for. It was just you're very well spoken. I don't know what they expect.
Okay.
If I was supposed to have a piece of fried chicken while I was drinking some grape soda, had some watermelon, and was wearing my little, shuck and jive suit and started talking about aliens, like, boss, I've done seen some aliens over there.
Okay, you're doing it right there.
See, that's how I'm supposed to talk, sir.
Hey, let me. This is for the people watching, and including you, Lee. Knowing what I know, only black people know this. I'm telling you.
No, that's not true. That's not
No.
true.
No. What I'm about to say here is only black people will know this. What I'm about to say.
I'll hear it.
Even back in the 90s, racism was even in the black community itself. Do you know where the original, like Oreo? Where did that come from? If you were white, even
you're just getting into dialectics now, actually,
and they hated my black friends. It was. But
I'm not disagreeing with you. Unfortunately, there
was racism in between light-skinned cats, dark-skinned cats, and actual Africans from Africa.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's unfortunately true.
Not joking.
You mean? Let's be honest. That there was a time when the darker population amongst African American folks or people who weren't from here, West Indians, Haitians, all the ends, weren't really widely accepted. Like everybody kind of wanted to be English speaking, like I'm from America and I might be mixed or whatever type shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Like people, if you don't understand that culture, absolutely.
It was bad for a while.
Shit, black folks are the most racist people to other black folks in a lot of occasions. Don't get it twisted. Like,
okay, what do you think about Charlemagne the God?
Grandmother. She was racist as fuck.
Hey, Jiggy.
What do I think about Charlemagne? I think he's an entertainer. I think that's what he wants to be entertaining as fuck.
So what do you think about Hillary saying she has hot sauce in her bag on the Breakfast Club interview there?
That she was doing what a lot of them do, especially this is where people, like when it comes to parties and shit, I think that there's one party that fucking likes to fucking cozy up the black folks, and Hillary was very representative
of it. Red zone laws, the Democratic Party.
Because tell me right now. So even because she's from where's she from? I forget where the fuck Hillary's from, but even
Chicago,
if she did,
what they did in Arkansas.
But I'd like to roll up on Hillary right now and see Hillary have some fucking hot sauce in her purse. That bitch ain't never had no fucking hot sauce in her purse the day before or the day after. That shit was a prop. And that's what she was told to do, and that's what she was doing. She was just trying to fucking kiss up the black people because she thought that was going to help her in the moment. Like, whatever.
Hot sauce on your channel, maybe you'll get some money from it. I'll promote some hot sauce real quick. Yeah.
No, I don't even. It wasn't even a promotion for any company. It wasn't even that. Like it wasn't like she was like, I put this or everything. No, she didn't even do that.
Product placement,
but it wasn't for product placement. It was that was placement of saying or doing something she thought that was going to make her black people cozy up. They're like, oh my god, like
but
Hillary used the hot
drama with Nick Cannon and Richard Professor Griff.
I mean, they are what they are. Listen, people. It's again. There's always going to be people who have certain opinions about stuff. They're not representative of anybody but themselves. They're allowed to think what they want to think. It plays back to the conspiracies, the evil fucking, who's supposed to be the bad people that control everything. There's always a scapegoat. George Soros' name gets thrown. Listen, if this dude has his hand in everything that people say, he'd be broke by now. Like literally, they blame everything they possibly can on that fucking guy. Like, and I get it. He might not be the best guy in the world, and he's had some hand. And he's
you're getting into Cambridge Analytics and the Koch brothers stuff with some real stuff with Crossfire Hurricane. So Did they steal the election? Is Trump going to be put into the presidency on March the 4th?
Listen, listen.
Oh God!
YouTubers have said recently.
Don't even. No.
I'm a huge skeptic, just so everybody knows.
All right, I don't even want to talk that shit here.
Yeah,
just more stupid people with more stupid shit.
But they're in our group of friends. They're in our circle.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, people are entitled. They're going to believe whatever they want to believe. I am a 51-year-old man who knows people in their 80s who are still waiting for Jesus to come back.
Hey, man.
They're still waiting for God to save
He's going to come down on that golden circle city one day soon.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. In all my years of my life, all the paranormal experiences I've had, all the investing I've done, the one thing that has not happened ever?
Yeah.
You've never seen anyone being raised from the dead?
No one from the other side, but not even that. No one from the other side has come to me and be like, yo, it's all real, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like God or the devil or hell or heaven, none of that shit. No one has put any of that shit together. None of it. So whatever. Like they're gonna people go listen, believe whatever the fuck you wait, whatever you want to wait, whatever savior you're waiting for, good luck. I have died and come back, and I'm gonna tell you something. I keep telling people, my experience was my experience. I've explained it 100 times. It didn't tell me anything to help anybody.
But you believe in the eternal.
Do I something? I mean, what's the eternal though?
The ether?
Eternal energy.
Once again,
whatever.
That's everyone has a different opinion there.
Right.
So,
Lee, for everybody, okay, I didn't start doing psychedelics, and I haven't even done them in a couple of years until I was 47, years of age. And the first thing I did was DMT, and I did 2 DMT trips back to back.
Ooh.
And when I tell you that is the closest experience I have had since October 2006, when my brain exploded and everything that happened, it is the closest thing that I can tell you to being to wherever I was at and whatever the experience is, which tells me that either it's just my brain when I died and all that shit went on that was firing on its last synapses and put me in a comfortable place, or possibly wherever psychedelics took me on DMT is the place that I'm going to go where I die, because it was the most comfortable I felt when I was there. And I said this, I don't even know if you were at the room at Conscious Life Expo when I spoke, but I said something that I had never told anybody, not one person. And I simply said that the one thing in my whole experience when all that happened is that the only thing that bothers me, and it still bothers me to this day, is that I didn't get a choice whether or not I wanted to come back. And people say that's selfish. It's like, oh, would you have a death wish or something? Like you rather had stayed? Fucking right. I'd rather had stayed where I was at. I'm not going to lie to you. That shit was a cool, comfortable fucking place. It was the same thing when I was on DMT. I felt completely in control. I felt completely in a cool fucking place where I was not scared of anything. Nothing about the DMT, the immediate experience scared me at first because the breathing aspect of it. But once I got past that and understood that I wasn't dying, that I could breathe and I was fine and I was made to feel comfortable, it was the same thing when I was going through that shit with my brain. I was prepared for death. I was prepared to not come back. Like everything that they told me is like, once your aneurysm, if it bursts and all this stuff happens, like you're not going to survive. Like you're going to die. And that's fine. I was cool with that. Like I was prepared for all that. So it was like weird that, if there is this other side thing too, like you don't really get a choice. Like, I was just like, okay, you got to go back. All right, I'm back. And I wake up, and that's why I still think maybe I'm in a coma. Or maybe I did die. Maybe this is death. And I'm sorry. It's not to belittle. I don't, please, when I say that, I'm not trying to take anybody's life experience away from them, trying to belittle anybody's life like, oh, this is the jiggy fucking show, like the Truman Show, whatever. I don't know how this works. Like we could all be fucking dead at some point. Something happened to all of us, and somehow our consciousness still connect. I don't fucking know. But I just
had the same fucking conversation with Tiffany, dude. Like not even 2 days ago. No, 2 weekends ago. I felt like there's the things that are, oh shit, forget it. Experiences that have been happening. I feel like, I don't know, like it's not real.
I'll say this. I don't think once you go through traumatic experiences and stuff.
You think that might be what it is?
I don't think that you ever fully get 2 feet back in this reality. I know that may sound weird. I know that maybe some of the stuff that we talk about on Paranormal Hood, that it may sound contradictory to people or whatever, but I've been very adamant about how I feel about things and stuff. And I don't really talk a lot about it because to me, some of it still sounds like woo, but I don't think that once you die or once you've gone through something extremely traumatic, like once you get even at PTSD level and stuff, I don't feel like you really get 2 feet back on this realm, this reality, whatever you want to call it. And it's not anything crazy. It's not any kind of psychosis. I'm not saying that. I'm not justifying anybody trying to, make it sound, oh, well, this is just crazy. I'm saying that it's just, you just don't feel like you're really connected 100% here anymore. I've just never felt like I was 100% back here. Like I've just been 100% all in this place. I don't know if that sounds weird to people. I don't know how to explain it, but it's truly how I feel. And I've said that before, and it just is what it is.
Hey, is that cool if I bring Tiff up in here?
Yeah, of course.
Right on. I'm gonna send her.
I'm gonna bring Spooky up in here too.
Right on. Oh, right on.
I don't know. Do I have a limit? Or I might have. Is there a limit how many people can be in here?
Oh, my bad. What'd you say?
I don't know if there's a limit to how many people can. Spooky, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hi. How's it going? You can have up to 10 people, by the way.
Okay. I don't know because I do the free thing. I haven't done the paid thing.
No, the paid thing just takes away the watermark.
I still wanted to thank you again, Spooky, for coming live with us on New Year's night. That was
awesome.
Time, that was so much fun.
That was really cool. Thank you for letting me ride along with you. That was really cool.
Man. Shit, it's an absolute honor, man. Seriously, you stayed with us for fucking so long. How long were we on live? 3 hours? Shit.
I was longer than that. It was like 5 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning by the time I went to sleep.
Oh shit!
Breaking news.
Yeah. Shit. Give me 1 second. I'm texting Tiff right quick.
Got you.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome into the conversation, Spooky. I was spilling my guts.
Yeah, I was listening. That was really interesting experience to hear. Like I've had it. I wasn't like a clinically dead experience, but it was a kind of out of body experience. It was kind of similar, where I've been in like a really peaceful place for a while and then come back, and it's been like, whoa, what? There's no choice about coming back. I really understood that.
Yeah, I don't know if people have ever gotten a choice or how it works, but I definitely didn't, which was just weird to me. Like, I just was like, I'm not the fucking Black Panther or something. No one was like, go back, T'Challa. Like, I'm not fucking moving heaven. I'm no superhero and shit. It's like, if it's time for peace, I just have some fucking peace. Like, let a motherfucker go. Like, hello? No, I can't do that. All right, fuck you. Thank you for sending me back to this bullshit. And then I end up having more surgery and more fucking crazy shit. It's like, dang. And then, it's some of the most condescending shit that people say to survivors of any kind of traumatic whatever. It wasn't your time. You have other work to do. Like, what the fuck? Like, who am I doing this work for? Did I sign up for this job? Did I get some fucking benefits from this fucking job that I didn't sign up for? Like, I'm supposed to be back here? Like, okay, thank you. That really helped me. Great. Yeah, I have a purpose. What the fuck is that fucking purpose? Like, stop.
Yeah, for real, though.
To pay the federal government.
This.
Be on YouTube right now talking my fucking random version of all this fucking crazy paranormal shit with my homies and shit. Like, that's my purpose, I guess.
We're here to expose the grifters in the freaking UFOlogy community.
Dude, but you know what's funny? Like, let's be honest too. What's so crazy about it is that if you really think about what this community is in the big scheme of things, it's such a small thing. So let's even say that 98% of it is bullshit, right? Like, really, how much are we really even exposing in the big scheme of things? Yeah. Because until all this shit hit the news, like, the average person you were going to talk to didn't even know any of these names. And now the media is doing stories on these fucking people and stuff like that. And they think it's all good shit. Like, oh, like Jordan Sather on the Jet. What is it? What's that fucking show he was on when he was getting clowned and didn't even realize it? But that's these
Goodman, a lot of them.
Comedy
like,
Central.
You're not being called out for anything good. So it's like, yeah, you guys think these 5 minutes of fame that you're getting is great, but in the long run, it's not. Like, people are calling you out on a bigger scale for your bullshit. It's going to be that much harder for you to grift and shit. Like, if these people are smart, if these expos and stuff and cons, they're going to distance themselves from a lot more than just Corey Good and David Wilcox. You know, it's like, how much of this shit are you going to keep putting out there where it's going to come back to bite you in the ass?
Well, that's why it's kind of difficult for people if they don't know where that narrative started with that sealed indictment and that he was pushing MMS bleach as a cure for autistic disorders and other things that he was doing. They don't really know how some of the rhetoric he was using a couple of years ago was so dangerous.
And you know what else is too? You know what's funny? What this sets up? It's not funny, but it's actually ironic that what this also sets up is that Some of these people speaking at these events where they always used to worry about the feds and, the letter name fucking departments showing up in there. They're doing their psyops and they have people planted and stuff. Yeah, they're going to be watching you motherfuckers more now.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be because of anything that you guys are actually a threat in a sense of aliens or any real shit. It's because of the stupid shit that you've put out that has become a fucking phenomenon that has led people to do some dangerous shit.
Yeah.
So now you got what you wanted, but not in the way that you wanted, not the attention that you thought you were going to get. They're fucking idiots. Like, you literally set yourself up for all the other bullshit that you said about everything, about arrest, about all this, who's sealed indictments and all this type of shit. Yeah, all that shit is coming down, but it's not happening to any of the people they were talking about. It's happening to all of them.
Well, it's like every fad. It just like fizzles out and then recedes, and then the next wave of whatever comes along, and then that's the next wave that people are grifting on.
Yeah, but the scary thing about this particular grift, that one letter, is that these people sat back and saw it grow in popularity and thought that popularity was a good thing for them, which it was for a little while because it paid dividends. But in the long run, it's going to be the complete opposite. Like, they have a spotlight shined on them now that they thought was supposed to be some other shit. Like, it's going to be that Dark Alliance or that evil cabal. The spotlight's on them. No, it's on you. Like, you're literally what looked at as the evil cabal and the Dark Alliance that you always talk about. Like, literally, whatever they talk about that's negative is literally who and what they all are. Every fucking one of them.
Yep.
Not to
They
interject.
talk about projection, and that's all they do.
Absolutely.
I want to hear your shit too, Jolly, please. Thank you. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I had a thought a second ago.
Are
Are we entering the post-New Age era?
You can't. Oh, wait.
What?
I don't know what happened.
No. I was just talking to Jolly with sign language.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I didn't want to interrupt.
sorry.
No worries.
I was just thinking that, are we entering the post-New Age era?
I don't
So
know.
we
what
just
the
kind of
fuck-
had like this big boom of New Age stuff, and now it's just all kind of imploded and it's being picked apart from the inside.
Well, I don't think the New Age, the spirituality aspect of going away. I think it's just who's the big
A
face.
cleansing, more like.
There'll just be a changing of the guard.
Yeah.
That's what it will be. It'll just have to. There's going to have to be a changing of the guard. Like, they just can't carry on the way. But there'll just be other people who will step up and spin it a whole different way. But ufology and things like that, it's not going to go away. It's just going to look different.
Sign language.
There's going to be such a change in the next year because of the people who are pushing what, like, says, is it New Age? Yeah, but it's the same old age of Aquarius. This is the dawning, that whole New Age woo-woo stuff that, for anyone who's done paranormal or esoteric research even a little bit, can see through real quickly.
I can't comment. I can't comment on the commenting thingy.
You can't comment on what the who.
I'm trying to tell Jolly, I want to hear her story about what happened when she was clinically dead for 6 minutes.
Oh,
I've heard
want
that story.
to hear that
She's
story.
a great girl.
6
Yeah,
minutes?
I want to hear that story. I had a friend who got hit by a truck while as a pedestrian. He got hit so hard, the Jeep hit him so hard, the freaking his foot came off, like in his shoe. They had to reattach it. He was dead for God knows how long. He told me that he saw his grandmother and a bunch of people telling him to go back, and I believe him because he was my homie, and we went through a whole lot. He wouldn't lie about something like that.
But I also think that experiences like that, like when you
It might have been the whole. Yeah, I feel you on that one.
I think that they're all tailored to the individual. I think that your near-death experience or death experiences are tailored to whatever you kind of believe in life.
Right.
I've heard people over the years who've even called it a show and said, "Oh, I died, but when I died, I saw Michael Jackson or whatever, or I saw the devil, or I saw whatever." I think that
If I die,
whatever you feel like in life kind of chases you in death, and that's kind of what meets you or greets you. I don't know. Again, like everybody's.
that would be dope as
experience
fuck to see Robin Williams when I die. Hey, buddy, what's up? Let's
See,
go.
but that's the whole thing. Like, I could care less about any celebrity. I could care less about any of that. I'd like to
that's
see
the only one
like-
celebrity
like,
I would have known. When he fucking died, he died a day before my fucking birthday, dude.
Well,
Uh,
I don't know. The only celebrity that I never
I didn't
met,
have parents in the traditional sense, brother. I'm the cable guy. I had fucking TV, for Christ's sake. You know what I'm saying? I had TV and homies in
yeah, you had the community too, though.
yeah, exactly.
That's how most. That's how most people were raised. The community raised you too. Yeah, you may have had parents, but you also had the community that raised you. That's kind of how old school is.
I was very
that doesn't
lucky.
exist anymore.
Friends that I had.
know?
That's exactly what. It's the whole survivor's guilt shit, brother. It's some fucking bullshit.
You can't have survivor's guilt, man. It's just. Again,
I'm trying. Hey, dude. I can't.
Will
No,
When you
you can't carry that weight. You can't carry that weight, brother.
change the subject.
It's not.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. I really don't.
I hear you. I got you. Listen, again, it's all life is complicated. It is a complicated.
Do you trust the taco?
Do I what?
Do you trust the taco?
I trust Taco Fall.
Well, no, it's like trust the plan, but trust the taco. I just
Trust
trust
the
in tacos
plan.
Taco.
by Shez and Taco Bell.
But see, the taco could mean a bunch of different things because there's a version of the taco that I definitely trust. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna have to pick up the phone.
Just saying, you know, it depends on what
Spicy
taco you're
taco.
talking about. You know, it's kind of a taco that it's special.
There is no real info.
The special taco. Woohoo!
Depends on whose taco it is. Oh shit.
Yeah. So, all right. Listen, all tacos aren't good tacos. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
Make tacos great again.
There it is.
make tacos tasty again.
I'll make it tasty. Come here.
Tuna tacos.
Oh,
What is that?
Just fucking mad at me.
What is that? Some hot sauce?
Yeah. I got your taco.
Okay. Hey, I've done the ghost pepper challenge twice.
You're crazy.
Dude.
Listen. Okay. Let me explain to you. All right. So the first ghost pepper challenge, I did the wings, and I didn't get far. I'm not gonna lie. And I was fucking. There's a video of me cussing the dude out because the guy who served the wings and shit. I'm like, you fucking bastard! Like you're the fucking devil. Like you're sitting there smiling. It's my mouth was on fire. So what happened was the second time I was in New Orleans. So I'm walking by this place, and there's all these people in this fucking in this place. And they're all making all this. They make all this noise. So I walk in, and they're doing the ghost pepper challenge. Now, here's the thing: it's just a little bit of it on a chip, but because I did it before, I was like, I know that I can handle that little bit amount. And then you got your picture taken, and so my picture's on the wall at this fucking place in New Orleans and shit. Because I actually walk in, they're all making this. I was like, what? That's nothing. I pick it up. I eat it. They take my picture and shit, and I walk out. But I immediately go next door to the daiquiri place, this big ass fucking. And when you walk in, I'm all hot and my face is sweating. The dude in the daiquiri place, he's like, "What do you want?" I was like, "He's like, oh, I know what you want. You were next door." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, gave me a big old fucking daiquiri, so it was worth it though. But I know I like spicy food, but the idea of like ghost peppers and reapers and the hottest chips and shit, like fuck you, like that's not flavor. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's meant to make you clear. Like, when I had to fucking get my fucking colonoscopy and shit like that, and the shit they give you to drink, like they cleaned you out, they just give to someone that fucking peppers and shit, because that's the same thing it's gonna fucking do. All right, there's another person here. I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking scroll down to get this thing bigger to even get them in here. I don't even know how to fucking work this. Listen, y'all got me on a computer.
Oh, no worries. Jolly, no worries.
You press buttons.
Oh, there it is.
Buttons in the right order.
All right, I think I got it now.
Oh shit.
Aloha.
Hello.
All right, I think I did it. It's like I feel like I'm throwing like a fucking party. Like this is my first internet party and shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool.
We're christening your YouTube channel. It's okay.
Yes, exactly. Like this fucking my poor little channel. Like there's like 200 and something people who subscribed to this thing. I don't know how long they've been subscribed. And like the last time was like a year ago. I did a test, so maybe they thought like, oh my god, he did a test. He may actually show up, and then I show up a year later and shit. I'm horrible with all this shit. Like again, I like having conversations, but all this fucking like pictures and video and like all your time when everybody gets to see it and it's spent with everybody, it's just kind of an odd thing to me. It really is. I'm not used to it. When we first started doing all this stuff, it was just microphones and us talking on Blog Talk and shit. And there was no like, you couldn't see everything I was doing. Like if I got to fucking blow my nose and stuff, whatever, you got to remember you're on camera. Like, this shit gets really personal and shit. You know what I'm saying? Thank God you can't see my scratching balls and like women rub it under their breast and shit. Luckily, we don't all pan on like big ass cameras. We can see everything that's going on. Someone right now, I bet you Lee's not wearing pants.
Busted, actually.
Lee doesn't have legs. He's a CGI avatar.
Okay, first of all, I am the only person here qualified because I'm his superior officer to know exactly who and what Lee Veltman actually is. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm the spy.
Listen, I've revealed it. I don't know if you all heard me say it, but the truth is, if you want to know the truth story about Jiggy, you have to go watch a movie called The Brother from Another Planet. It's actually a documentary that's based on my real life, okay? And since then, what happened was I got recruited at I was at a small ghost fucking gathering in Rhode Island a few years ago, and I got recruited, and ever since then they turned me into a space super interdimensional, multi-parallel, universal flying. I have a lightsaber. I have a helmet that's made of adamantium. I have a shield that's made of vibranium.
This is the way.
Yes. But I've been lying to you all this time that I'm really actually, you know, I'm an insider, and that I have the scars to prove it and stuff. You know, it's
Jiggy Stardust.
Yeah, it's what it is, man. You guys don't know the truth, man. The truth is it's worse than you think.
Oh shit!
It's all alien. Look, I would have been the ultimate. I would have been the ultimate lawper. Like, dude, can you seriously?
No, hold on a second. Whoa, wait up a second, Jiggy. You got to remember, we merged some timelines there at Disclosure Con when we were doing that secret ritual out there.
They're not going to know. But they're not going to know. It doesn't matter what we say anyways. They're not going to know.
But we don't want to cause.
We're going to change it again anyway.
Matrix.
We're going to change it again anyways. Like when I wake up back in 2006, I'm going to reset all this shit. Like y'all are fucked. Y'all are fucked.
Okay, see, we need to start letting me in on the top secret above majestic Q clearance plans you all made.
Whatever, I'll tell you. You're my right hand man, dude. It's like whatever.
Well, you sent me off on that secret mission to invade the Draconian Empire.
Well, you have to protect me next time I'm out there by Alpha Centauri and shit, because you know how they get out.
Project Serpo, man.
Oh God, you're naming names. They're gonna come. They're gonna not come look for us, Lee. Like you can't say that stuff. They're not gonna come for us, okay?
What are they gonna mind wipe us again? God, it doesn't work anymore.
They keep trying. It doesn't work. Yeah, it's hilarious. They're using that old school neuralize. It's like, guys, come on. Yeah, good luck. Oh, I mean, yeah, it works. Yeah, I forgot everything. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, see?
Charlie's down to play dress up with you, Jiggy.
No, I don't. It's not dress up at all. There's no dress up involved. Like that's
vampire. What kind of LARPer are you if you don't dress up a little bit?
I don't have. Listen, I am dressed up. Hello, I'm in this fucking skin. What is this shit called? Oh, I'm sorry, a body. My bad. What is it called? Human bodies. I am.
That's your avatar that you're using in this version.
That's all I need. Exactly.
Yeah, you'll drop it. Go on to your next mission.
I don't need to do anything else. This is it. This is my. I'm playing dress up right now. I'm LARPing, dude.
For those of you who know the video game Fallout 3, does anybody know? This is a little game here. Does anybody know the reason why this guy's got his thumb up like this with a little winky? Why is he doing it?
I used to know, but I can't remember.
Why is he doing that? Anybody?
Because
I'm not going into that. I'm not doing that, Rick. I'm not going into that.
Because if you saw
their signs and symbols will be their downfall.
If the nuclear bomb is bigger than your thumb in the foreground, you're toast. That's what that is.
I hope I never need to know that information.
Right, exactly. Like I'm thinking at any point that I have to hold up my finger and look at a nuclear bomb, but I'm probably toast anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's either going to be I'm either going to be Denzel Washington and shit.
One.
Yeah,
I think the last thing you'd see is your hand catching fire.
All right, another game. The Walking Dead or Z Nation?
Well, at this point, neither one. Like
neither.
Z Nation.
I like Z Nation.
There's a hidden gem that nobody knows about called Dead Set. There was a series in the UK. It's done by the guy that made Black Mirror. It's Big Brother, but a zombie outbreak called Dead Set, and it's the actual Big Brother house and all the hosts and stuff. It was crazy, crazy good.
Right on.
So like a little Easter egg in TV fandom. You should check it out.
The Walking Dead is like everybody in The Walking Dead should be dead at this point. Like it's the same shit. Like they ain't.
I never got into it.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. The ultimate thing about The Walking Dead, if you've watched every season, and I'm not gonna act like I still watch it because I haven't watched in a few seasons now, but is that human beings are just fucked up. And they always keep encountering the worst fucking human beings. It's like, hello, people, the end of the world happened. The least you can fucking do is get your shit together, try to rebuild some kind of a civilization, and act like, you didn't just destroy the civilization before you. Like,
Do you
come on, but
believe-
no, it's all the same shit. Like, it's always the ultimate. Like, the next person is the fucking Negan, and then there's someone twice as bad as Negan. Then it's like Negan's uncle's cousin who's worse than him. It's like, fuck. At that point, like,
And then it's
seriously,
me.
fuck all you all. I'm leaving. I'm either gonna just kill me because I don't want to keep dealing with this shit, or find me a little island where I can go be my fucking self. Because you motherfucking human beings suck, and you just prove it over and over again. And that's all The Walking Dead does. At least in Z Nation, there was some comedy in that shit. But The Walking Dead is literally just goes to show how pathetic our outlook on human beings and how we are after some crazy shit.
I'd have to
You've
agree
never
with that.
seen anything
The
good.
writers. It's the writers. It's all projection. What they're writing is what they think our world would be if zombie apocalypse happened.
No,
And
I
it-
absolutely disagree. They're
You know-
writing what they
Oh my
want
goodness.
because doom and gloom is what sells.
Oh, it's what
Because
sells.
the idea that you would end The Walking Dead season 1 if all of a sudden they got
Y'all
to
are
like a
anarchists.
cool place and everything was nice and they were growing food and they were living together and they build walls to keep the zombies out, but they were able to all live together inside of those walls. That would just end the show. Like, no one would want to keep watching the show season after season. Like season 2 of the Walking Dead. Well, we've kept them out and we're growing food and we're having babies and we're living like kings and queens and everybody's cool and there's peace and happiness. There's no politics. Everybody just has whatever they have. Season 3, it's the same. By season 4 would have to be, wait a minute. Season 4, they start to fight within. They can't get along anymore. Now they want to separate and they want to have religion and they want to have like you'd have to again make it some fucked up shit because you can't have it be nice. Like it can't be the world ended and we figured out some cool shit. Look at
Stranger Days, man.
Book of Eli.
Stranger Days.
Book of Eli was about religion. Like it's like okay, so the end of the world, all there was going to
Jehovah's Witness.
bring religion. What Book of Eli was about Jehovah's Witnesses? You said?
Yeah, the cannibal people, the lady and the guy's name at that one house that they go into.
Yeah.
Oh
was
yeah.
it Beth
Listen.
and what I can't think
Yeah.
of because I think it was Jacob actually.
I'm
That
going
was
to tell
very
you.
biblical stuff.
All right, so you want to laugh about me in the Book of Eli? Is that someone had to point out that he was blind. Like I didn't even know the motherfucker was blind.
The whole movie?
Yes, apparently the motherfucker was blind the whole fuck. And I watched that. I've watched that
Yeah.
movie a couple dozen times.
You
and
didn't
shit.
know?
No, I
You
didn't
didn't
fucking
know
know. No, fuck y'all. All right, I didn't
Oh, wow.
know. Okay.
I wouldn't even admit that. I would have been
Okay. Here, you want another one? Here's some shit y'all can add to your fucking stories, okay? I'm from Boston. The biggest rivalry for us in sports is the fucking Red Sox and the Yankees.
Right.
Somebody had to point out to me that it was an N and a Y was their logo. I just thought it was some drawn shit. I didn't realize it was a fucking N and a Y, okay? Fuck y'all, okay? There you go.
One day we're going to have a long talk about this Boston death cult I know about.
Oh,
boy.
God.
Oh,
Listen,
boy.
Okay. I'm going to say this again
We
for
were
all
up
the
here.
people who just joined
Oh.
the Jinky class
We're
after all these years.
We go
When
here.
it comes to the paranormal, hold on a second. When it comes to the paranormal, there is no place in the United States worse than right here in Massachusetts. Because when you look at everything as far as what happened when those motherfuckers landed in pathetic ass Plymouth Rock, if you ever see it, it's the most anticlimactic thing you'll ever see. Do not come
But
to
that's a
Massachusetts
Virginia
to
colony.
see Plymouth Rock.
So that
But
big.
listen to what I'm saying, though, is that all the shit that started here started all fucked up around here, and they did some fucked up shit here, and then just went every place else and did it. So there's nothing worse than some of the shit that went on here. There's some fucking crazy shit in this fuck. So fuck all y'all with y'all haunted stories. Right? Come here. You come here. All right, this is the OG haunted area. It doesn't get any more OG haunted and paranormal than New England, period. Especially
Well, you got the Commons. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, that was like one of my first investigations. If you look, it might even be
No,
on
I
this
remember.
channel or one of the other channels. I don't even think I have access to that channel, but it's a Paranormal Hood channel where that was one of our first investigations. Was on the Commons. The Commons is fucked up. Like that's where they have our weed fest every year. So all these people go there to smoke weed, and people walk over this shit and jog over and everything every day, and don't realize they're walking over dead bodies. Because what they did was that was a battlefield also. There's a lot of different shit that was used for horses. It was used for all kinds of shit. But they buried a lot of the bodies. And when they built what's our Boylston T-stop, our T is our MBTA, the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority. It's our transit system here.
Right.
But the Green Line,
Right.
which runs through the Boylston T-stop, was actually all dug up. And they took all those bodies and just scattered them over the commons. So all that area where people picnic and hang out and stuff is all these fucking bones and dead bodies, and God knows who they are because they're all in random places and stuff. But interesting enough too is that where I grew up in the south end of Boston is probably a mile away from there, And when we were kids, when they were redoing the whole transit system, they moved our orange line from above ground to below ground. It was right at the end of the block where I grew up. So when they were building those tunnels, we used to go down there and fuck around in those tunnels. And if those old tunnels, there's old abandoned T stations and stuff that they haven't used or never used. There's all these underground stuff that we found when we were down there fucking around. And this is when I was a teenager. Like they started it in 1982. So I had to be even a preteen when I first started exploring those tunnels when they were doing all that work. So there was some crazy, crazy shit down there that I saw way back in the day. And this is before I would have ever thought to videotape. Like, you weren't carrying a fucking video camera. My black ass couldn't afford one back then. So has a big ass fucking camera or anything where I would have thought to video or take tape, you know. But in hindsight, looking back and all that stuff, like, people have actually done episodes of like was it Ghost Adventures? I believe a couple of those different shows have done episodes down there. But I was exploring those tunnels when I was a preteen.
Why are you shaking your head, Tiff? Why are you shaking your head, Tiff? Why are you shaking your head, Tiff, about Ghost Adventures, Tiff? Why are you shaking your head, Tiff?
Oh, listen, fuck Ghost
Fuck
Adventures.
those people.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Nick Roth is a personal friend of mine. He's a good guy. He actually has helped a whole lot. Like, he loves Paranormal Hood. But you know, I told him exactly how I felt about.
He left Ghost Adventures. We all know why he left Ghost Adventures.
Oh, listen, like I said, I know Nick well, so I don't, you know, I don't tell people secrets and stuff. But he's a great guy. But yeah, I'm gonna, you know, the thing about all the ghost shows and stuff like that, and this is the thing of spending time around a lot of those people, John Zaffis, you know, all these different people who've been on the shows. I've met them all and spent time around them. And some of them are very genuine. Some of them are fucking pricks and assholes. But the ones who are genuine, who really spill the tea, and I'm going to tell you what the real tea about all those shows are, is in a lot of cases, they don't control what gets put out.
Right.
Like, they're not in the editing room. They're not allowed to, you know, to really, if they really feel like they've got something and something was more paramount to them, it doesn't necessarily make it to the show. So a lot of stuff, what gets put out there, they're not even responsible for. And I think that in a lot of more cases where if they had more control, the shows would probably be a lot less interesting to folks, because people always want some shit to be found.
Right.
But I think if they generally could tell you what they thought was real and what they thought was fake, then the shows would be a lot more genuine. But they don't have control over a lot of that stuff. So I do stick up for them in the sense that I think that some of them really, you know, generally want to go out there and explore stuff and really try to get to the bottom of stuff. But when it comes to television, it just gets watered down, because that's what TV does.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about their first video that aired on the news in Las Vegas of their apparition? That's what actually got them famous in the first place.
Wait, which one are you talking about? Because the very first show was Ghost Hunter.
No.
They're from Rhode Island. They're the
not the very first show of Ghost Adventures. It was what actually got them a show. Was they were featured on the news capturing an apparition in a library, I believe it was, in Las Vegas, and it was shown on the news that evening. And I believe a few months later, maybe even 8 months later, they had a show.
Okay, but if you're talking about Ghost Adventures,
yes.
Ghost Hunters is the first
Not
show.
Ghost Hunters.
No. But hear what I'm saying is that my problem with anything, it's like reality TV, is that once there's the first, everything that comes after that is not necessarily coincidental. Do you understand what I'm saying? As in, it could have been a very purposeful, way to market them, to get that show to come out, to be able to, get kind of preface it, a way to set them up to have a show now that's weekly. So I don't know that it necessarily speaks to it being any more genuine to anything, to where it could have just been great marketing to some dudes who's like, oh shit, we watched the show Ghost Hunters. How could we possibly have our own show? How could we figure out our way into this?
I see what you're saying. All right.
It's like I watched the very first Real World, like the first year of that. I watched some first episodes of like I like 90 Day Fiance. For some reason, I'm kind of fascinated with that stupid ass show. But if you watch the first season in contrast to whatever season it is now, there's always the people who are genuine. Like Ghost Hunters, they generally were just some dudes with these Roto-Rooter. They were plumbers, and they came across something that they couldn't explain and ended up making a show out of it. Right. And in the beginning, they probably generally were looking for ghosts. And then after some time, it's like, whoa, like we have a show here now. We don't have to be plumbers anymore. How do we keep these shows going? So then it gets to a point where, are they still really looking for ghosts, or are they just now doing whatever to keep, the show going?
Okay.
and that's the like Ghost Adventures just was second. So I always feel like, you know, well, they second where they kind of setting themselves up to have a show. I don't know. I'm not shitting on them saying that that's generally what they did, but that usually is the path to how a lot of things happen. Because every show that happens after Ghost Hunters, in a sense, is just another version or a copy of the original.
All right. Well,
they're not even the original show.
I was. What I wanted to know is like, what did you think about the actual film that was featured on that news?
I don't even, to be honest with you, I don't have to see it. I don't even remember it. Like, you know, I've seen fucking so many videos and audio.
For so long. That's what I'm saying. Like, we've been doing this for quite some time. Mainly because, I mean, Tiffany, she's helped me greatly with like my PTSD and dealing with the losses in my life. And this was kind of a way to try to deal with that, was try to contact the people that I lost in the past. And this is long before we even created a Facebook fucking page and all this shit. We posted shit from 2011, 2010. And it's just, I'm seriously looking for answers. Like, seriously looking for answers. Seriously looking for, and it's not just the answers, brother. It does help.
Now, you know what's funny? And well, I won't say it's funny because I'm not mocking what you're saying, but it's like the complete opposite for me. And all these years of doing all this, the one thing that I've never tried to do is use any of the equipment, use anything that I think I would do in an investigation and trying to contact any of my family or friends or anything. I've always felt like the communication that I've had, whatever it be, has to be genuine. It just has to happen when it happens, if it's going to happen. I don't ever want to force it. So that's one thing I've not, like, you know, I've never thought about trying to directly do that stuff for myself personally. You know, it's not that I'm scared of it. It's not like I think it would like open up any box, whatever. It's just not, I just feel like if it needs to happen, it would just happen genuinely. Like, I wouldn't want to try to force some shit like that. You know,
that's kind of how I feel about it.
I've had some of the hardest dudes I know, like straight gangster dudes who were in jails. And I had this dude, like one who I know, like was, you know, he was legit, like who he was, what he did, the time he spent, and, you know, what he meant, you know, what the hood, what his lifestyle meant to him. And he was just simply having a conversation one day. And he just like straight up. And as we say around here, like some people say dead ass in New York, but around Boston, you would say like on dogs. So like on dogs, this dude is looking me in my eye and he's like, yo, when I tell you that my homie who got killed when we was in lockup and shit, like this dude has been with me every day. He's like sure enough as I'm having this conversation right now, like just like, excuse me, I'm French, but you know, my nigga's like right here. Like he's standing right next to me as I'm having this conversation. Like this dude does not leave me. And he's not someone I think is crazy. He's not someone who I think would just tell me this story randomly as I'm just talking to people about ghost shit or whatever. And he just decides he wants to have this conversation with me. It was a genuine ass conversation, and I truly believe that that's what he felt, and that's what was going on in his life. Now, however it's happening, I wish there was some way that I had a camera that could have been like, yo, when I take a picture of this dude, here's him and his friends, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't work like that. But that's why I feel like if it's going to happen, it's just going to happen. Yeah. Like he didn't say like, you know, oh, I have an altar or I do any kind of work or any kind of prayer or anything to call to manifest my homie. It's just like when he died, I was there in that moment and he's been with me ever since. So that's why I feel like if it's going to happen, it should just be genuine and stuff. Yep. You know, it's the very first thing that I've ever talked about that was paranormal for me was like meeting my grandfather who died before I was born. I didn't know anything about him. There weren't pictures about him, about the house, anything. There was no frame of reference to who I'm named after. And it wasn't until I had that experience, however it happened, whether it was this ghost, whatever, I still to this day can't explain it. I believe I was 7 years old when that happened. And it wasn't forced. It was just something that happened, and maybe I needed to happen in that moment. And because I wasn't looking for it, there was nothing about me that was setting me up for it, that's why it was able to happen. So I feel like that's the problem with trying to prove ghosts or trying to prove contact experiences with family and stuff like that or friends. Like, if those things are meant to happen, I think they're just generally supposed to happen. And they're not supposed to be quantified by your ability to prove it to somebody else. You know, if you feel like God walks with you or Jesus or whoever, and they protect you, or they're that inner voice in your head and that comforts you, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't shit on people for what they believe in, especially if it's not hurting anybody. I shit on people when their beliefs become so dogmatic and they become to the point where they're trying to influence other people's way of
Right.
thinking or other
Right.
people's belief. That's a problem for me. That's what I've always
Yeah.
run into in
Right.
religion. And that's where I hit the wall in ufology, is that because I spent so much time trying to understand religion, trying to understand who this God and Jesus and these angels and all these incredible things that people talked about my whole life that are
Right.
supposed to exist, how did it parallel to this other stuff, which is ufology?
Mhm.
Like, how did I go from UFOs to all of a sudden aliens being the savior and these benevolent beings and these things from other places that are all around us all the time? The same thing as God, the same thing as angels, the same thing as Jesus. These incredible saviors are always here. They're always around us. They always exist, but they never fucking help us.
Right.
You can say, I believe in my
Oh.
moment of whatever, that God helped me or Jesus helped me, but you can't prove that. It's
Mhm.
just something that you're saying that is comforting to you. And that's the thing. Like, all of a sudden, how are you telling me that these UFOs, these aliens and stuff that are supposed to be so good, have all this advanced technology and stuff? They're always just waiting for us to do something.
Mhm.
They're always waiting for us to evolve. They're always waiting for us to come
Yeah.
together. They're always waiting for us to get our money up. They're always waiting for us to have the same prayer or whatever.
Right.
It's fucking exhausting.
It is.
It is exhausting. Because I
It's
would just like to be able to go and try to figure out what the fuck, if there are UFOs. Let's start there. We know that there's things flying around. What are they? They drones?
UAPs.
Is it new technology? UAPs, whatever the fuck it is. But why does it have to be some fucking aliens? Can we just work on figuring out what the fuck they are first? And let's work on that. Then work on, is it something from someplace else? Whatever. We can't even do the simplest shit, man. It's fucking exhausting. And now you run all this other shit up into it, all this political shit and everything. It's like, oh my God. We'll never find out any truth because these motherfuckers rather live with their lies.
Mhm.
They rather live with the comfortable lies, the science fiction shit. I got done waiting to become Superman a long time ago. I didn't get bitten by a spider. Gamma rays didn't come. The greatest American hero, the ship didn't show up.
Greatest American hero. Me and my girl.
None of it. None of it's happened, dude. It all looks really good on the big screen, but it hasn't happened.
Okay, I understand what you're saying here, but that's where I want to bring in, I don't know if I want to call it conjecture or playing the devil's advocate or stuff, but they've moved the goalposts recently with changing the vernacular to the UAP stuff.
Mhm.
That's evident. There's been the breakup of TTSA and all that stuff there. And so I really do believe that once you kind of step back from this stuff and start separating this stuff, you can start to see through some of that stuff. And like I said, that's what I'm sitting on, is we've all gone and come from different backgrounds and past here. We all have different experiences. And that's the one thing where you can't really break that barrier there. Like I said, is the fourth wall, they like to call it. There's other things they call that. And so like I said, that's what I'm sitting on, is everyone has that inner spark, that inner passion, that inner drive. And they, even with your out-of-body experience, your near-death experiences, all of that stuff wrapped up into this, that's where it's like you said, you can't give up the hope on that we are here to help share experiences. And that's kind of where I come to the conclusion, or a question I would like to broach here is, do you guys believe in a collective unconscious or a hive mentality? And as a mankind, are we advancing there?
A collective
conscious.
I don't know, because it's too much me shit. Everybody seems to want to be individuals. That's the only problem, is that it seems like we went from where it would have been more of a collective thought process to now it's more of an individual thought process. Like they're breaking away from the hive mentality. It's almost like it's like that's what we kind of need, like to be worker bees and drones, because that's what we were so used to being, where now everybody wants to be the queen bee. Everybody wants to try to develop their own colony and have everybody, be the number one. And it's a weird thing. I don't know if that's even it. Because I used to think that if you took all these people on this planet, and everybody had one thought, whatever it may be, peace, it might be love, it might be healing, it might be whatever it is, but we could all resonate that one thought for just whatever, a minute, a moment, whatever it might take. What would be the power in that? Because we know collectively, like whatever device you're on right now, how many different people did it take to kind of have the idea to make this circuit or this thing or whatever, or the battery for the cell phone or the camera, whatever it takes to put the cell phone together. It's probably not one person who just thought of everything that's for the components. So if that's the way the universe kind of works, if we all had a collective thought, we'd probably be able to do infinitely anything we wanted to do. But how do we get to that point? because we can't agree on anything. We can't get 100% of anybody to agree on 100% of anything.
Maybe we just need to raise our frequencies.
Oh yeah, I know. We have to raise our frequency in a sense. But then there's the problem in that too, because now we have to look to somebody, because clearly we don't know how to individually raise our frequencies, right? So somebody has to know better how to tell us how to raise our frequencies. So where do we go now? Oh my God, we go to a conference, and we get to the conference. There's all these people walking around with business cards, and there's all these people walking around with weird clothing on, and they've got crystals, and they've got incense, and they've got all this different stuff, right? And now they're all telling me all of a sudden, oh my God, guess what, sir? I'm a shaman, or I'm a whatever. I'm a spiritual healer. I'm a light worker. I'm a alien. I'm a place. So let me tell you what you need to do to get yourself to be a light worker, to raise your vibration, do all this stuff. And meanwhile, I'm saying like, oh my God, like
Oh
what?
my God.
Like I got to do what with who? With you? And then I get the mistake of someone telling me late. Hold on, Lee. They tell me later. They tell me later. Oh, listen. Later on in this hotel room, we're gonna have this gathering and stuff like that. People are gonna be working on raising their light together away from everybody else, and it's gonna be like a really good gathering. There'll be massages and everything. So I'm like, I gotta go see what the fuck this is. So Jiggy goes up to the room to see what's going on. When Jiggy walks in the room, Jiggy says to Jiggy's like that inner voice, that's my voice. That says to Jiggy, it's time to turn on and get the fuck up out this room, because there's some light work being going on up in this motherfucker, and there's some star seeds being planted up in this motherfucker, but it's no light work or star seed planting that you want any part of. And I wasn't going to do. Excuse me, Tiffany, cover your ears for a minute, because I don't know if you might not know. You might not know about somebody's certain backpack fetish and me peeing in backpacks and stuff. So I don't want to. I don't want you to take offense to what you might hear, but that might be what they wanted up in this room and stuff. But all I'm saying is, dude, it's insane. Like, everybody is trying to teach something. How would we all get it? Just, I don't see it happening.
See, here's
what the
sucks.
whole alien thing. One more thing, Lee. Just let me just one more thing. Because here's even the alien thing. Like, okay, everybody wants to see aliens show up. Most people do. It'd be cool to see, right? But even if the aliens showed up, you think that would unify? Even Ronald Reagan's plagiarized speech was about the one thing that could bring us all together would be aliens, right? I call bullshit. I call 100% bullshit. You know why? Because even if aliens showed up, it could be the biggest ship that just covered our moon, our sun, everything. You couldn't see anything but this ship. It still would not convince 100% of human beings that aliens showed up. There's still going to be a percentage of them conspiracy theorists who are going to be like, oh, you know what this is? That's Project Bluebeam. That's Project Blue Book. That's just the government. That's just bullshit. And only us people over here are so the world can see it. The other people on the side of the world can't see it.
Report.
And it doesn't exist because Australia doesn't exist. So you're not really seeing that.
Okay, Australia is inside the ice wall. They're protecting us from the ice giants on the other side of the Rainbow
Australia is
Bridge.
in Middle Earth.
Can't tell people.
The chemtrails are telling me
Admiral Byrd showed us that's where the portal opening is.
Right. Seriously, you know what? If I could ever fund anything, we're funding a trip to Antarctica. If we could ever collect money to actually do something worthwhile, let's just go to Antarctica and shut this shit down once and for all. I'm so game.
Michael, do you also require a couple? I'm feeling generous. A couple what?
A couple? Whoa. We're not going to be talking
about dungeons, and I'm sitting here. Do I need to bring a 20-sided dice?
What?
Yes, you need to bring 2 20-sided dice and dress up in a furry costume.
I don't know what's going on, but I'll have no parts of that. How long am I allowed to stream on this thing? Does anybody know how long I'm allowed to stream? Does it
8 hours?
Yeah, 8 hours.
8 hours. Good Lord.
First of all, fuck y'all if you think I'm streaming for 8 fucking hours. If I'm streaming for 8 hours, let me tell you something. If I'm streaming for 8 hours tonight, I'm starting a fund. It's going to be the weed fund, because that means y'all going to start paying for me to smoke weed all night and hang out with you motherfuckers. That's a legit fun, because fuck all that. He said 8 hours. I'm not fucking Wilcox. I don't know.
Dude, I've been on these streams for 8 hours arguing with flat earthers before.
Lee, that's because you are a fucking robot when it comes to this shit. Like, you live for that shit. If I did this for 8 hours, fucking arguing with somebody, you wouldn't see me for 8 days after that. I don't even think I'd post on Facebook. It would just be too much for me. No. I I watched Wilcox do like 3 hours, just like so happy and just grinning.
Okay.
Fucked up weird smiles.
That's what I'm saying. You're going. Let's go back to that conversation you were having a minute ago about conventions and being invited up to hotel rooms. What happens if you get up there and it's, oh yeah, I don't want to say any names right now because that would freak me out, dude. And the stories that have been coming out recently from some people, I'm like going, okay, I thought y'all were kidding. These aren't jokes anymore.
Dude, like I said,
I
there's,
was never
there's a
joking.
certain person whose wife has a thing for Jiggy. She was just saying. You know what I mean?
Spell the D. Spell the D.
I've met some of the wives before I met anything. I'm not saying everybody's wife because Jason Quinn's wife is cool as shit and everything. So I'm not talking about her.
We do not mess with the Canadians. Nope.
No, I'll mess with the Canadians. Fuck that. We're gonna tear some walls down. Other than Cool K, all bets are off with Canadians. Cool K is the only cool Canadian right now.
I'm gonna blame Jason
Steve
forever.
Campion's about
Somebody
to
get
bust through
Jason
the
Quinn.
wall,
Tell
right?
Jason Quinn to come in the chat.
Someone's
I want to
talking
invite him
about
on
Jason
right
Quinn's
now.
wife.
No, Jason Quinn's wife is cool as shit. She's
Yep.
actually
Yeah,
really cool. She's a really. I've met her. I actually met her before I met Jason, and she's a very, very nice woman. So I have no problems with her. I have no problems with him. Like I said, I have no problems with old boy's wife, but she was just mad aggressive about him, and then got mad aggressive about Jiggy. Just find it funny.
They want that juice. Special juice.
Eisenhower just staring at me.
Eisenhower.
Yo, the funny thing, Lee, is I don't understand. Like, if you've been to these conventions, and you guys have Tiffany, Mike, you've been to them. I don't know if you've been to one, Spooky, but the one thing you don't commonly see is a lot of motherfuckers who look like me. There might be what's his name, Leon Isaac Kennedy thrown up in there and shit like that, but there's not a whole lot of big black dudes walking around in these fucking.
Am I a crazy cat man?
So the idea that these people don't remember me, especially Eisenhower, which I can understand how she wouldn't remember me, because remember she was like the next morning she probably.
They just thought you were security.
Crazy animal man.
I know, yeah, I was the security, exactly. But I had press credentials.
Crazy.
I was also on stage speaking and shit, and spoke on a panel, but I was security.
Listen to my voice. I'm absolutely crazy for animals.
Oh, Lord.
Did you hear how everybody just got silent? They love it. They love this time of my voice.
Is that what she was thinking when she was staring at me on the dance floor? And
Oh,
shit?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Piss in my backpack.
I'm glad that they can't remember me. That's Ari Stone. I don't even know if she's ever been at the fucking thing. She wants piss in her backpack. But no,
but she's dreaming about you.
I don't know what she's dreaming about. Good luck. Good luck.
I just want to know what she's remote viewing.
No, according to her, the dreams weren't sexual. I was just mean, and I just don't understand. It's all it is, Jiggy. You're just big, mean, aggressive King Kong.
I'm sorry. UFO Twitter is the most amusing thing the last 2 weeks.
You're not wrong.
Just hit me. Like, at least you can, that's the thing that's kind of insulting, right? It's
That's
like
a freaking snake.
all these
bro.
years of doing this, like
Holy
these
shit.
assholes that act like they don't know who I am and what I do. What is that,
Wow.
bro? What is that? Oh, it's a snake. Oh shit.
That is my ball python.
What's
Wow.
up, man?
Sneaky snake.
Say hello, Snake Plissken. This is solid Snake Plissken. You know.
I'm a snake.
The walls. They'll build the walls and can't get in. That's what's gonna happen. Start building walls and keep the rest of us out.
Ooh,
Everybody can build walls everywhere.
yeah. I'm a huge animal lover. I actually used to work for a wildlife sanctuary called the Echo Station over here in Culver City, California.
Gotcha. I had a snake a long time ago. It ended up with a fraternity in Georgia.
What
Oh, right.
fraternity?
Yeah. What fraternity?
Yeah.
They were not Kappas, maybe? I'm trying to think. No, Sigmas are blue.
Mm-hmm.
They
Paranormal
weren't
crime.
Q, so red is I think I want to say Kappas. Kappa Alpha Psi.
Welcome to Paranormal Zoo. Or no. Or Zoo Paranormal. Paranormal Hood.
Talk to the animals. Let them
Oh,
speak.
hi.
Let's channel what they're saying right now.
Yes. Put me back in my fucking cage and feed
No,
me.
no, hold
Why
on.
am I
No,
sticking
Give
my
him more.
Why?
Hell no.
That's what he's saying. I've channeled him. You've heard it first.
You heard it first.
My channeling abilities are second to none. This is exactly what the snake is saying. I have just told you what the snake is saying.
The reason
Do
why
with it
I
what you must.
handle him because I try to keep him wild. I feed him live food to get that aggression out. Because back when we used to do tours for elementary school kids, I used to have to bring out these like 14-foot pythons, and we used to have to feed them to get their aggression out. And this is the stuff that we couldn't, show them. But I worked with 14-foot Burmese pythons, Komodo dragons, caiman crocodiles, birds, exotic birds, and fish.
All that shit's cool, as long as you
At
don't
the
work for
same
spiders. Fuck spiders.
I gotta hate on the spiders so much.
Because they're fucking weird, man, dude. I don't want nothing that
I
can
don't like
They eat
spiders.
kill me.
mosquitoes. They eat mosquitoes.
That's great. Eat them shits outside my house. The mosquitoes shouldn't be in my house either. Like, I'm cool. Listen, here's my whole thing with bugs. I wish, like, people talk about they wish they could talk to the animals. Fuck talking to them. I wish I could talk to bugs. And I would just say to the bugs, do me a favor, stay the fuck outside, all y'all.
See,
and
if you
we're
raise
cool.
your frequencies, they'd scuttle away.
I try to raise my frequency, but you know what happens is once I get that high in the frequency, it's not just the animals that repel, it's the bugs, it's the human beings, it's the shower water, everything repels. I can't do anything, I can't function, so I can't allow that to happen.
Whoa, I have like the same one. What?
I repel your bugs. This is
What?
better.
I'm
than
really
rape.
confused.
Huh?
Oh
No?
my god, is it really midnight? You
Is it
motherfuckers.
midnight?
Yep.
Wow, you
It's
motherfuckers
11
are-
where I'm at, but I'm in a different time zone
Yeah,
and
fuck
time
your time
frequency
zone.
than yours.
And they're 3 hours behind and shit. They're like, hey, it's 9 o'clock here.
And Flavor Flav was into spirituality. Yo.
I have that too. My friend gave me one. It's packed somewhere. I got it he brought it back to me from Greece. I have one as well.
I got a boomerang behind me.
You don't have a real boomerang.
I wish I could show you guys the photo I took with this fucking 7'8" tall freaking what is it? Statue of horse. That was pretty bitching. That was absolutely bitching.
Lee, I'm sorry, Lee,
That's
but
a cool boomerang.
that's not a legit boomerang though. Just so
Actually,
you know.
this was sent to me from someone in Perth, Australia, and her name's Jolly in the chat room right now.
Yes,
oh,
but-
right on.
now hold on, because I thought that legit boomerangs were actually much bigger, and you don't throw them and they come
This
back
is
to you.
a
They
friend of
actually use them
hers
for
made
hunt.
it.
But I'm talking about
Those are the ones we use in the secret space program.
right. But I'm talking about the legit ones.
Those people down under, they just want to kill stuff like that.
Once again, you get hit in the back of the head with this thing. Tell me what you think about it.
First of all, let me tell you something. You throw some shit that hits me in the back of the head, you better hope it kills me, because when I get up, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Shit, she'll get you tied up and knocked down in a Gipsy real quick in the
Yeah, okay.
dungeon.
Yeah, then you
I'm
better
just
kill me
kidding.
again, because you tie me up again.
Once
I'm
again,
not
you might like it when Jelly has you down there.
no,
tickling.
no one,
I'm
no,
just
no
kidding.
one's
I'm
gonna
just
tie.
kidding.
No, there's
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
She's gonna knock the back of the head.
I'm gonna explain. I explained the rules the other day. Jiggy does the piss thing. Jiggy doesn't get pissed on. Ziggy's not getting handcuffs put on. No one's
Once
tying
again, we
me
gotta
up.
make
No.
sure we can get this stuff milked, properly fed. We gotta get this job done.
If you're looking for 50 shades of gray, you're not gonna get any of that shit here. You might get a couple of shades of gray, but you would not get 50. There might be maybe 5 or 6 shades of gray we could talk about, but once you start talking about anything more than that, then you need to go get gray someplace else. I'm good with all that shit.
50 Shades of Yellow. Oh, yeah.
Jiggy 2024.
That dark yellow, too. That monster piss. When you drink that
Dude.
freaking 40 ounce of monster, and
Listen,
that piss
listen.
just comes out
Okay,
straight yellow.
do you know what would be great to do?
Ice
Oh,
coffee.
my backpack.
All right,
Ice
no
There
BS.
you
for
go.
a
I could go
second.
for an ice coffee.
Jiggy for Boston mayor.
No,
There it is.
Why not, dude? Come
There
on,
it is.
Jiggy 2024. Come on, I can see you being the
No.
mayor of Boston.
dude, I'd be the most
Yeah,
corrupt
what?
mayor. I'd be the most corrupt mayor, and not
Will
even
you
on
give me
purpose.
a job?
Not even on purpose. Not even on purpose. Like, I just don't. Politics is so fuck. I don't listen. I don't envy politicians. The one thing I'll tell you is something. When my grandmother was alive, I spent a lot of time with a lot of politicians, including the mayor of Boston, the governor. Like, these politicians would come to my grandmother's house to talk to her because she was an advocate for like the elderly and different things in our community. She was part of the Harriet Tubman House being put up there. Where I grew up, the actual Harriet Tubman House in Boston was the next street over from where I grew up. So even my house was part of like the Underground Railroad. Like, all that stuff went through where I grew up in Boston. So I understood, like, if you really look back and see the pictures of the Kennedys and different things who had been to my house and who I met, and I wanted to be a politician until I understood politics. And it just amazes me that it's such a complicated thing to get nothing done. And that's just, I would never run for office unless I ever owned like a small town. Like, if I ever hit the lottery and bought a small town that was my own and I could run it the way I wanted to run it, that's when I would get into politics. But to govern other people
Authoritarianism.
and try to help everybody, it's impossible. It is impossible to do. It doesn't matter who you are. You may set out with good intentions to be a great politician, but you can mostly do that on small levels of government. Once you get to big levels of government, it is almost impossible for anybody to get anything done except for what most of them want to do, and that's to line their own pockets and line the pockets of their constituents.
But that's where you would be different than them, and you would not be that corrupt.
Because I wouldn't want to be sitting there looking at all this paperwork, them trying to explain their bullshit to me. Like, I just like, no, whatever. It'd be more like Eddie Murphy. What was that movie when he became
Trading Places? No, that's not it.
The Distinguished Gentleman.
Yeah,
that'd be me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get there because somehow I got
the new thing we need.
Lord, no, because then I would go to jail for some stupid shit. They would make up some shit to pin on my black ass. They'd be like, no, you gotta go. I'm too old school. Like, they just couldn't handle what I really thought about all this shit. Because I'm like, fuck y'all, throw all this shit out. We're gonna start from scratch, and from scratch it's gonna be real simple shit. Everybody gets the same shit in this town. Go fuck yourselves.
You know what I really think though? I really think Tiffany really just needs to stop talking. She talks way too much.
I know.
Too fucking chatty.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Please stop. Let somebody else get a word in. Please. For fuck's sake. I'm about to leave, man.
I can't hear you, man. She's so loud.
That was your cue. Come on.
Y'all don't understand what she's doing. She's in everybody's head. See, you don't hear the voice directly in your head. She doesn't have to move her lips.
Tiff, tell me about the time that Anakin fucked my hand, alien style.
Whoa, Anakin did
What?
You must.
Danny.
I'll let her tell it. I'll let her tell it.
Oh, Von Daniken. I thought he said
Yeah.
Anakin. I thought you were having some Star Wars dreams.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's
This
what it
is
sounds like.
true real life. What the hell?
You need to fuck
Good Lord. Hey,
Oh,
I'm jealous. I'm jealous. What the hell? I'm jealous. That's it. You shouldn't know me.
that's sweet.
Traitors.
I want some airtime.
She's so cheating on me. What is this? I'm jealous.
You know, I was thinking earlier, you were talking about how to unify everybody, and I think like it's gotten a lot harder because the sources of information have become so diffuse that there's no unifying point of information to gather around. Everybody gets their news sources from a billion different sources now.
Yeah.
Whereas like 50, 60 years ago, there was like, what, 3 news channels?
Yeah.
So it's very easy to control the message to the masses. There was no internet, there was just print media and 3 news channels. And
But
radio.
everybody is their own source of news now, too, though.
Yeah.
That's true.
You have a lot
Everyone's
of
an
that.
independent journalist.
Exactly. Everybody's a journalist. Everybody has the ability to tell you that they're researching something or they've done all this and they know all this and they put it out there. So everybody also is their own journalism.
Right.
Everybody's
People choose the facts they want now.
Yep.
Right.
It's easy to do. I'm telling you, I'm going to reset all this, y'all. When I wake up, I'm going to reset it.
Yeah, it's gonna be gone.
Yeah, someone left the simulation running
How did the
and we're
entire
cooking, man. Cooking.
It's on. I'm telling y'all. Hit me up and let me know what you want to be. If you want superpowers, if you want to be like Superman, the Flash, or whatever.
Everybody buy Tesla
Off the
stock.
street quickly.
No full Monties.
Full Monty. What the fuck?
What?
Wasn't that a show of
Okay.
a movie about like
That was
strippers?
a
or
movie.
something?
Yeah.
There was someone on a live stream.
Monty.
There was someone on his thing, a StreamYard hangout, just like this on YouTube not too long ago, and someone had been hiding behind an avatar, and because they wanted to get the stream pulled down, they did what's called a full Monty. Which you know what the full Monty is? They took their avatar down. They're standing there in a mask, and they were hiding behind a fake name. No one knew who it was, and they disappeared. I guess I've seen it a few times happen recently.
All right, I'm gonna you gotta cover your ears for a minute, Tiffany.
Why do you think I'm having a camera?
So first of all, when after my brain surgery that I went through, one of the doctors said to me that in order to get my hand-eye coordination back, I should start video gaming. So I got really into video games. It was like Gears of War and Call of Duty was my shit. Like Modern Warfare 2 was my shit.
Right on.
But to make a long story short, you get to have like whatever avatar you want.
Yep.
You can take your own pictures, your avatar.
Yep.
All right, yeah, all the ladies in the room, close your ears for a minute. All right, for like just count to 20. So my avatar was a chick who came to the house who was like, "Yo, you should stop playing video games." I'm like, "I'm not going to stop video games." So you're not going to stop video games if I get on top of you? No, I'm not going to stop getting video. You're not going to stop video games if I get on top of you naked? No, I'm not. So she proceeded to do that, and that pretty much was what my avatar was her sitting on top of me naked, having sex as I was playing the game.
Right on.
And very few people were ever able to figure out what my avatar was because they couldn't focus on exactly what they were just like, what the fuck is that? And some people would figure it out. So I never got reported, or for years, like nobody ever reported. It was just weird that I got away with that shit. I was the worst because there's nothing more racist than kids on live stream.
Oh god, that was my entire teenage years. It was like a brutal training ground for life.
God, they are brutal, the shit they would say. So you know what's worse is when you have a motherfucker like me who spits hot fire with his tongue, and you're gonna let your fucking kid go in a video game talking all kinds of shit to me. So I'm gonna talk shit to your kid. And if you know anybody, every now and then there's a kid who comes in, like when we do the live stream, who actually used to video game with me. That's how I met him. And he will tell you the shit that I used to say and the shit I would do. And I would have kids crying and shit, and kids mad as fuck. Because I'm like, you're not going to sit here and talk shit to me and think I'm going to take this shit when I'm paying for my fucking Xbox Live and your fucking parents pay for your shit. Fuck you. Like, get off the fucking video game, little fuckers. And I was brutal as fuck. I mean, I had songs I would sing. All right, so there's a hashtag. I'd have to look at the letters, but it's a whole bunch of letters. But basically, the letters stand out to like, all right, close your ears again, Tiffany. Okay, close your ears. So I would literally sit there and sing this song called "Your Mama Got a Picture of My Dick on Your Wall," and sing this shit. I was so rude because I got tired of fucking 8-year-olds being like, "Fuck you, nigger," and stupid shit. And like kids would be like brutal. They'd say shit like "suck my dick" or whatever, or like, you know. And I would be like, okay, but you know what? I fucked your mom's last night. And they would get so mad. And I'm like, you know what? I know that you don't have sex because you're a fucking kid, or your mother does. And guess what was at your house last night? They would get so fucking sick because you was flipping on them. And that was the quickest way to get kids to stop fucking talking shit to me on video games. But they're brutal.
Yeah,
brutal. They're all racist. They're all fucking homophobic. They are like the worst fucking. You think the worst people storm the Capitol? No, the worst fucking people are kids on video games.
Yep.
Yeah.
those kids on Modern Warfare 2 grew up to go on 4chan.
Those kids who are on Modern Warfare 2 grew up to join the military.
Those idiots that
That
stormed the
too.
castle were those idiots on fucking Call of Duty
Yeah.
10 years ago, though.
Do you know how many kids that I played Modern Warfare and Advanced Warfare and all those fucking violent ass military based video games with who actually joined the military?
Uh-huh.
A lot of them. That
Yep.
was the training ground and shit. They thought that they were going to snipe and fucking noob tube like they were doing in Modern Warfare and shit. Like Rust. You remember the fucking the map Rust?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! So that was like, if I every now and then on my Facebook, I'll put up like where we would go on Rust, and I'd get like 110 kill streak, and I would just fucking drop like you'd have like 8 nukes that you couldn't drop and shit.
Oh,
That was my favorite fucking map. Like, I would just get up top, and I would just put claymores all around the top, and then I would just noob tube you in your fucking spawn, and it was on.
Hey, Jiggy, did you ever play with a guy named Grimlock
Dude, I
in
played
Modern Warfare? Grimlock?
If you ever played with now mind you, I was the leader of a clan too. So if you ever played with the WMDs, the
You're a
Weapons of
clan?
Mass Destruction, yeah, it was I was in a clan.
Oh, right on. Oh, Joe. Uh-oh. Did you guys have hoods?
WMD
Did you guys have matching hoods? Just let me know. Did you have
What'd you
matching sheets? No?
Dude, who had matching sheets? What?
You didn't have matching sheets?
What?
Oh, no. It definitely wasn't that kind
Real
of
estate?
This is a video game. Yeah, I was Clayton Bigsby. You know what I'm saying?
Fake news.
You know Clayton Bigsby? The black white supremacist, that was me. And asked after 20 years why he divorced his wife, he simply said, because she was a nigga lover.
Oh, shit.
That was. You're like, okay, if you live through a Living Color, like
Holy
you,
shit.
Yeah.
living Color, no, but a Living Color for the time
It was good.
was
It was
groundbreaking.
It
It was
was.
groundbreaking. And if you
Yeah.
ever see some of the skits that they did and they weren't allowed to do, it's
Yeah.
even worse. So
Yeah.
Chappelle's show came at a time when TV on Comedy Central was basically uncensored in a sense.
Mhm.
They censored the fuck out of him, but they didn't censor somehow this great fucking content. So to like watch that fucking show and watch the shit that he was saying and doing, it is something that will go down in history as the best sketch comedy show ever fucking created. I don't care what color you are. I don't care where you're from,
And Living
what you're
Color.
like, even if you're racist, anything and stuff like that, because the best thing about it is how he pokes fun at black people. Like he doesn't give a fuck. But the shit like that, the Clayton Bigsby skit is the funniest sketch of all fucking time, other than Rick James, because I don't know, because the Rick James shit is I can say what the 5 finger thing,
Ouch.
dude.
I'm gonna go over to Jiggy's. That's the only thing I'm going over there for.
No,
I'm on that fucking couch you're sitting on right now, and I'm gonna have my big fucking high heel boots. I'm gonna steal from Tiffany.
fuck
You know,
your
the big,
couch.
big
Fuck your couch.
6-inch fucking stilettos, and fuck your couch.
All right, do it. You can do
Right on.
it. You have to come in the winter though, because that's the only time you're really going to find any good mud. You know, it's after a good snowstorm and the snow is settled, then you'll get some good mud to do it. Other than that, you may not find too good, unless you go in like the backyard of Smoke Kings and just
Right on.
hit up the dirt back there after the growing season's over. You can hit up that dirt. Dave the Chappelle Show. Wow.
Oh shit!
I didn't understand it till I understood it.
3 hours in.
Whoa. I know you motherfuckers. It probably cuts off at 3 hours, which would be funny as shit. I see how you can just talk, like when you especially have a bunch of people on with you, it's easy to talk for a while. But yeah. See, but just imagine that's how egotistical these motherfuckers are. Like a 3-hour stream of yourself.
Of yourself, I can barely do 30 minutes, man, without going nuts.
Like yelling at
I
your
do
wife,
like an hour max. I can't do longer than that.
multiple camera angles and shit like that. How complicated
1440p
is his
from a
life?
MacBook.
Really not though. Think about it. How complicated is Will Clock's his life isn't that he needs multiple camera angles and shit and everything. Like it's like a stupid reality show and shit. Like
If you need another camera, stat.
it's like watching
See, it
Fire
makes
Marshal
him
Bill.
look legit.
Yeah, but
Oh,
the
yeah.
whole Far
You know, the
Side.
more camera angles, the
It doesn't
more
make
truthful it is.
memory-
That's not legit. No. Okay.
No, that shit that he learned under fucking Jay Leidner's fucking tutelage. Yeah, you have to when you're filming, that you want to film from different angles, and you need to have multiple cameras, and then you want to edit all the bullshit in and bullshit out. I'm sorry, that's my best impression.
They
That's my
can't
best
barely
impression.
share screen yet.
I wonder. I sometimes think that the way he acts and stuff is almost on purpose. Like it's like he's purposely trying to do his Three Stooges act in the beginning to act like he's actually kind of personable, like he's kind of a human being. I guess like that could be it. Because you can't tell me that this dude who lives in $1 million house and is worth millions of dollars and stuff doesn't have the right equipment to simply do a show. Like literally right now, I don't even have a good camera set up. My laptop, my Mac is sitting on my lap. And as long as I don't move, there's not really a problem. So how fucking hard is it to start one camera or even 2 cameras and get a fucking show going that you do all the time? Like his wife,
Because he wants to look better than everyone else. That's the thing. Like that's why he's streaming in 1440p with 5 different camera angles and he's obviously streaming it on a computer that's not strong enough to handle that much stuff in one stream. But he doesn't care because like if he's attempting to do something good but it fails, and people are gonna be like, "Oh, you just need more money." So just give him more money.
Buy more cameras for him. Oh Lord.
7 camera angles. You might catch the insiders on film at that point.
I told you, I don't know if y'all caught it earlier. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get ball cam for you guys. I'm gonna get a camera that's set up right up my balls.
That's what we've been missing,
Right
man.
up at my balls. We're gonna have ball cam. We're gonna have back of my head cam.
Why is the
top of my
obsession?
head cam. We're gonna have chin cam. We're gonna have left nipple cam. We're gonna have all kinds of cams.
We're going to have competitions where we have to guess whether it's ball cam or head cam.
You have to get a Neuralink to control all this stuff.
You're gonna dress up like Chef and be like
No,
sucking
no,
my
not at all.
salty balls. No.
no, I'm not gonna dress up at all. I told you I'm already dressing up.
I'm Jolly. I'm really trying to get him up to dress up for you. I'm really trying.
Get me to dress up? I'm not dressing up.
Jolly wants you to get dressed
I'll
up.
dress up.
Captain Jiggy, you need to get your uniform and let people see your secret
No,
space program uniform one day.
I'll dress up like a ball.
First of all, it's not the
Okay.
it's not the secret space program. It's something beyond that. And they can't see.
Oh,
my
I can't
uniform.
tell them the real name of it. Come on, you know that.
I know, but I don't want. We don't want. We can't use that trademark. That's
I'll have to report back that you broke protocol.
Yeah, exactly.
We
I'm
are
not
Space
going for
Force
uniform.
in the future. Austin Steinbart told me so.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Face force.
I don't give a fuck what Jolly wants, unless Jolly's willing to give to my Jiggy fund.
Oh, Jolly will give you your
want-
Jiggy.
I want $333,000 in the Jiggy fund.
All
And
right.
I'll dress up.
You got to
in my
deliver. You got to deliver your Jiggy juice to the dungeon, though.
No, no, I don't.
Chicky juice to the dungeon.
My Jiggy juice only
Pray the
gets
wizard.
UPS,
Fresh
DHL,
Jiggy juice.
The vaccine.
FedEx, Pony Express. You can get carrier pigeon. You can get
You gotta
steamboat.
hook Chicky up to one
You
of those.
got to go through the
milk
FEMA tunnels, dude. We're gonna have the trains up and running real soon.
We're gonna put you on one of those massage chairs and hook you up to one of those cow milking machines.
No,
We're gonna
do
do
that.
that shit.
I am a
Does that mean you can have a milk
I
can?
am a free tier. I don't need any assistance. No, I can free it all
Just
day.
sit back and accept
Hell.
it, dude.
Poor Tiffany is like, what the fuck did I walk into? Like, no, turn this conversation upside down.
She's
Now you're
making an
talking-
amazing police chase right now for this crap.
I'm gonna piss on you. Drip, drip, drip.
Tiffany is MVP of the stream for putting up with that bullshit.
I feel. Listen, and Spooky, it's not that I don't respect you as a lady. I just know that you are kind of up there with the rest of us when it comes to all this crazy shit. So I don't think anything I say would
It's
shock
all
you.
good, man.
I don't
it's
think
all
anything I say would shock you. Like that's all I'm saying.
Dude, I grew up
I-
on 4chan. Nothing you could say could ever shock me.
Tiffany's just too quiet. Like she's like observing. Like are these motherfuckers really this far gone? Kind of like thing. And it's like okay. I don't even know what to say because I don't think that she's having any crazy dreams about people peeing in backpacks or anything. So, you know, and she's not going to add the crazy dreams that you two have and shit. You know, that's y'all's personal dreams. So I
She's
get
had some crazy ass dreams, man.
you know,
I wake up in the morning and look at my text like, what the fuck? We've been together for 12 years? Really? Really? Actually, that's on her, man. I don't know what the hell she's still doing with me. 12 years.
The bar award.
Get out of here.
Listen, I'm just saying.
She must be under that MK Ultra shit. Hunty.
Oh yeah,
We're all underneath COINTELPRO, so yeah.
yeah, in my labs and yeah, all that shit.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, see, that's what happened. We've all been mind wiped and mind fucked and mind
See that look?
tapped. And
See that look? See that look? She's gonna fucking kill me.
Mine's
Put me on for this. She's totally killing me. You're not allowed to come up here. Oh, we're social distancing for the rest of the year. Thank you very much. Yeah, come up next weekend, babe.
Yeah, she's a never masker, so she doesn't care.
Not to joke. My bad.
There's no being in
Blue
backpack.
aliens have to like.
In fact, you know
Man,
what?
it's
I think
all-
you guys think that I should what do you call it? Trademark like peeing in backpacks now.
Dark humor, by the way, for
Dude,
those.
once again, you should turn it into an energy drink, and people would buy Jiggy Shoes.
Oh Lord.
Energy drink. There it is.
It's sterile. I like
There's
the taste.
your super soldier serum right there, man.
It's all healing. It does everything. You can pour it on open.
Straight to the face.
Jiggy juice. Who's gonna sell it for me though? I can't fucking have to
Also-
fill up the containers.
I need
got
these
all-
supplements for my supplement pyramid.
I can do the commercial for you, bro.
Do the commercial.
I'm telling you.
All you
I
gotta
can
do is get a web page. They
Do
order
it
it. We get
ASMR.
the
I can
extra
sell
to
jizz,
them.
brother. I can sell jizz.
Buy my supplement.
We could take the Soul Glow theme and flip it like just like your P flow.
Bam!
See, we can get Randy Watson to sing it
Just
for us.
let yourself. Oh no, you
No,
don't want me
Well,
to- you
just
want
like the P flow. I don't even. I can't get those notes anymore. I don't even want to hurt anybody's ear.
Sprinkles Inc. Okay, that's your trademark name.
We'll have
Jiggy Sprinkles.
We'll have it like, you remember that old percolator? That old school freaking you know what I'm saying? Can you feel it trickle down? You know what I'm saying? That jiggy juice.
That sounded more like Step Brothers and shit. I'm gonna let it rain down and shit. Wait, what was the song I said that day? What was the old song? Oh, my pit.
Rain down.
No, wasn't Kiss on Your Lips? Wasn't that Hall and Oates?
Yeah.
My piss is on your lips. That's what it was. Because my piss is on your lips. See, that's what I'm saying. Because my piss, you can't resist.
You should be in a barbershop. Corporate.
So yeah, we get it together. We can take old school songs and just flip it and make a commercial out of them. Like,
Let me go get my guitar.
no, I think we need like beatbox.
Let me sign Biz Markie up real quick. We can get Biz Markie on there. Right? There it is.
No, Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh is the best beatboxer of all time.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
A little bit, man. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
you're gonna get me going.
Biz Markie.
Hey,
Dougie,
new team, dude. Come on.
Biz Markie, brother.
Dougie Fresh. Dude, Dougie Fresh would fucking play a harmonica and beatbox and shit and everything at the same time. Insane.
That takes some
Insane.
serious skill.
Yeah,
Honestly.
yeah.
LL
His
Cool
was
J is
comical.
bad.
Yeah, but LL couldn't
Not-
beatbox though.
Did you hear about Ti? Hey,
every
did you hear
time
about
I
that
play-
recent stuff with Ti and
Oh my
Tiger?
god, leave
I
one
thought
giant
San
time.
Andreas.
This motherfucker had to
I
make a video
kill
about
LL
that.
as much as I possibly can.
Wait, you said you hate LL?
No,
Dude, I can't do it. I run him over as much as I possibly can when I'm playing San
in
Andreas.
GTA.
That was cool as fuck. What are you
That
talking
red
about?
Tango. I'm giving you a hint here, man. That with a red Tango. A hint.
First of all,
Red
Grand Theft Auto,
Tango.
get head
Blue.
the prosecutor.
Blue. Not,
Yo, you guys want to hear a funny story? I tell this story every now and then about video games. All right, so when I first met Smoking, the very first time I ever went to his house, I only met him one time before I went to his house. So we go to his house and we're chilling and stuff, and I'm hungry and all kinds of shit. I don't, it's the first time in his house. I don't know what to say or do. So he's sitting and he's talking. He's like, "Yo, y'all want to go to the strip club?" I'm like, "Word." Like, this motherfucker about to go to the strip club. His wife must be real cool because he's over here talking about going to the strip club. We're going to go to the strip club. We're going to get some wings and see some tits and ass and shit. This sounds like fun. Someone's going to take me to the strip club. This motherfucker turns on his PlayStation, proceeds to get on Grand Theft Auto, and goes to the fucking strip club. And I'm like, is this motherfucker punking me? Like, I legit thought we were going to a strip club. This motherfucker starts playing a strip club in a video game.
That's fucking hilarious.
And it wasn't that I even care about strip clubs because I've been to some crazy strip clubs in Atlanta, Miami back in the day, so I could care less about strip clubs. But it was just the fact that I thought that this dude's wife was cool enough and that we was at his house and I was hungry and bored and I could get some wings and see some tits and ass at the same time. I was hyped to go to the strip club. And then he takes me to some fucking video game strip club. Some bullshit.
Tiff knows how I feel about strip. I don't do strip clubs. I've done strip clubs twice in my whole life. Mike fucking Burra wanted to fucking take me and this dude named Scott to a strip club. While I'm on my way to go back to hang out with Tiffany and Giorgio, and then behind the Figueroa fucking hotel.
He's creepy.
He's a creepy dude.
You know, I'm with Tiffany. He's like, "Hey, Mike, hey Scott, you guys want to go to a strip club?" I'm fucking on my way to go hang out with my girl, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
He would go to a strip club. Listen, strip clubs are cool.
Honestly, it's just bullshit. I don't like doing that shit. I don't like going to strip clubs because I think it's
cool.
I know women can do their thing if they want to do that shit. Go for it. But me as a man, I just don't want to involve myself in that. Though. I just,
you know why I don't like strip clubs now? Because I'm gonna be very honest with you. It's the same thing. I don't drive by car dealerships and look at cars. You know why? Because I don't window shop. I don't want to see some
that you're not supposed to.
Man, I'm supporting the American economy. Getting some wings, decent food. It's cheap drinks.
I just don't, and I'm not saying that because I get Tiffany. I'll be like, "Hey, Tiffany."
I would go if he asked.
Oh hell yeah!
Right.
We got fucking evidence. We got evidence of that. Film this shit. We got evidence of that. So when I bring that shit up next weekend, you're gonna be like, "Hey, let's go." And I'm gonna be like, "Woo!" Yeah, we're going.
Now she's gonna make you go. See what? She's gonna be like, "Let's go."
She didn't say what strip club. We're going to Chippendales next weekend. Oh fuck.
Yeah, right.
At a time you will, anyways.
You're gonna have to pay for her table dances.
When I look good on the stripper, oh my god! I would look so good on a stripper pole. Thicker than me.
Scott was on Sports Center.
Have you ever? I've seen thicker fucking arms on a stripper pole.
Rest in peace to Stuart Scott. He was the only motherfucker get away with saying that shit. No one knew what he was saying if you weren't from the hood. Okay. He was literally talking about can a nigga get a table dance, but he would just say it so no one on Sports knew what he was saying. Strip clubs suck up here, just so you know. Anyways, like strip clubs.
They're not that great down here. Bunch of meth addicts.
They're great in Atlanta. Great
when you say they suck, what do you mean?
It's just not the same. And listen, I had a client once in a fucking strip club in Atlanta. He rented the whole VIP upstairs in a strip club. Okay, that's all I got to say about that. You couldn't do that shit up here and have the same kind of outcome in a strip club. Like Lee Lilly was him and I and a whole bunch of strippers eating chicken wings and food and watching fucking football and shit. And it was insane.
That was pretty fun.
But these girls are bucket ass naked and shit like that. And if you wanted to, yes,
skanky.
Champagne room, okay? If you wanted to pay for it, you could get whatever you want in strip clubs in the South back in the day. I don't know about now. So all that shit that they like Chris Rock says no sex in the champagne room was exactly what he said, because he was basically telling you that you could do whatever you wanted to do back then. So, but strip clubs are just cool because up here you can't touch them. They like I don't even know what a lap dance up here would really be. It's like kind of bullshit. It's like if you're gonna pay for the experience, have the fucking experience. I'm not talking about fucking. I'm just talking about like like to fucking have a chick that you're gonna twerk. Like drop that ass on me, shit. Mm-hmm. Just saying, not now. I could care less about a strip club. I don't window shop. It just doesn't make sense for me to go spend my money, throw all my money at a chick who's going to go home to her man like, look how much money I made tonight, boo. Meanwhile, look how much money I spent tonight. Sorry.
That was pretty profound.
It's the truth. Let's be honest. Like, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, I grew out of that shit a long time ago. Shit like that just doesn't impress me. Yeah, like whatever. You can see, and listen, you don't even need to go to a strip club. If that's the case, just go on the internet and look at some twerk videos. You can go watch everybody do the silhouette challenge or whatever fucking challenge is up now. Yeah.
The what challenge?
This like some silhouette challenge or some shit.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't even watch the videos. I just see them all. I'm on World Star because World Star sometimes shows some different shit that's actually worth watching. I'm not on there for fight videos and twerk videos. I know that sounds. Most women are like, yeah, whatever. I could care less about some random chick dropping her fat ass in front of my face. Like it on a video and all that type of shit. Again, if there's a bad chick and she wants to come drop her ass in front of my face, we could talk about that. But like watching it on the video does shit for me. So I don't get it. So I'm not on World Star for any of that.
Who was that MMA guy that came out on World Star doing all those backyard brawls?
You talking about? No, you're talking about what's his name? Kimbo Slice.
Yeah.
But he wasn't actually. He wasn't. The MMA stuff was secondary. He was a he was a bouncer who was the backyard brawler first, and then he actually wasn't successful in mixed martial arts because he wasn't trained that way.
Right.
He was trained to brawl. He wasn't really trained to grapple. He wasn't trained for like close quarters combat, any of that type of stuff that guys who are like into mixed martial arts and stuff are trained for. So he wasn't very successful at it.
He was a hell of a boxer, though. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, he was.
He got knocked out a few times too.
Right? Yeah, he was a good boxer for what he was capable of doing in the background. But what he did in the backyard didn't transcend well in the ring because he wasn't a trained boxer. When you're fighting random people in backyards, it's like a bar fight. A lot of times when you see people get knocked out, it is sometimes by accident. Like a lot of times you'll see someone throw a punch and knock somebody out, and the person who knocked them out is more like shocked that they knocked the person out than the person who got knocked out. Because a lot of it is just chance and happenstance. Because the average person does not know how to throw a punch, doesn't know where to land it. You could kill somebody throwing a punch the wrong way.
That's true.
So that was the thing. He was great at back, but I wouldn't say he was a great boxer. He was great in that backyard. He was a great brawler in backyards. But when it came to anything where you had people who actually trained boxing and spent time like really training the movements, defense, offense, your foot movements, your hips, all that type of stuff. He was not capable of hanging with those people at all because that's what they did day in and day out.
Mm-hmm.
You get somebody who's trained in fucking mixed martial arts, it means that they're also trained in grappling. They're trained in grabbing those arms and grabbing those legs and locking you up. You don't know how to deal with that person who's coming at you like a fucking spider monkey and all of a sudden just jumps on you and gets a fucking lock on you and you don't know how to get that shit off you. You're done. Like as quick as that fight is beginning, it's over. You're going to get fucking choked out. You're going to have to tag out because this motherfucker's got the advantage because all you can do is punch him. And if you don't land that punch, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Yes, pragmatic. Hips is a lot. That's I'm saying, like people who've never really spent time understanding boxing, like watching the greatest boxers in the world is great to do, but until somebody actually trains you and shows you how to actually use to develop those skills, you really aren't you're going to mimic hand movement and stuff like that, but most people aren't even thinking to look at the hips, to look at the feet, to look at the defense. Most people want to be offensive anyways. Most people just want to knock somebody out. Most people who throw punches are usually everybody wants to throw the KO punch. And they're not realizing, once you throw that first punch and all that momentum, if you don't make contact and you come across somebody who actually knows what to do with that momentum that you've pushed forward and knows how to deal with that defensively, now they've turned it into offense for themselves. So you're fucked. So it all looks great in movies and stuff when you see everybody who can just knock up and knock everybody out and beat everybody up. It doesn't work like that in the real world. You're going to take a pounding. You're going to take some losses to learn how to win in most cases. Like they'll say, oh, he was the greatest boxer I ever seen or the greatest fighter. And when he got in the ring, he was gifted. Yeah, he might have been gifted, but you still had to train that motherfucker to not get knocked the fuck out, to not get knocked down, all that type of shit. Like there's a lot of training involved. It's not as simple as movies make it look. Like movies make it look like everybody can fight. My favorite is look at the Fast and the Furious. Here's a perfect example of a bunch of characters who were street kids, who were street racers and ran a garage and ran a restaurant, but all of a sudden they stepped up and did some kind of petty fucking crime, robbing trucks, who became these international people who could fight mercenaries and fight trained military people and fight anything you could think of. They're capable of fighting them.
Yeah, a bunch of bullshit.
It doesn't make sense. Like Vin Diesel could beat The Rock in the movie. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. And now all of a sudden you can beat up everybody in the world. Like, okay.
See, that was actually an admission of the screenwriter.
Yeah. Ludacris's character in the first movie he appeared in, he was lame. He couldn't even street race anymore because his leg was fucked up from a street race. And all of a sudden he's throwing kicks and martial art moves and he can beat him. Yeah, because that's how it works.
One hell of a physical therapist. I want that number.
Oh, exactly. Me too. I don't know what kind of stem cell alien fucking blue avian type.
Alien corpse stuff.
That's got to be what it is. That DMT. It's a fucking DMT.
The DMT.
DMT. You gotta know about the DMT, Joe Rogan. Fuck it. I'm mad now. They've all turned up.
My dichotomy is I ate a big old bowl of chili for breakfast.
Oh, thank God he kind of went away. Because
he didn't go away though.
I know.
He went away from like 2 platforms.
Yeah, but those 2 platforms were big enough that if you really think about it.
That's true. They were a big stream of income for him.
Yeah, not even just the stream of income, just his presence, period. Take the income away. Let's say that he wasn't even income-based person and he didn't care about the money, but just in the views and the things alone that he was allowed to do. Like a lot of that is taken away. And the hardcore fans of his are still seeking him out to find his content. But the average person that's going to get on YouTube and type in Alex Jones isn't going to find original Alex Jones content. They might see him on somebody else's shit or whatever, but you're really not going to see a whole lot of his original content anymore because he can't put it out. So it affected him in a way that I doubt that he's got the same viewership.
Oh God, no! No, he had to fire a load of people. Like, he fired that David Knight guy like a couple of weeks ago.
Well, see, that's the outcome. That's the actual outcome.
He's having.
Well, there's the Shadowbox, Tor says Millie Weaver snafu that's also involved there with Gavin Wentz. So that's kind of big still.
I don't understand this whole Tor says thing. Like, who is she? Why is she suddenly this person that everyone's listening to?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't either.
It was a documentary that came out that they were involved in with some other people just talking about the same old stuff. They got some publicity and she got terminated from InfoWars for the same reason that David Knight and them did.
Send weed now.
Yeah, for real, dude. I'm so dry.
Fuck you, motherfuckers, making me roll another blunt. I was going to tell you all the original premise of the show was going to be one blunt. I was going to smoke one blunt and talk to y'all. And I said, well, maybe I'll have one blunt in a conversation and see how that goes. Fuck y'all, all right?
I wanted to ask you guys.
We're bad
I'm kind of sick and tired of sending people telescopes that are not going to use them. And you guys all have channels. If I send you guys a telescope, would you guys skywatch for your channels? And I'm asking that of people in the chat as well, because I'm looking for people.
Have like an ability to plug into a camera or a computer.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can it plug into a camera or a computer?
If you buy your own fucking accessories, you can.
Because everyone's using those new Sony P900s or P whatever they are. Right. They can zoom in on the thing.
Those cameras.
Yeah, I'm not buying P9 fucking fuck that.
Like I'm saying is they've got some new programs there now. Obviously, this is one of the things I wanted to ask you. Can you log into your local observatory with their huge telescopes and observe what they see and what they're looking at?
Right.
Well, you can visit your local telescopes in some cases and observe. Yeah. You can just go on their websites. In most cases, you can go there for a lot of the stuff and see it yourself.
What I meant, I mean, I have a fucking telescope myself. I have 2 telescopes. I have 2 telescopes and 2 fucking cameras with 300 millimeter lenses. I just can't do this shit myself. And what I'm asking is that if you guys are still
your idea of what you're doing, right? Like, the idea of you getting people put up and around you. Like, I'm just far away from you. That's why I'm saying that, because like I would rather be watching you guys there tracking.
But that's why I would ask if, since you are far, because look, this is my whole reason for my reasoning for this is, say if I'm on my roof and I have my telescope out and I'm like, fuck, that's something I've never fucking seen before, but it's headed north and it's going out of my sight. Somebody north of me, hey fool, in the group, hey, there's a fucking UFO headed north. Who's got the telescopes out? Get out there and get on live real quick. They jump on live and they capture it as it's north. and we get that irrefutable proof. This is what I'm attempting to do. If we can get enough people across the world doing this, and this is what I'm paying for this shit, man. I fucking already bought 5 goddamn telescopes for people. So it's like, you know, and they're not doing a fucking thing. But if I can make it more, I guess, better for you guys to have you, because you guys have a YouTube channel. So if I give you a telescope, you can create content for yourselves. But at the same time, watching the fucking sky. No? Yes? No?
And
totally it's fucking free. All you got to do is invest time.
Like, I spend time making videos anyway, so I'd totally be on that.
Right? Yeah. I'd totally fucking send you one, Spook. I'm telling you.
Right. That's I think as you keep putting the idea out
and
there,
I have one. I just got to get the accessory that I can actually like watch because I can't look at that little fucking hole. That should get me.
And you're
need a fucking tablet thing or something.
A phone attachment onto your telescope only costs about $15 to $20.
Oh, really?
And it's literally, it will get to you like tomorrow if you ordered it tonight. Well, excuse me, it will get to you in 2 days. But I mean,
how you know I got Prime? Well, you assume I can afford Prime, man.
AED in a couple
I don't have Prime. I
can plug that in.
What did you say, Spooky?
I'm buying a Canon AED in a couple of weeks.
Okay, right on.
So
you probably need.
If I can have an interface between the telescope and that camera, I could take like ridiculously high res.
Yes, absolutely. Let me actually have some of the. Let me go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Let me show you some of the attachments I have.
I was done.
Oh, my bad.
Hi, everyone.
I just got a telescope. It don't got no attachments.
I'm not buying it for like really personal uses. It's more for my work. I have to go to America in May, COVID willing, and then hopefully in September as well for shooting for a documentary series, shooting like weather and hurricanes and stuff like that. So
where in America will you be going?
I will be going to kind of Oklahoma, Kansas area in May, and then starting in North Carolina for hurricanes, but depending on where the hurricane's going. Because what we do is in the path of the hurricane, we'll place like 20 cameras with live cameras with weather data, and then we can record all of that and get a pressure gradient over like 50 miles as the storm comes in. And then that data gets fed into the forecast models used by the National Weather Service and stuff, and it's just massively helpful for advancing the forecast science.
Spooky, you trying to tell us that you're Bill Paxton and Twister?
There it is.
I have my dream job. I'm not even kidding.
Right on, dude. I'm down
to
do
cool.
That's awesome. Good.
I'm totally down to do that shit.
Twister is my favorite movie for that reason.
Right on.
I managed to get literally like my job. And
I went across country for the first
time. I love my job.
19, and I wish I saw something. As I was going through like the Bible Belt and whatnot, I really wish I would have saw but it just wasn't the time of year for tornadoes, I guess.
Right,
but man, that would have been something. Straight up.
Prague says I have to talk more about my weather magic. I don't have any weather magic.
Like magic? Everybody talks about magic, but I haven't even got Cambian to do magic for me. I've never seen a live magic show. I don't even know that magic really exists. I'm just saying. I've seen this shit on TV, but I've never seen like David Copperfield.
That's tasty,
live.
Michael.
I don't even know if magic really exists. I'm just saying, Prague Magic. I'm not shitting on you. I just need you to do some live magic sometime that I can see some magic happen. I want to be mesmerized, not hypnotized.
What mil is that scope, Michael?
10 millimeter. Excuse me. This is I'm sorry. This is a camera that you hook up.
Oh, that's a camera?
Yeah. This is a 10 megapixel camera by itself. You hook it up to the telescope in the eyepiece.
Oh, you just click it and it takes the frame.
And you hook it up to your laptop.
Oh, that's neat.
And then I also have this. Which is you screw this into your Nikon. I have this is specifically for Nikon. Screwed into the Nikon, and then all these other attachments will come together, and then you stick your eyepiece inside of it. Oops, that was the Barlow lens. My bad. Eyepiece. So yeah, cool. I'm when I'm saying I'm actually looking for craft. I'm actually fucking looking for craft, not for orbs and garbage.
I wish I'd had this when I was like my entire teenage years. Out the back of my house, we had like a nature reserve, and we'd sit out there and smoke weed all night. And there was a group of like 20 of us. Nice. And we would see stuff all the time, and none of us had like binoculars or like fucking telescopes or anything. So we were all like 15.
Right.
But Like, I wish I could go back in time with a telescope and be like, fucking look at this shit.
You and me both, brother. The first time I ever saw Jupiter in a telescope, I was and it was my astrophysicist friend. I was living with him at the time after my not divorce, but after my breakup. I had lived with him for a bit, and he had this amazing telescope that he got for Christmas. And I looked at Jupiter and Saturn through it for the first time. I was hooked, absolutely hooked. Excuse me.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the right piece of this fucking paper to roll a blunt.
It's that bit right there.
That one right there. You sure?
Yeah, that bit.
Yeah, but that piece might be a little bit too small. I need to roll one that's going to be a little bit fatter.
You
You know
just
what I'm
gotta
saying?
give it some loving and stretch it out.
I'm trying to. I don't want to stretch it too much though, because then it doesn't go back to the form you want it to.
No, catchy, shooby tonight.
More rap, more spit.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
You guys, I'm a virgin, so when you say this stuff, it's appalling to me.
Catchy,
Okay.
shooby.
I don't know for that what you refer. I don't know.
Peter Tosh.
What?
Peter Tosh.
Kuna Matata? What?
Peter.
I know who Peter Tosh is. Calm
Thank
down.
you.
Calm down.
You were about. You were about to get a dislike.
Oh, as if.
Unsubscribe.
I want to know who's going to come up. Like, here's the thing. Like, there's only like 200 and some people who are subscribed, so most of them know what I talk about, what I'm about. So I'd like to see, like, if like all of a sudden I start getting dislikes and shit because some fucking trolls found me all the way over here in my little fucking other channel on fucking YouTube.
It's
They're
just
like, oh my
CW
God,
channel. That's the secret.
It's CW Tanta who does all the dislikes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The Dank Alliance, dude. It's the Dank Alliance.
Oh, that's what it is. CW
Tiff.
Cotton.
You look so bored, Tiff. Are you bored, Tiff?
I should have sent CW an invite. He's
Frozen,
probably
man.
asleep.
She froze. Oh no.
Frozen? Is she
You've
froze?
reached the life model decoy.
She's still gonna kick my ass when she comes over here.
Please leave a message at the time.
No kicking of asses. We all just gotta get along, okay? There can't be any fighting. We have to unite, okay? Everybody get along. Everybody love one another. Okay? Or I won't release any more Jiggy Juice. If y'all start fighting, I'm
That's what we
taking
live
Jiggy
for.
Juice off the market. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then what would that poor woman do her hair with? You know what I'm saying? What's gonna keep her hair vibrant and bountiful and fluffy?
And vibrant and shiny.
It's the Jiggy Juice that does that. Did Tiffany's screen really freeze?
Yeah, she froze.
Yeah.
She dropped out. Yeah.
As long as you know I didn't kick anybody out. We don't kick anybody here. Once you're invited, you're in until you say some crazy shit. And then we have to do like the gong show, whatever.
Or if we get you triggered and you rage quit.
Good luck with that. I can trigger the rage quit off my own thing. I have seen people do it though.
I actually have to ask you guys something about, because this has actually been troubling me. I heard, or I read an article in regards to how your dreams might be a window to another dimension, where if you're having a dream and you're in a place where you know it's real, but people aren't there. I'll just put it like this: I had a dream where I saw someone that shouldn't have been there. This person's not alive in this realm plane. But I've heard that I've read people saying that this may be a window or a conduit or some type of shit to another dimension. And if this is in fact true, if you are having a dream in this other Michael's body, is it possible to actually stay in that area or in that dimension? Or
You can't cut this little thread.
So like if you're having, so it's just bullshit then.
Well, you know what's I will say this, and I've said it before, that especially before my brain surgery, my dreams used to be really, really violent, like really, really bad. I had horrible, horrible dreams. And they affected the people around me, like girlfriends, family, and stuff. Like I'd wake up, I'd be having dreams with my eyes wide open, and I would be other places and see other crazy things. Now, is it something where I used to think that maybe it's a possibility that when you dream, you go to other parallel dimensions? But it also gives you, maybe when you dream, it's just your brain, it seeks out what it wants. Like, I was into a lot of sci-fi. I watched a lot of crazy shit in movies and read all these crazy comic books and stuff. And could it just be my fantasies of my mind playing this shit out?
Mhm.
Or was it legit, something like maybe you do travel to other places when you dream? I mean, dreams are insane. I mean, if you have, some people say they don't dream, whatever, but when you have some really cool, crazy dreams, are they real? Or are you someplace else? It's a possibility, but I don't know how to prove whether or not it is what it is or it isn't. So
If you can't tell, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does actually.
Well, I just feel like
Keats is
Well,
wondering
I
if you
mean,
could come
it-
in to the chat.
hold on, let me see. How do I give me a second?
I can send him the link if it's
If you
easier.
can, yeah, I guess if you can,
Yeah.
then if it works like that, that's fine. Where did this? Damn, I been out here so long, the fucking TV went to like sleep mode.
Hey, you guys can't hear my music in the background, right?
Oh my god, guys!
Oh, it's so loud.
Look at the time, guys.
No, I just want to make sure because I played.
Hold on, guys! It's 3. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 33 minutes. Hello.
Illuminati
Almost 33
confirmed.
seconds.
333. Wait, 333.
It's about to be. Well, wait,
Just
hold on.
nine.
It's about to be 333. All right, hold on. It's about to be the spiritual time, y'all. Ready? Here we go. Everybody just think about releasing your mind. Here we go. Meditate.
My trees. Oh, jeez.
Um,
Feel the power of 3 inside your body.
Rain money down.
yeah.
I feel the vibrations.
I feel the vibration too.
The vibration of the coin.
Oh
I
my
feel it.
God.
I feel it
feel
deep in my
coming.
bowels.
Whoa.
Deep in my bowels, I feel it. The 3.
No. We will not talk about bowels here. Okay. Remember, I had a colostomy bag for 8 months. I don't want to talk about shit.
Okay. We're not talking about shit
No shit.
or manure or fecal matter.
Nope, none of that. We can talk about peeing in backpacks, golden showers.
Okay.
What about pooping in backpacks?
No one wants to poop
No
in
poop.
backpacks either. No
Well, it
poop.
depends on who. I'd poop in David Wilcock's backpack.
I wouldn't even do that. I don't even think he's worthy of my
So
shit.
Tiffany, whose backpack would you poop in? Like a giant poop.
Such a random question. What the fuck?
Yours?
Right on.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
So
I need
there's these
I need
people out there.
fertilizer for my weed plant.
No pooping. I said no pooping. No one.
There's people on YouTube that drink their own pee.
I'm not one of them, but apparently I pee in people's backpacks in their dreams. I'm just saying.
Trust me, when someone told me about urinalysis and that there were people doing this online, and they told me to go look into it, I was like, "You got to be crazy!" And it was endless hours upon hours of people doing this stuff, and it led me into this crazy circle of people. Her name was, I think the guy's name was Lord Stephen Christ and Shanty, and they were beefing over this stuff, and it was just crazy what these people were talking about in these chat rooms.
Lord Stephen Christ, drink your pee.
No, but he would
Nice.
refrigerate his own and literally do that. He was like, he was replenishing his body of nutrients it needed, and the whole story he would spin about why he was doing this was just this crazy thing. And people would send him super chats to do this stuff.
Oh, Kitsu.
It's disgusting. The people out there.
Konnichiwa, Kitsu-san.
Oh, I'm in the-
Oh, Kitsu-san.
Domo arigato, Mr. Kitsato.
Hey, look, it's Patrick Stump.
In sushi.
Ah, fuck you, Spooky, you millennial bitch.
There'll be no virtual fucking anyone. Okay?
Sorry.
Fucking-
I did not hear that clause. I apologize.
I know. I make the rules up as I go along. See?
Okay, well, we will now move forward.
Well, here's a new
With
rule.
the
You all have to
clause.
talk with a posh British accent.
Well, then,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Spooky.
All right, then.
I don't know. When I try my British accent, Spooky always shoots him down. So I don't even know if it's good.
I think that's a
because
redneck
everyone
accent.
does the same Cockney accent. Like, all right, mate. How's it going?
No, no.
I
We
know
haven't
you're really going to
spoken like
talk
that
about
for like 60
accents.
years.
Wait, hold on, Spooky. Fuck you, because not in a bad way. Fuck you, but only because at least people attempt to really get try to have an accent. Do you know what people do when they want to think about black people? Yo.
Right.
Yo. Do you know how many times motherfuckers say I've heard yo in my life? That's not a fucking language. Like it's not even an accent. It's just two
Yeah.
fucking stupid words. So at least people attempt to try to sound British and try to sound proper. We try to take our
They're posh, dude.
we take our stupid broken fucking English and try to sound proper. So at least we have the ability to do that. We don't just say yo yo. So come on, man. Come on.
Well, your accent just went up a couple of notches. I respect it.
Boston.
Wait, did my accent go up a couple of notches? Is it proper? See? Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know.
Well, to be fair, the whole tea phenomenon started in Boston, right? So,
exactly. Okay, beans too.
Well, in America.
What was the secret society that dumped the tea into the harbor?
That was the.
Oh, give me a break.
That was my afternoon tea pie.
The Masons did it.
That's a gold circle.
It was the Matrix.
No, the reason why I wanted to join was, the reason why I'm drawn to you folks is because even though I dabble in almost somewhat like theological or spiritual fucking prisms, excuse me for my language,
Oh,
but
listen,
prisms of the self. Okay.
Speak easy.
Like prisms of the self, like I think it's more of an idea that nothing is truly empirical. And it's Michael, we've had this discussion many a times about like the empirical nature of things, and you want proof, you want facts, but it doesn't work like that. Like reality doesn't work like that. We have to keep experimenting. That's the scientific process, right? I'm not saying that, obviously I'm enjoying Paranormal Hood and CW and Spooky and everybody because we're calling out obvious charlatans.
All right.
Complete charlatans, right?
Right.
David Wilcock, Corey Good. They're taking. Check this out. You ready? Can you see
Greer.
Can you see this?
He came
I
prepared.
found one.
Oh God.
Oh wow.
I found one
Uh-oh.
at a thrift store. I found one at a thrift store. It's ridiculous. It's absolute nonsense. It's complete bullshit. And this guy thinks that, he's Edgar Casey or whatever. But my point is that the search shouldn't be disgruntled because of a few money grubbing charlatans.
Right.
Like
I agree.
we should still consider kind of a metaphysical beingness about like the tethers that bind us all and all of this thing. Like we should still investigate.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
What I'm doing, brother.
But
Absolutely.
they screw it.
Oh yeah.
Screw it up.
They fucking up everybody else.
Well, that whole Anshar, whatever stuff they talk about, it is crazy. I did try to give it a listen to a while back. And like I said, those people that are in that group are so brainwashed around that stuff. Like to try to have a rational discussion with them, to try to understand what they're trying to say is just illogical now.
And that's funny because I mean when I was working on David Childress' house in 2019, I really did try to have a logical discussion with him about the stuff that he does, and it was like he went from one topic to the next to I think there's CIA watching us from over there over yonder, and I'm like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? I mean he is a great guy. I love Jennifer to death, his wife. But I had to get out of there, not only because of that reason, but because of the person I was working with as well, Scott. If you guys ever see this guy, he's going to come out with some archetype book crap, absolute crap. Just beware of this guy. He's just, his name is Scott. I don't give a fuck or not. It's
Scott Garbage.
What's his last name, baby? Coming. He's fucking bald-headed dude that looks kind of
Hey, leave bald-headed people alone, man.
What, Redfern?
I forgot his fucking. He hangs out with Giorgio like every fucking conference and sucks his fucking cock.
Or tries
fucking,
to.
Oh well, I was afraid about profanity. I'm not anymore.
Yeah.
Let
let me tell you something. And this is I don't give a fuck. Who knows? When I went, okay, this is my whole trip. In 2019, we were all hanging out. Tiffany and I were all hanging out with Georgie and them. Scott was like, "Hey, brother, I know you're not doing well with your job. You want to come out here and start doing some construction with me in Arizona, and then we'll go out to New Hampshire, fix my girl's house real quick. We'll double back to Arizona and go hang out with David Childress." So I'm like, cool, all right, let's go do this. He offered me $25 an hour, and I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna stop my $15 an hour or $17
It
an
was
hour.
more like $35 an hour.
It was between 25 and 30, depending on what I know. I can build a fucking house by myself. Anyways, so I go out there, and I don't even fucking realize that I just got into the most fucked up situation I've ever been in my life. Scott,
We were all trying to stop him from going.
and I'm sitting here thinking I need the money because I'm about to get kicked out of my pad, and that's the only thing that was on my head, in my mind, was just getting my money straight. So I go out there, and I get into this situation, and he goes, "Don't tell her that you know all this, but the reason why we broke up was because I fucked her daughter." And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? How did you bring me in this situation, bro? How the fuck did you fucking bring me in this situation? He's showing me pictures like, oh yeah, when I used to go on my weed runs because she was doing she was on some meth or some shit. He would, to get her off meth, he would take her out on drug runs, and then that's how they became kind of an item. She was 18 at the time. He was with his girlfriend since the daughter was 12 years old. So he was playing stepdaddy to this daughter.
On the grooming.
So
Sorry.
Did I get into
I'm confused. Is this part and parcel to the idea of a charlatan and like what they really are? Is that what we're talking about? Because I agree. Like I'm confused about like.
So no, the thing is that when I just, you guys, the guy goes to conferences. He fucking hangs out with. Sorry, I can't see. He hangs out with these people, with Giorgio, with Danikin. He lives at Danikin's house right now. Right now, he's living at Danikin's house. He bought fucking a plot of land about 2 or 3 doors down from
Childress's house.
From Childress's house. Thank you. Sorry, not Danikin. From Childress's house.
Childress's house.
Childress's house. Yes, thank you. The thing of it is that I don't know how I got myself mixed up with these people, because now when I go out and I say, I've done this, and this, and then people go, "Oh, weren't you with Giorgio here and this person?" And they think I'm a fucking crackpot trying to fucking push Ancient Aliens and all this other shit. Sure. And it's all I'm looking for is facts. I was sitting out the majority of the time that I was out there at David Childress' house. I was using his fucking Dobson, his 10-inch Dobson, and I had a gang of fucking photos of just that. I wasn't there to take photos of anything other than just me having a good time.
You were adjacent to a charlatan's fucking plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it fucking pissed me the fuck off, because I had Scott doing this, and then he's like, he's asking me why I don't hang out with him, and the main reason why I'm not hanging out with him because I have a feeling that he's a fucking pedophile, and it makes I have a daughter. I'm sorry. It makes me fucking sick.
Oh, absolutely.
He always argued with you.
And he always fucking. He's like, "You're not hanging with. You want to. Known to David Childress, or you trying to buddy up with him?" I was like, "Dude, I knew him before you, dude. You escaped from fucking New Hampshire all the way to fucking Las Vegas to get away from a fucking possible crime. There's no other reason why you would go from New Hampshire all the way to fucking Vegas after you broke up with somebody if you weren't fucking doing something wrong." This is
the sad like reality that these these charlatans all have the same fucking genetic makeup with
it's
these
a playbook.
It's ridiculous, and it really ruins it. I was going to talk with Stephen Cambion on a live stream about like what I mean by magic and what he means by magic. Like, he's a stage magician, right?
Right.
And so his whole thing is illusions. And like they say that, in the theological sense, or the spiritual sense of what I'm talking about, it's dispelling illusions.
Yeah.
Like, that's the difference. It's just like, it's funny that like, oh, they always hide behind Crowley, and they never tether to the actual like parcel that is what we're talking about. And it sucks that it's like
you basically say they all like to jump into the circus.
Yeah,
The
it's
circus
and
is
it-
the easiest approach.
And when you call one of them out, they fucking circle the wagons with a quickness. With
They
a
That's
have no
true.
choice.
MUFON, fuck, dude. No, man. I don't want to turn this into a rant, Michael Tar rant. Fuck
no,
that shit.
please do. Yeah,
Oh,
All right.
they got the, is that
Tiffany
the
and I-
guy that was head of MUFON that got busted for being pedophile recently?
Fucking Jan Harzan. Fuck that.
They're,
Right.
bitch.
Like,
they're
and
pseudo
that's-
celebrities.
And that's
what
what I'm
they
saying.
are.
That they're using their celebrity
Are
status
they
to get
though?
away with that, and too many people are letting them get away with it. That's where I have the bigger problem with it. The people who are letting these people get away with that kind of behavior and not calling it out.
that's why you
Yeah.
never subscribe.
I'm telling you, I'm not.
Never join a group.
They circle the fucking wagons. Somebody fucking knew what his appetites are. Somebody fucking knew. I'm telling you, man. He got caught Chris fucking Hansen style, man.
For sure.
The
I
first
don't
thing they
doubt
say,
it.
what happens? The first thing they fucking say, oh, he's it was a setup because he was about to come out with some UFO information. Fuck
Because
no.
they're too
I don't
busy
know.
looking at fake
That's the same
conspiracies to
shit
look
they
at the
did-
ones that are in the front of their faces.
Bullshit.
They don't look at the obvious. They never do.
Motherfucker.
look
Well,
at
the
it
thing is, it leaves completely. It's like absolutely against
A 15-year-old.
what all of this should be, right? Which is an internal search to just be a better human, be whatever. And like sometimes faith needs to come in, and it's a weird faith, or you're experimenting, or whatever. It's not about taking control. It's
Mhm.
about surrender in a way, but also like giving yourself more at the same time. It's like, yeah, I just like it's obvious to me, and that's why what was drawn to me with like Paranormal Hood, with CW, like this whole crew was like, yeah, I know right away who a fucking charlatan is. I know right away.
Dude, you grow up,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you see enough of them in real life. I don't care where you grow up. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
absolutely.
You can walk down places. You can walk down Atlantic City and see someone doing 3-card Monty and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
can walk through the streets of
Yep.
New Orleans. You can walk through New York. There's
Here
always
and
somebody
there.
with some kind of a hustle or a gamble. So you grow up seeing that stuff. But
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
you get to a point where you're an adult and you're going to these conferences and you're generally trying to find some truth, and you see 3-card Monty. You see pimps and hustlers and all the same stuff that I see growing up, and most of you have seen growing up. You see
Right.
that's what these people are. They're adults who are LARPing and they're enjoying the shit out of it. And they're pseudo celebrities. The one thing that I saw as a bodyguard all those years, and I could name a list of celebrities who I've come in contact, done work with, bodyguard, they had shows, whatever. Is that I know how they flow, how they work, how they feel, how everything around them is made to make them feel. It's their world.
Right.
So when you go to these conferences, and like I said about Von Daniken, like he's walking around waving and shit, like he's like the most important person of the day. And there's all these hundreds of people sitting there waiting in bated breath to hear this man speak and stuff like that. And they're living celebrity lifestyles. People are paying for their plane tickets. They're paying for their hotels. They're paying for their food. People are paying to sit in a room and hear these people speak and have lunch and stuff with them.
Yeah.
Even though you're not a George Clooney or a Brad Pitt or a top level or a Dave Chappelle, any of these fucking top celebrities, in your own mind, you have reached a certain level of celebrity status that the average person has not. Because no matter what we, the 6 of us in this room, can say, I've spoken Conscious Life Expo. There was probably 30 people in the room I spoke in. I've never been the top person that someone is going to see for whatever reason, pay or not pay, whatever, to come to see Jiggy speak at a conference.
Right.
So
Yeah.
for the average person to think that you could speak about whatever you're talking about, 400 people, 500 people, a couple hundred people, whatever, sitting in a room, listening to you talk about the shit that as a kid, you've been fantasizing your whole life. That you're some hero in somebody's story, that somebody sees you as a hero. They're moved by your words. They're moved by your actions. Real or not, it's very comforting for some people that they've reached something that, oh my God, I never thought I could do this. Come on, as much as David Wilcox and all these people, he talks about his 180 IQ and he talks so highly of himself. At the same time, there's points in his when he's sitting down like, damn, like all these people are listening to me.
He never struggled, though. He'll
In
never
life?
get it. He never gets. Yeah, he never struggled.
Well, listen. The
No,
one thing I always say, it's the Mike Tyson effect. Mike Tyson says
Right.
everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Has
Mhm.
David Wilcox ever
And he
been
has
punched
not
in the
been
face?
punched.
Has Corey Good really ever been punched in the face?
Yeah, he
Has
has.
Emery Smith, Mr. Tough Guy, he was this US in the Air Force and he's in the astronaut and all this other incredible shit. Has he ever been punched in the face?
That's why I'm like, that's what I mean by like we can't discount the people that have and that go to certain things. Like I feel so terrible for the people that abide to this because they have been punched in the face.
Right.
They've been
Absolutely.
kicked the shit out of,
Right.
you know.
And I'm not advocating punching anybody in the face. So
No,
hold on.
no,
I
but
just want to.
mean,
No, I
we
want to
can
make
look
sure
at
to put that
metaphorically.
disclaimer out there because
Yeah,
they'll try
we're
to
talking
spin your words
metaphorically.
around later. Right.
Right.
What I'm saying, 'cause I've been punched in the face. I've been shot. I've been all
Yeah,
kinds of
my
crazy
nose is a
shit.
little crooked.
Once again, we don't condone
Yeah.
doxing.
Right,
we don't condone any of this stuff that any of these people have done and will
course
continue to do, unfortunately.
I just think that if they really had real world experiences and lived in a real world, then they could be more grounded in it rather than be
They're
grounded in these science fiction stories.
absolutely ruining a very like tried and true and almost primal search.
I agree. Absolutely.
They really
takes
are.
away from
Well
it.
said.
We
It
can. I don't
takes away the magic from magic.
Yes.
I don't want to put you guys in a group here, but we can actually be that these people that go back to the grassroots fucking search of ufology and paranormal.
Brother,
that would be nice.
You are already
I feel like I
established,
can't-
brother.
Yeah,
you
but
are
see,
already
it-
established, brother.
It sounds good.
can happen.
It sounds. Let me explain. Let me say
It's
something.
gonna happen. I don't give
But
a fuck.
I'm gonna put it very easy to you, right? I wish that there was a way right now in this
It's
group
gonna
to share these pictures of a poster. This is a perfect example of how I kind of see it all.
Okay.
So in the paranormal community in Jersey, every year religiously they have this convention called Paranormal Unity, right?
Okay.
If I ever show you the poster, there's nothing about this poster that screams anything unity to me because it's the same people there every year,
Mhm.
and all these people look alike, and they're all friends, and they all look exactly like the same type of people. And this is the problem. And the same thing with this, we're trying to bring people together. It's the unifying factor of how do you bring people to begin, even on a bigger scale.
We can
to be able
literally-
to have the opposite. It's hard to do, and it sounds real good. I just don't have a lot of faith in it because it's always people talk about this unity, until you reach that wall that somebody's not willing to knock that wall down together. It's always going to be some fucking wall that somebody's going to present it.
Then those people are going to be on the late bus, brother. That's all. I mean, that's look. If you've been to fucking all these conferences, so have Tiffany and I. I don't know how many other people have gone to these things as well. But if we are all there, grouped up together, we don't have to be like, "Hey, what's up? We're now the Dark Alliance or whatever the fuck that shit is." We could just, hey man, let's have a smoke, let's have a drink. Hey, let's talk about. Hey, you know what? That person over here. Hey, that person right here has a really interesting story. Let's listen to that person. You know what I'm saying? Give the average motherfucker a voice because that's what we don't see at conferences.
I think you're wrong. I think that's exactly what you see at the conferences. That's why you've made friends. That's why Lee and I are friends, and Tosh and I are friends, and Travis.
I meant
Walton is
like a
too, and I
voice
mean-
on stage is what I meant.
But
You know what I mean?
You're
need
not.
to give a
That's
handout
not,
to
that's
this
not going to
refuge.
happen at their conferences. It's
Oh
not-
yeah. No.
They're
Yeah.
not going to allow it because they
Right.
don't benefit from that. Because
Right.
now it becomes that you're allowing the opposite. It becomes that pull, which it should happen.
Right.
There's rare occasions where you've had people able to do it, like Stanton Freeman, other people who've been able to kind of stand up at some of these things and say the opposite of what most of them are saying. But it's few and far between because for them it doesn't work.
Right.
Because now you're attacking overall everything
illusion.
because you're questioning the spirituality. You're questioning, are these chakras really being aligned? Are
Mhm.
these spiritual things that you're selling, that we're questioning? It begins to question
Is
everything.
you're actually calling down aliens with the power.
Just
of time.
because
Yeah,
it's the Joker selling these sentiments doesn't mean the sentiments are wrong.
Right, I
In
get
all
that.
degrees.
Absolutely,
You know
but
what I mean?
they're not
Like,
going to allow you
we have
to
to
go
reach a
against that.
hand. The reason why people turn to these is for very deeply spiritual holes in themselves.
Yeah.
Stuff. And we need to reach a hand to that and say, no, it's not that you're fucking wrong.
Right. You gotta
just
get them on
have
that
a
level.
different, there's a different trajectory of what you were going that is going to lead you to shame.
Right. That makes perfect sense.
And
Don't make sense.
that's the scary thing to me is that I think as part of like the skeptic community and as part of the occult community or whatever, like there's this huge rift, and it's like, why? Like we're all just trying to understand this.
money.
Obviously, no one can be a fucking arbiter or barometer for anything, and the people that say they are, like David Wilcock, like fucking Corey Good, are fucking liars. They're liars. Like we need to have like the trust in the journey, but yeah, we got to pull them out. It's
You know who would be a good if we can get all these people that do that CE5 crap. If we can get these people to like, I mean, they skywatch all the time, but they don't fucking record that shit. I know people that will. Man, Michael, I see stuff all the time. Do you record it? No. Why not, dude? They don't allow me. The fucking argument becomes secular. A fucking self-reinforcing delusion.
Yeah, and the funny thing too is like just the whole like aura of the alien stuff. It's like it's just splintered in so many cells of believers. And
Well, that's where I
like,
I
yeah,
think there's a lot to be said there because there are so many subsects
yes,
within the community of UFOlogy in general that you do have those collectives of people that do defend their beliefs.
Yeah,
absolutely.
or their
So
niche.
those people
Their-
also aren't
their
really. Again,
corner
it's
of
somebody else has
ufology.
to do the work for them. They want somebody else to go to
Right.
CE5 and go to
You're
ESETI
not
and
wrong.
go to Skinwalker and film for them. Where again, I put this challenge out to any of them. Like, you know, any
Go out there and do it yourself.
you want to let somebody come out there, and I'm not going to come out there and be an asshole, but to come out with some legitimate equipment and do some filming and really test the theories that you're saying are out there and show it without bias what we capture, then I'd be willing to do that. I said the same thing to MUFON. This is why fuck MUFON. Like years ago, I reached out to them when I was a member. I was paying my dues, and I said, "Listen, I live in New England. I'm a credible investigator. I have a background in security. I have access to things because I reach out to my law enforcement friends to get access to places. So you never have to worry about me doing anything illegal, stuff you're doing. But I can go out there and legitimately follow up and investigate these claims in my area. I'm willing to do that." You think I got any response for them? Not any kind of fucking response.
It's funny too, like, and maybe I don't know. When I was really into like the paranormal when I was a kid, my thing wasn't like taking pseudoscience and EVP and all that. Like, I didn't care about that. Like, I would believe what it was from people that said they had these experiences, and I'd look at the history of the place, right? Like, I would look at the tunnel of like things that have happened energy wise or whatever. That sounds really woo.
I know. Hey, ask Tiffany. I literally, I crawled into a fucking crematorium to get some type of.
That was the most pragmatic way, was to look in the history, and like that's how I would see if what and who was happening, or what was echoed in the walls or whatever. Like we can't keep doing the pseudoscience of like basically stud finders for electromagnetic frequencies. We have to think like, because human experience like is true. It is.
Right, but here's but here's the thing. Like, let's take Lizzie.
But
Borden's
what is
house.
true? Yeah,
What's
Lizzie Borden?
It's not true.
Right. So Lizzie Borden's house has been done a million times. People say to me, "Go and investigate the Lizzie Borden house. It's in your backyard. It's a win-win. It's a win-win." I'm like, how is it a win-win? Because now what am I going to do? I'm going to go into a place that has a natural history that's already been put to it by hundreds of people who have been there, and I'm going to say what? Well, while I was there, I got an EVP that said Lizzie. I got an EVP that said Lizzie didn't get 42 whacks. It was actually 47 or something like that. Like it's to me, that's the other problem though with doing all the investigating to places. It'd be more prone to, let's say, like pragmatic, like Keats. We were out on an investigation. The 6 of the people right now in this room were involved, and we were doing an investigation. And we all walked into a room, and first of all, we're all overcome with some kind of emotion. It makes us all cry at the same time, right? Now, that's something to say, wait a minute, why the fuck were all of us weighed by this emotion in this place that no one's ever talked about? Now, how do we investigate that? Like, do we come back here at the same, just give me 1 second. We come back here at the same time later, and we bring 2 more people with us, and all of a sudden, they have the exact same emotion without us talking about it. See, that to me is something where, okay, now I'm willing to want to investigate why something happened that we all could kind of experience. But to go back to the Lizzie Borden's house and say that I was overcome with emotion in a place that most people are going to with a negative emotion because they're expecting something bad to happen, could all that energy residually kind of reside there and make it a negative place? And that's the thing that I think about. And then 2, it's been around for so long. Is there somebody who figured out, well, let me turn heat on in a place where they don't expect heat and they don't hear the heater behind the wall that's causing their body temperatures to rise or whatever? Did I figure out a way to make the lights flicker and stuff? This is the problem that I have with any place that's been done so much, and these people who spend so much time, because it's almost like the church fund to me. You know,
Yes.
people always needed the fund
Yeah,
to fix the church.
Supposed like energy. That
Right,
they
we have to
yeah.
fix the roof of this place. We have to
Yeah.
do this and upkeep this place. But isn't the idea that the place is abandoned and it's run down? So if you're modernizing it or doing all this fucking renovations, what aren't you taking away from the natural ambiance of this place supposedly?
That's why it was always like, yeah, going into a haunted place, like, and trying to, hey, ghost, like, ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It did work for Tiffany and I, though. It did work
looking
for
into
Tiffany
the
and I.
history of the place and like understanding the history and like the echoes. Maybe I mean we live in these wooden structures, right, for centuries. There's got to be some echo in this living, wood around us. Maybe there's a scientific explanation for it, but it's still really interesting to think about.
It could be there, and I get that.
Yeah.
So you believe like energy can be like recorded in a building of some kind, like leaving a recording.
But can you record it? Right? Is it there? Is it something that you would feel as a human being, knowing that your energy is human? That energy could have possibly been that of a human before, but now again, now we're getting into: can you take a picture of it? Is that the spirit orb? Or is that
right?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Jiggy. Would I go into a place and try to take a photo about a ghost? Like, would I? You know what I mean? I wouldn't. I would look at the history of the house. I would look at like what came into it. I don't know. It's like, but it's still fascinating. We can't discount it. It's still a fascinating thing. And exponential data is just as good as any other data that isn't arithmetic.
Tiffany and I have actually been to Linda Vista Hospital quite a few times, and we've probably got, I don't know, a handful of things, Tiff, that's happened. It's just we continually went there until they turned it into an old folks home or a senior living home, mainly because that was like the best place for us to go at the time, other than like the suicide bridge, because we were doing people's places for free. Like people will call us up and be like, "Hey, my kid thinks there's a monster in the house. Can you come back and tell them there's no monster in his bed?" So yeah, this is what we did. Only to give them security, to make them feel better about themselves, no matter what. This is the whole point of why we're doing this, to make people feel better, or to get people to understand what they may or may not be seeing is not actually there. Does that make sense? Like,
I get it, but I'm going to tell you straight up, though, and I've said this from the very beginning. You can go back to the history of Paranormal Hood. That's not my job. You know what? As someone who does security for a living and stuff like that, I'll say this: that I can give more of a credible say to someone like, this is how we should approach the security for you and stuff like that.
Right.
But when it comes to me going into somebody's home and fucking around, I don't know. I just said I wouldn't do that because I can't give them an absolute sense of security. Walker and say, well, that ghost was here, but the ghost is gone. I'm not an exorcist. I'm not the demonologist. None of that type of stuff. I don't even know if that stuff works. It's also
kind of awkward and weird to say.
It is a bit. It can be. It can be.
But then I get it. Like you're kind of testing the hypothesis that it's in their head. So you're saying, "Oh, everything's fine here."
But that's just placating somebody.
Right.
It's not helping the problem because.
But we do an actual investigation, though. It's not like we go in there like, okay, we're going to tell the kid that everything's fine. We actually do go in there and check. And Tiffany has
for
people
more than one night too.
And Tiffany can cleanse houses as well. She's more the metaphysical person than I am. I'm more of I need the fucking science. She's my yang. Pretty much.
That's what I'm saying. I can't cleanse shit. I wouldn't know what I'd be in there selling you snake oil. I'd go in there.
I dirty shit.
I wouldn't even want to do that. That's the same thing where I would never preach because I don't know how to do it. I've dealt with my own ghosts. You can say I've dealt with my own demons in my life, whatever. I don't know how the fuck my dreams only stopped being what they were after my brain exploded.
Right.
Jiggy, the whole adage about a preacher doesn't know how to preach, preacher doesn't practice what he preaches. Like that's a nominal archetype in our society, though. It's someone that knows but still has to deal with their own shit about it.
But that's the whole thing. Even me, like, what do I know?
How do I approach someone? Let me say this: you know that you don't know.
Right. I know that. I
You're
don't know
telling
shit.
people, yeah.
I don't know anything.
Even
I don't
bigger
either.
that you
I
don't
don't
know
either.
what you
This,
don't know.
this is where the
Well,
trouble
searching
comes
for
with
those
like
answers,
empirical data.
Gotta
Like
find.
empirical data worries me. It's like if we're searching for empirical data, it's like that's a lifelong pursuit.
Oh yeah,
You know?
it's been a lifelong pursuit for a lot of people, and some
But
people.
and I say lifelong, maybe like multi-lifelong.
Yeah, could be.
Could be, but like we should still search for it. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I would
think
never
it-
stop. I'll never. That's
Yeah.
this isn't. I'm not like somebody. What's the name? Ari was saying that I'm mean or I'm angry. I'm none of that type of stuff. I'm not jaded. I'm
You're so
frustrated.
mean.
I get frustrated at times
the
because of the
meanest.
stupidity, but
The
I'm
meanest.
not going to stop. You know, like if
Mean
all the things
jizz.
that happen in my life happen for whatever reason, then maybe I'll figure it out before I'm gone, or maybe I
Angry
won't. I don't
Judy
know.
jizz.
But I wouldn't
I
stop.
love that. I just, I have like a supreme, like something in my solar plexus. Like I just don't want to steer people.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't. I'm not here to prove anything to anybody.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
absolutely said that from day one. The only person I or anything to prove anything to is myself.
Myself, right?
If I accomplish that, then awesome. And again, I told you, if something ever happens to me, when
Great
you
minds
see
think
me get
alike.
on
That's why we're
here
all here.
and sing praise of anything that I tell you I absolutely believe is true, it's because I absolutely had that encounter I needed to have for me.
Yeah.
Whether or not I can show you any of that data or anything like that, I don't fucking know if it'll ever happen. But that's what I'm for. I have never told anybody that anything I'm doing has proved shit. You know, people ask me about EVPs, they ask me about pitches, they ask me about my experiences. I've had some great experiences investigating. The people who were there have had some great experiences investigated. Some of it's caught on film. People watch those same films, they watch the same episodes, they watch some of the YouTube stuff, and different people have different experiences from the experience that I had.
Yeah.
And they're telling me what I was doing when I was investigating. Well, what you didn't know was that orb behind you, or this, or that, and this is what happened, and shit like that. The perfect example is there's a clip of us out at the Bridgewater Triangle. And as I'm talking, I know that something flies by my face. I don't know how you can hear a bat sonar or some shit like that, but I knew that something flew by me. I heard it, and it was just instinctive. And when people watch that, the immediate thing in the live chat as this episode is being aired is people talking about, oh my God, did you see the orb? Did you see the spirit? Did you see all of that? No, when it's slowed down frame by frame, you literally see the bat fly right in front of my face.
Okay. Yeah.
There wasn't anything paranormal. It was a bat chasing mosquitoes, and it was doing me a
I'm
favor.
surprised nobody said it was a rod.
Oh God! Well, people tried to say shit like that. Again, in the live chat, it was a rod. It was everything else, and what I knew it was a fucking bat. I knew what it was. I clearly on tape say something flies in front of my face. I'm not saying a ghost flew in front of my face. I just knew some kind of animal flew in front of me or went in front of me, and that's it. And
Tiffany, somebody tried to comment on one of Tiffany's photos that, oh, there's a triangle in her photo, and we're sitting there like, no, dude, what the hell? We're sitting there going live on top of our roof.
It was a plane.
It was a fucking plane.
I even said
Triangle.
it
I
was
swear
a
it's a
plane.
triangle. No, dude. And then they did some weird like zooming shit and like
Yeah.
filters.
I'm like, what the hell, bro? What's fucking wrong with these people?
Did you see the most popular?
That person
UFO
was booted
video
out of my group, by the way, out of our group, by the way.
Mhm.
The most popular picture of a supposed UFO was from California, out there in LA, the fucking speedometer on somebody's car.
Yeah, I
And it was
posted that
reflecting off
garbage.
right, exactly. And people ran with it. Again,
TMZ ran with that shit. That's
they're
how
idiots.
fucking
It's the same reason why I've had paranormal experiences, quote unquote, but I still like as I grew older, is that a young mind
Right.
like adapting to or visualizing
surroundings.
different things. Like I'm always there with that.
Not
Always there questioning, like, it's interesting.
Listen,
And to me, like the metaphysics of like being a young mind and being susceptible to that, like it doesn't have to be ghosts or whatever. It like the idea that like computing in a human brain could be something so magnanimous before your feed, your fed feed before you're fed, like what life is after a while. Like it's just language, right?
when you talk about magic, the idea that real magic is people, I'm a firm believer that you can create whatever you want to create in your mind.
Sure.
If someone wants to create that they're being tormented by demons, then they're going to be tormented by
Yeah, the
demons.
victimization.
Right.
shit,
If they want to
yeah.
be tormented by aliens and they're being captured at night and tormented by aliens, then they're going to be captured and tormented by aliens.
Yeah.
If it's Jesus, is that every night Jesus comes and has a conversation with me and only me, then Jesus is going to come have that conversation with you. That's
Yeah.
the magic of being able to create whatever world you want. But again, now when you talk about Jesus, and you're probably going to start quoting the Bible and stuff like that. When you're talking to these aliens, when are these aliens, when are any of these things that people are channeling and talking to, whatever, going to come up with something that when everybody looks at this, they say, well, that's some real shit. Like they
Yeah.
just gave an equation to something that's going to take us to other stars. It's like The Contact. Like David Wilcox loves to talk about The Contact movie. That the aliens or the channelers actually give us that fucking blueprint to build the time machine, or the Einstein Rosen bridge, vessel that's going to take us
To
to
heaven.
wormholes and all that type of
Yeah.
shit. Heaven, hell, whatever, any
Yeah.
fucking place. But it just doesn't happen. It's just all great stuff that these people supposedly can do. And again, it's the magic of being able to create whatever world they want to create it. At
Yeah,
this
you
point, I
know-
think- go
My
ahead, I'm
bad.
sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Jiggy, like on my worst day with all of this stuff, it's a psychological trick. It really is. On the worst day, like magical praxis, faith, all of this shit. It's a psychological trick. It just helps center the mind. It helps you, kind of digest the day, get better with what may be coming, know what you want to be coming.
It gives reasons for madness.
Yeah. On the greatest day, it's like, holy shit, I'm talking to something else.
Yeah, I get it.
But like it changes every day. Like even my explanation of it. Like, most days I'm like, fuck it. Well, hey, it's a cool psychological trick. It's worth it. People should know about it. On other days, it's like, holy crap, communing with the subconscious is like, being tethered to the the outside, the other, or whatever. Like it gets deep in those ways, but at the same time, like the brass tacks is that it's beneficial.
Absolutely.
If you're doing it right and not listening to David Wilcox or Corey Good.
Fucking Laura Eisenhower, and the fake ascension meditations and shit.
You look tired.
Right. Yeah.
Are you tired?
No, it's a very solitary and personal thing.
Like what do they meditate?
Yeah.
Like it's like you talk about like it's seriously. It's like you're meditating and your energy. If you are raising it, it's doing all this negative shit. Like you guys aren't doing anything positive. In the middle of what you're trying to spin as positive, it's like it might work. Meditation might work to anger people and do some crazy shit the way that they're doing it. It may actually be working. Maybe that's
God,
exactly what the
and
whole
mental
effect is.
health has been such a great curb with all of this, especially for me.
But some people in ufology put out their meditation, which is kind of dangerous. They try to teach a meditation that's dangerous.
It's only dangerous if people are stupid enough to think that any of these kind of practices, without really doing some research into what you're doing, period, is going to be beneficial to yourself, let alone anybody else. Like,
But
what
if
are
you believe
really
in
doing?
spirituality, don't you think that opening up your soul or whatever the fuck that Greer does to anything out in the cosmos, isn't that inherently dangerous?
But again,
Oh yeah,
you get what you want.
Well, he opens his. Have you ever attended a CE5 thing with him?
No.
He literally sits there and he's like, "Kumbaya, kumbaya." Well, he does his. What is it? What does he call it? Mantra. He does some fucking mantra.
I don't know about this about Greer, but he has nothing to do with my spirituality.
Good deal, because he has that shit. Greer, man, holy crap! The thing of it is that he uses spirituality to pull people in.
Sure. Yeah. It's old as time.
Yeah.
This grift is old as time.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Old as time. Yeah.
How do you make fucking monitors in here? Like, I don't even know how to do that. Clearly, I need to have figure out how to do monitors in here one day. Because what is this good looking fucking? What is this person?
Good looking hunky.
Yeah,
I thought that was me in chat for a minute. Damn.
Yeah.
He's a known troll, but he's cool.
Oh, he's
But
an
that's my-
he's an
Michael,
outro?
I've got to say, like,
have a
what I
picture of
worry
myself.
about is like if people have this inkling to search for this shit and they reach their first pivot is David Wilcock or Corey Good, they're fucked.
It actually
man.
predates that, though. That's the problem here.
Well, I'm saying like it predates it with the law of one or
Actually, I was
like
thinking
all
more
this
along the
other shit.
lines of like the
Like there's a
Celestine
bunch of
prophecies.
charlatans. Yeah, any of that.
Right,
Any of
that says
that.
that-
It
that
doesn't matter
whole
what,
The
what
Secret,
era. The
transcendental
secret
yeah,
is
so much crap
grocery
out there.
store metaphysics. It's like
Religion,
yeah.
Christianity.
But I mean,
like it's always been there. Like it's.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, what bums me out is that people stop looking and just like bemoan all of that because of the
But
apple.
see, but I think it's kind of the all right. So one thing that I've always said, Keith, was my first experience with religion was a beautiful experience because
Yeah.
I went to the Episcopalian church. The Father Dwyer, who was a reverend of the church, he lived on my street. So we got to eat at his table, spend time at his table, go seek him for counsel. He was a man who truly lived Christianity. You know what I'm saying? He was the embodiment of what that was. So my problem was after I left that church and we went and did other things and they moved to a different area, I'd always seek to try to find something similar to that.
Yeah.
In preachers, in a religion, in a spiritual place, a supposed place. I never again found that. I still haven't found that. All I have found is the opposite.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah, no, I was raised Catholic for the first half of my childhood and then Jewish. So I realized contradictory nature of religion real quickly.
I was in a Jewish placement for a little bit. They tried to get me to go to the temple stuff and all that good stuff for a bit. There's a place called Vista Del Mar, and I'm sitting here like, I'm not Jewish. Why are you guys making me go to this temple? And no, it was bad. It got bad. I was there. I was at a placement that was full of people that were sent there by their parents, where I was the only one sent there by the county court schools. So it was culture shock for me. But I did learn how to pray over my food. You know, Baruch atah Adonai.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
Yeah.
The thing that's rough about that is like these archetypes, so they ruin it for everybody. Like it's like, ew, man, that religion was awful. That's not at all what I want. It's like that has nothing to do with spirituality.
Right.
Like nothing to do with it.
But it's also to make you become cerebral and think about it too, though. It's also to make you challenge that. Like you're supposed to not think that that's supposed to be what all religion is or what all belief in religion is. That's why I don't knock it. I don't knock it at all. I knock when people use it in a way that I just don't think has anything to do about what they preach. They just don't practice what they preach. The word to them is simply a word that's written in a Bible or a Torah, whatever holy book that they choose to read from, and that they take from it what they will, and then you're supposed to believe their interpretation of it. And their interpretation clearly has nothing to do with what the book says.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with it. That's like,
well, and that's the ordained nature. Like, I learned from a young age, obviously, because the contradictions. Like, how could I subscribe? How could I subscribe to any of it? Like, I see the contradictory nature in, growing up with these religions. Like, how could I subscribe? It didn't ruin, spirituality of the search. It definitely ruined theology for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's where I think a lot of the solution is actually.
What fucking time is it?
You speak of spirit. Oh, it's 10:38 to 1:38 your time, or 2.
We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I've become
4
David
hours,
Wilson.
20 minutes.
420, son of smoke. 420.
420, we did it.
We're already late.
Come
420
up
and 19.
It is really 420.
Like 420. There we go. Woo, of course, I acknowledge it at 420. See,
yep.
That's the Rastafarians talk about.
Spark it up.
Hey, smoke weed every day.
Spark it.
I don't even have anything rolled right now. See. Now I know how Smoke King tries to fucking feel like when he's just trying to roll and have a conversation. I don't have anything rolled. I don't have the normal like blunts to sit there waiting for me.
I'm so out of weed right now. I'm waiting for fucking to get paid and see if I can get some more. I need weed for my fucking Paranormal Hood Thursdays, man.
Do I need to do
I need that weed.
Fucking fuckers.
I can't watch y'all fucking smoke 12 blunts without me having some weed right here, man.
You know what? I don't smoke weed. I'm gonna smoke some with you guys if you smoke.
You know what's insane though? Is that this 4 hours, whatever it ends up at, I don't think that anybody is going to actually, like a David Wilcox, like actually come back and watch this whole.
Hell no!
I won't watch this shit.
I
realized that he still follows me.
We didn't talk
on Twitter. I'm like, why the fuck? I put a mustache on the guy and tweeted it.
But he actually.
Oh, hey, is that joke? That inside joke that John was talking about?
Yeah, John made the joke and then like, while he was talking, I put a stupid little handlebar mustache on.
Hilarious.
Tweeted it. And John got unfollowed and blocked by him, but
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if I should feel some kind of way though, because they don't go at me. They don't go at me the way they go at everybody else. Like they don't. Like they've never sent me a cease to desist. There's been no threats. There's never been anything on their side really, other than like Billy Carson and Jordan Sather tried to take a swing and he missed. So
fucking Jordan Sather, dude.
He's a fucking.
They rely on intimidation, and
he's kind of my least favorite out of all of them. I'm like, that's the guy I want to punch.
Dude, you know what's funny? I'm going to tell you why I truly believe one, that they know that I'm not intimidated by any of them. So here's the irony of it. I don't know if you guys know who Alan Steinfeld
because you got a crazy motherfucker named Mike next to you.
Mike, do you know who Alan Steinfeld is? Have you ever seen that guy? He appeared. He was at like Conscious Life Expo and stuff.
I'm not sure. We were only there at Conscious Life to get
but he's the contact in the desert. He's been at every fucking
I know of him.
event I've been at.
Okay.
So apparently what the thing is, because I was rolling with Billy Carson, because of my size, the way I look and dress, and because of my background, they all automatically assumed that I was Billy Carson's bodyguard.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So I think that's one of the reasons, why these people know they don't really fuck with me and stuff like that. Because I told you, even like Emery Smith with his security, like we're in the same bar drinking it at the Conscious Life Expo, and he's standing right next to me. And my white friend who was with me, him and his security did not acknowledge him whatsoever. It was like he was not even standing there. He'll tell you that. But they were all like, "Yo, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?" Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like that is the phoniest shit I ever seen. And I'm the person, if anything, with my training, like if you were so concerned about people who would want to hurt you or do something, I'd be the person you wouldn't want to be sneaking up on.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying I'm some fucking international man of mystery or some shit. I'm not Austin Powers. I don't have any fucking special powers or anything. But I'm just saying, like, from a standpoint of security shit and everything, and these people who fear for their life, like, wouldn't you want to, like, I'd be the dude you kind of want to pay attention to. Because I'm talking to people, but I'm kind of just doing my own thing. Whatever.
I know exactly how you feel, dude. I had to run security for the Bozies, this Colombian family that runs Sports Theater Arts and Recreation out here in California, which is an after school program for about 60 elementary schools here. And then they also created this Echo Station. Just the son, Eric Bozie, and I, we were talking about just starting up the museum anyway. But no, my point is I definitely know what you're talking about, because I had to go with these guys to places like the Conga Room over here on Wilshire, places I've never even thought I'd be to. But because Eric knew me from my past, he hired me as a bodyguard because I just don't give a shit. So, yeah. I might be smart, but I'll bite your throat off.
Size is not relevant.
No, size is definitely not relevant.
It's not relevant.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop out just to let y'all know, but just to say goodnight real quick. I'm gonna get in bed. I'll keep listening, keep going.
Hey,
so let y'all know.
Yeah,
good talk, man.
First of all, let y'all know something. Lee doesn't sleep. Lee doesn't sleep, you all.
You in vocal presence with us, Lee, because
we still need to fucking talk about.
I'm trying to give you all some insider information. Lee Veltman does not sleep. He has a special chamber that he's going to go sit in, and it's going to make him feel like he's sleeping. At the same time, he's going to be on his tablet and he's going to be doing work. And
that's when I do my remote viewing work.
Oh,
Lee's a lot better than his name on chat.
I got a guy. I got a guy that in our group that just he wrote a book. And he just wanted me. He just posted it in our group, saying that he wanted me to read it on remote viewing. Hold on, let me go to the Facebook real quick. You guys might know him.
Don't you woo me?
What the? No, this ain't woo. I don't know if this is woo or not, but he wrote a book.
Yeah, woo.
On remote viewing. What the fuck? Where the fuck is that post? Hold on 1 second. Go ahead and talk about some other shit until I find it.
I told you I remote viewed Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, I thought Keats had his head down, and I thought he was his chair, and it freaked me out then.
Well, that's
Wait. Jiggy smoked Rosario Dawson? Wait.
No, I remote viewed her.
Oh,
yeah. And
the only time you ever remote viewed her is when you were pausing and rewinding on Alexander, weren't you?
Everybody's vocals were
rewind. Hold that Rosario.
Hold up. There's some cool scenes in
Pause,
Daredevil.
rewind.
There's some cool scenes in all of those Marvel things. That
Alexander.
Alexander is definitely a cool scene, but also
Pause,
when
rewind.
she plays Lala and he got game.
Yeah.
That's
Kids.
oh, shit, that's back.
Yo,
Kids.
Oh, here we go.
If anybody
yeah,
knows,
that was
anybody knows
her
Rosario
first
Dawson, let her know
kid.
she's my wife. Okay, let her know.
Yeah, she's the best, dude.
That she may not know it, but she's really my wife. I've dreamed this. You know, she got a backpack too. In our dreams, she ended up with a backpack because you know what I do. I like to give women my backpacks.
You know, she's got a lot of dignity in kids, though. She skated free. That movie was fucked up, but she was a fucking.
Oh,
Like,
Do you guys know who?
got away.
U.S. military intelligence officer Joe McMoneagle?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, the guy who wrote the book. He's in our group. Tundi oh God, I don't want to butcher his name here. Do you guys know how to spell it? Do you guys know how to pronounce his name? No.
No.
Am I making an ass out of myself right now?
we should.
Buttfucker.aei.
Tunde. That's his first name. Tunde. Last name Atunrase. But apparently he wrote this book. He wrote this book called Remote Viewing. Hold on. He wants me to fucking check it out because he says I posted something about like wanting to find actual proof, and I got let down by this Proxima Centauri post about some signal that is not a signal. And
Right.
Yeah, I saw that post.
And I think you're about to get let down again if you believe that this dude is about to make you read a whole book about some real remote viewing.
Like I said, if you look into it just from a analytical perspective,
yeah,
you
I
might
have
find
to.
something
I have
there.
to.
Like I said, if
I
he
definitely
mentions
have
the Stanford Research Institute stuff with Russell Targ and Ingo Swann and Hal Puthoff on it, there's some interesting theoretical things there at least.
Joseph W. Yeah, okay. Discovered and Taz double blind, blah, blah. Baffled skeptics. He's baffled skeptics, apparently.
Bum, bum, bum.
But if he starts going into their cities on the moon, that's where I kind of lose interest.
I've baffled women all over the world.
In the synopsis, it says, what were the strange lights encountered by the crew of the Japanese airline flight in 1987 over the skies of Alaska? Did 70,000 Catholic devotees really witness the sun dancing and hurtling towards them in 1917? What really happened to Travis Walton and his co-workers in November 5th, 1925? Yeah, that's pretty much. What exactly was the strange objects two U.S. servicemen witnessed in the UK forest near Rendlesham in 1980?
So wait, this is about remote viewing. So what's he going to say? He remote viewed these events and he can tell you what accurately fucking happened?
That's apparently I can't really post the link to this shit, but that's apparently what the synopsis says.
Don't post that link here.
I remote.
I'm not going to post the link. The link's in my group. If you guys are in the group, you could check it out there. If you guys are in the group, you could.
I
It's
already
there.
remote viewed it.
Listen,
You've
you've met Travis Walton, but I'm going to tell you something.
I met Travis.
Travis Walton is an awesome dude.
He
And
is.
he
Nice guy.
seems like
He's
a
a nice
very,
guy.
very stand-up man. He doesn't seem like he's a liar. And it's hard because I don't know if his story is true or not. I'm just saying, if you've ever met Travis Walton and talked to him,
He's fucking
he's
cool.
not somebody who wavers. He looks you in the eye when you have a
Right.
conversation with you. Now, this could be because he's been practicing this thing for 40 years.
Mhm.
It may just be very good at it at this point. But
45.
I'm just saying, from someone who's spent time around him on a couple of different occasions, that, I don't know.
He's a cool cat. He can play the guitar like a motherfucker. He's cool.
Yeah.
Why are you wagging your finger, Keith?
So, hey guys, anyways, I'm going to drop out now. Y'all have a good night.
All right, brother.
Later,
All
man.
right.
Bot,
Literally.
shut down.
1-star General Veltman.
1-star general.
Have a good night, y'all. Bye.
Well, yeah,
Later.
Bye.
I'm a 6-star general now. Y'all didn't even know that existed, did you? You only heard
Shit.
about 4 stars. I'm 6-star.
I had no idea.
My
I'm
clearance is
17
above
star.
anything.
Tiffany, will you please shut the fuck up? God.
I know she
So
talks too
loud.
much.
you
Yo, get your,
you said a total of like 5 words the entire time here.
get your girl in check, man. You know
I know, right? Come on, girl.
You ain't got your girl in check.
What's wrong with you? Actually, no. She's totally gonna kick my ass when she comes over.
Better
You
than
made me not stop watching the fucking police chase in my neighborhood for this
Oh,
shit.
Yeah, I was watching a pursuit. It was all
Breaking
exciting.
news.
Yeah,
Wait, a purse
she's the
snatching?
queen of fucking breaking news.
There's a lot of pursuits
What?
that happen in my area.
Oh yeah.
Needless
Every
to
time
say, I
I'm
hope
on
you
a
don't
roof,
carry a purse.
building explodes, a car fucking gets jacked. Every time I'm on my roof, every fucking time.
Where the fuck do you live? Independence Day?
Downtown LA.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen very little of California, and I've been there a few times now, and I've seen very little of Cali.
Mhm.
When I'm at the events, I'm at the events. Only thing that I've done in Cali was go find fucking weed dispensaries.
Man, bring your ass out here. I'll take you to 93rd and Normandy, brother. They got the best weed dispensary
Holy
right
shit.
there.
Yeah, LA is fucked up, dude.
It ain't that fucked up. If you've
Hey,
lived
I
here,
grew
like,
I grew
growing
up
up,
a little bit. Yeah.
You just
ain't-
have
it
to
ain't
know
that
your
fucked up.
areas.
Yeah, you have to know where to
That's
go.
anywhere.
No. I
can
mean right now.
I know LA like the back of my hand. Like I can tell you
Yeah,
what every
I
single
would
gang is,
never say that
every
like
single like
LA as a
Torrente.
place is screwed up. I'm saying right now, but I guess they lifted the quarantine. So
Oh yeah, they did just lift up the
yeah,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
that's what I meant. Like the LA enclosed quarantine.
The
Yeah,
bubble. We can't get out. We can't get out.
but you
People
do.
say that, but
You
how well do you
do.
really know the
Hell no, dude.
But
I
you
don't
all
fucking go out
do.
there.
You
Tiffany,
all
I have
do.
to protect Tiffany's fucking family, man. I can't. If Tiffany comes over here and I got COVID, her family's dead. No, I can't do that because she's got older parents, man, and I'm not going to be responsible for that shit.
How long were you guys quarantined?
I've been quarantined since March of last year.
So what's your like shopping like? Do you
I order online
delivered? Yeah.
Delivery.
Instacart.
delivery,
Mm.
and
Does anybody
most
know if the
people-
Celtics or the Golden State Warriors won? Does anybody know when?
Oh
that
wow! How
Oakland.
about those Lakers? No, I'm just kidding.
Oakland.
Hey, I'm the only Celtic Patriot fan on the West Coast. Besides my dad, that's fake news. My bad.
I lived in
I'm like
Oakland
the
for
only
8
Bulls
years of my
fan in the
life.
UK.
Oakland.
Fuck the
No,
Lakers.
like I said, my pops is from Boston. Like he was born in Massachusetts, and he came over this way and had me. So yeah,
So by default, you can
fake
be a Red
news.
Sox
So
a-
you
Yeah,
came
pretty
out,
much.
you
I
came
mean,
out of the
as much
Celtics.
as I love my father, I mean, I still got that East Coast blood in me. So
Did no one get that? He came out
What?
of his Celtic. His
Oh.
dad's Celtic. Right?
Yeah, I see the Celtic fan. Woohoo!
pretty much since
Forget the
Larry Bird.
Lakers. Forget the
Sports
Yankees.
ball.
I've been a
I
Patriot.
love
I've been a
sports
Patriots fan since Bledsoe.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, just so you hear it first from me. Fuck Tom Brady.
Fuck Tom Brady. Yep, I'm a huge Patriot fan. Fuck Tom Brady. Right here.
Fuck Greg Brady
Listen,
too.
thank-
That
I-
dude was
football
great.
land.
Thank you, Brady,
Eyeball.
for 20 beautiful years. You did great things for our franchise. You are the greatest fucking football player of all
Thank
time.
you.
But you no longer play for my Patriots. I got no
Right.
love for you, homie.
Right. And
Got
Florida too. Tampa. Fuck Florida. The fuck?
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Florence Henderson, who was the mother in the Brady's.
Fuck
And
you.
she had sex with Greg Brady, dude.
Fuck Brady. There's
Sorry, sorry, Tom Brady.
Well,
Once,
that took a
you,
turn.
once you leave here, you're dead to me.
Mm-hmm. All about the
You're
past.
dead to me.
You no
Once
longer
you-
have that fucking jersey on. Get the fuck
Yep.
out of Dodge.
Once you don't have a Celtics jersey on, a Bruins jersey, a Red Sox jersey, a Patriots jersey,
Get
I
the
don't
fuck
give,
out of
I
Dodge.
don't give a fuck if the franchise big, gone dirty and traded you away in the middle of the night and stole your mother to the moon people or whatever. That ain't my fucking problem. You don't play for my home teams no more. I got no love for you.
Bruins. What
Kick
was it?
rocks and flip-flops.
Bruins.
What did you say about my Bruins? Who got a
No,
problem?
Jiggy said Bruins. Then you listed off a few.
The Bruins, which is our hockey
I
team.
know, I know Bruins.
The Red
yeah.
Sox, our baseball team.
Oh,
the
it's just all Boston.
right,
Yeah.
all Boston. That's it. Even the fucking New
Boston.
England Revolution. I ain't never watched a Revolution game, but you know what? I got love for the Revolution. Okay?
I missed like Heather was. Yeah, that's,
Yo, you want to hear some crazy shit about our hockey team?
Haven't
So
we
if you
been
know-
hearing crazy shit all night? Go ahead.
Wait,
man.
you know if you know hockey, you know Brad Marchand. Do you know Brad Marchand? Keats, he plays for our Bruins. He's-
no,
he-
see, my heyday was like Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh, Jeremy Roenick,
oh yeah, you're talking about the Avalanche. You're talking about
Yeah.
the Red Wings, like those two. I got you. Right.
Coyotes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, right.
That was like my heyday with hockey.
But
When
one
I
of
was- when I was
one of
12
our
years
best
old, I-
hockey players right now, I used to deliver for Instacart. So I was doing a delivery and I'm walking into this building and this dude, Brad Marchand, he plays for our Bruins. He's holding the door for me. So I look at him, I was like, oh shit, dude, you're Brad Marchand. And he looked at me like, how the fuck does this black dude know who the fuck I am? You know, he dead ass looked at me like he couldn't believe that I knew who he was. And he was so like taken aback. I was like, can I get a picture with you? And he took a picture of me. And then after he went upstairs, the security of the hotel was like, yo, he don't never take no pictures of nobody. It's because you're a black dude, yo. Because it was a black security dude. He's like, that's kind of awesome. I was like, yeah, I knew exactly who he was because I love hockey. Me and my friends, we all watch hockey. But it was just he looked at me like he could not believe that this black dude knew who he was.
That's cool. I mean, I
That's pretty cool.
I don't know
Oh,
if you guys remember. If
that's
you're
for
really
you.
into hockey, do you guys? Oh God! Back in the '80s, a player for the Kings named Mike Murphy. I had stood up. I was 5 years old. 40 years ago, I stood up in my chair. Hey, I got the same name as you. He comes skating over, throws my dad his hockey stick, and my dad would never let me touch it, motherfucker. That fucking hockey stick was mine, and I never saw it again that night. After that night, I think my dad got it sold or something.
And
But
that
Mike
was
Murphy he eventually
random
became
hockey stick.
assistant general manager of the Kings.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, after a while,
cool.
after a long while.
So like, you guys fuck up MS-13, right?
MS-13. No, that's an SA gang. I don't fuck around with SA gangs. Those Southsiders, I don't fuck around with.
Because he's like,
Have you been listening? Have you not been
You're the
listening?
master
I
of
grew up
advantage
in a
degree
black
then.
neighborhood, not brown, black. No treses. Only
How
black
did
people.
we get here?
Wait, what?
Yo no sé nada.
I love this.
No estoy el Michael in the projects.
Yo no hablo nada.
No habla inglés. No habla
No
española.
comprendo nada.
No.
This is like a massacre.
No inglés. No.
Siempre es un placer de verte.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
No.
Ooh, Chihuahua.
My inglés, my español is only poquito. I know importante palabras like gabacho, bendejo.
We
What? Those are importante palabras, man. Palabras.
Palabras, words.
You know what
Words.
the best? You know what the best thing about not understanding what you understand is like
Have a
when you're
good
in a
night,
foreign
Dolly.
country.
Thanks for
Someone's
watching,
talking
Dolly.
some shit about you, and you know what they're talking about. I love it.
Oh yeah.
I love it. I used to
No,
love when
I-
I'd be in the Dominican Republic and the Spanish girls would be talking shit about black dudes. Not bad shit, but we talk like sexual shit about black dudes. And I understand all the shit that they're saying. And then they would look at me and they'd be like, yo, does he understand what I'm saying? And they'll be like, no, he doesn't understand shit. And I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. I understand exactly what the fuck you're saying. Like, yeah,
No, I can. When I was in projects, Mar Vista Gardens. If for those of you who know about the LA projects, Mar
this
Vista
is the
Gardens.
last one.
Is that the last one? Right on. Oh,
God
good.
damn it, it's the last bunch.
I need sleep.
Can I write this on here somehow?
Somebody type it in the chat, and then you can put it on there.
Smoke King does it somehow.
Oh, the banner on the bottom. That's right.
Yeah, hold on. This is how he does it. Let's see. Let Jiggy try to get creative.
So T,
on the
this is
right
the
hand
same thing that we're
side.
going to be using.
Say,
Is this the program that we're
Yeah.
going to be using? And this is how it's
This
going to
is
be.
this is the side that we see, but the host has extra options.
Ah, okay, very good. All right. Well, if you guys are ever interested in coming live with us, we normally just go live if we have the permission of somebody's the people's house, or if we're on a paranormal investigation, we'll go live. If you guys want to come live with us, feel free to do so.
Cool.
And if you guys are also a member of our group, you feel free to promote your shit like as much as possible. We have still have 1,300 people in our group, but
Do you guys see a goddamn banner anywhere?
nope.
Fucker.
No.
You know what behind you?
All I see is
I'd have to
the
have
shock.
them in
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
My
There
last
we go.
blood fuckers.
Yo, Jiggy's getting fancy on y'all. I'm gonna get new on you, motherfuckers.
Look at this
Watch
shit, man.
Next thing you know,
Breaking news on the bottom.
Oh shit!
Breaking news.
Yeah,
My last blood
that's what we'll
fuckers.
do.
Let's watch it.
That's what we gotta do. That's it, shit. Nobody has.
To the
Breaking news.
news.
Breaking news.
we need,
Tiffany's
to
little fucking mega disaster. Now she's getting on film.
we need to come up with a cool name for these little smoking chats we'll have here.
You should just like in
Wait, wait.
HTML form put a middle finger to the algorithm.
There it is.
Oh, Lord. No, I don't want to fuck with the algorithm. I think I'm gonna piss the algorithm off enough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to fucking piss it off
You
anymore.
should,
than
you
it needs
should
to be.
just like hide the middle finger in data, you know? And the, like,
See,
HTML
now you're
form.
speaking Greek. He said data and HTML. No, you're lucky that I figured out the StreamYard shit. And
It would
then
take so, what I'm trying to say is like
Figure that shit
you
out.
didn't have to do that, and you're still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a
Yep.
dope camera. Shout out to Willie Michael, Trip Team family. He's like, yo, I got a dope camera you can use to stream on. It's 4K, everything. Guess who Jiggy doesn't know how to use OBS or put any of that shit on my Mac. So
Yeah.
Wiz is gonna do it for me Thursday.
This
most
is
likely.
awesome.
Right on.
Awesome.
This is good.
I just got a new mic.
And thank you guys for letting me be a part of this too. Seriously, Jiggy, everybody here, thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. You guys could have just said, "Fuck this
Oh
guy."
my god, we
I'm
stop
saying?
that. Stop it. Stop
What?
it.
I like
We're all dude, this is what it's supposed to be, man. Like we're all kind of, just
We're all good.
We're
I'm
all
a
fucking-
very-
we're on the same boat. We're
just
paddling
showing
the
gratitude.
same way.
I'm just showing gratitude.
I know. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing now. How the fuck do I get back in the chat?
I really do want to say. I really want to that Jiggy Jizz.
Here we go. What?
We can have our own booth.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna sell it on Patreon. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Patreon and you can start buying it on Patreon.
That's right. Liquid Love, straight from the Jiggy.
No, I don't even
Jingle.
listen. I want to be
need
able.
that
I
lower
wanna,
extremity.
no, we're gonna
I
have a
need that to
conference.
stop.
We're gonna have a conference, and I'm gonna drink all night. I'm gonna drink water all night and stuff like
Mhm.
that. And the next day, I'm gonna get up live, and I'm just gonna be able to pee on people in person.
Ski,
Like, I'm just
ski,
gonna
ski.
let it rain, baby.
Ski.
Like,
You're
just
just
let
gonna
it
walk
rain.
around just a few drops here, a few drops there.
No,
Yep.
I'm not. No, I'm not gonna be like that. I'm gonna just
Yeah,
let
let's
it rain
just
the whole crowd.
yellow
I'm gonna get the whole crowd in one fell
Thought
swoop.
we was friends.
Oh,
Spooky.
yellow liquid.
Hey, two Brutus.
You ever see
Wow,
Blue
what the-
Man Group? Like if you go to Blue Man Group, you know to wear a poncho if you're sitting in the first few rows because you
Like Gallagher,
Like
when he
Gallagher, exactly.
slams
I
those,
actually
those
have,
watermelons.
Jiggy, I actually have seen the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas.
I saw him in Boston at the Child's
Oh.
Playhouse. I think.
But
yeah,
were
where
you
it is.
tripping on acid?
I saw Blue
You
Man
probably
Group.
saw him like
No,
better.
Jiggy has never tripped on acid. We've talked about Jiggy's had DMT. Jiggy has had mushrooms, and Jiggy had the peyote experience of '96, which I talk about, which I was not prepared for. I didn't even know what the fuck the psychedelic was, let alone what the fuck peyote was. And it was a crazy ass fucking experience. But yeah,
Is the mind
Can
reset
I
a real
run
thing?
this analogy by you, Jiggy?
what'd you say?
You've never taken acid though, right?
No, I wouldn't. I don't. I
Okay.
wouldn't fuck with anything synthetic. I'm more
So
like
my analogy
Let me-
is shrooms, analog, acid, digital.
But I think
Yeah,
DMT
that's
is
a good way to
digital.
look
Have you
at
ever done DMT though?
Oh, of course.
Because
Oh,
see,
yeah.
DMT to me
I
gave
wouldn't
me
call
more
that
of a vision of the digital universe, though. How I saw some of it because I did two experiences back to back. So my first experience with DMT was the getting comfortable with it and understanding one that I wasn't fucking dying, and two that there was something that needed to talk to me and I had to go find it. So it basically was like, if you don't do the second hit of DMT, you're going to be chasing that fucking what's the word I'm looking for? The breakthrough. So the second time I did DMT, the experience was fucking ultimate. The answers that I needed were immediately answered. I didn't feel
Yeah.
uncomfortable. I was
They
very
stay with
into
me.
it. But the color scheme and stuff is why I
Right.
think it's also kind of I've never done acid, so I can't say. But to me, it seemed like
It's
very
just like
digital
wearing
to me.
glasses.
What is that?
Acid
stuff
is like
that-
wearing lenses, whereas like shrooms is like in your veins.
What,
Yeah.
what is it that gives you a mental reset? It's called something other than shroom or something like that. Someone
You're
told
talking about
me that you-
ayahuasca, probably. Ayahuasca is
that
the
it?
one that they say kind of. And
Yeah.
because there's different forms of DMT too. Like if you
Peyote.
listen to Mike Tyson, he
Peyote?
talks about peyote. See, peyote, I can't even explain my experience because I wasn't prepared for it. While I was
Take the
prepared for
cab.
DMT, I was prepared for mushrooms
yeah.
and stuff. I wasn't prepared for that back then, so I don't know. I can't explain the situation I had. I was kind of a weird situation where I was just running through the desert of Arizona with fucking boxer
Oh,
shorts
shit.
on and Timberlands, and
Oh,
I
shit.
kept having conversations with the
Timberland.
sky. I don't know how I'm
I know
not dead.
that
Okay, I don't know how I didn't die in that fucking desert. I just happened to have some trustworthy people there with me at the time who shouldn't have let me. I didn't even know what the fuck I was doing. I thought I was smoking weed or something. I don't know how the fuck they created this DMT shit, but I was fucked.
They got me the first time. They tricked me.
What, peyote?
No, yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, DMT. That's what I was meaning. But like when you were saying like I didn't know,
yeah.
you know, I didn't know when they handed me something to smoke and it was DMT.
Wait, you smoke DMT? You have
Yeah,
to.
DMT made me feel like a crackhead.
I'm
like
good.
I sold crack when I was younger, and
Yeah.
I remember how you like seeing people smoke crack and how it eked me out. So when they first explained DMT to me and smoking, it kind of eked me out. But
Have you ever
Yeah.
saw a cat fucking melt that fucking crack down and shoot it up, dude? That's fucking.
oh, dude,
nuts.
I mean,
They
yeah, I've
wrap
seen people
that
do
crack.
crazy shit with crack. I've seen people with heroin, all kinds.
This
of shit
one
back in the
SA cat was just, yeah, it was bad.
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
But
Sounds
see,
awful.
the thing with me with psychedelics was even weed. I smoked weed when I was a teenager to a point, and then I stopped. And
Mhm.
because of my work, because of Dare, because of Nancy Reagan, I didn't fuck with anything for like 20 something years.
Mhm.
And I didn't start smoking weed until after my brain exploded and stuff like that. And I needed something that wasn't the medications the doctors were giving me to
Right.
help me to kind of ease my mind and calm the fucking.
Mhm.
I had to slow the world down.
Mm-hmm.
Like my brain was working like a supercomputer. I didn't have anything. They were giving me medications that were making me feel like a zombie, but I needed something to help to slow my brain down. I needed something to help me to kind of, again, get a foot back like where I am now. And we did that.
Mm-hmm.
But like Smoke King and then Willie Michael, again, shout out to them because they would talk about these experiences and stuff and really broke it down. Like Willie especially broke down the science of DMT. It breaks down the science of mushrooms and stuff. It's like a really
Okay.
good if you ever want to do stuff like that, he's definitely the
I don't
person to
know,
listen
man.
to.
I think I got too many skeletons in my closet for that.
Yeah,
crap.
but see, that's what I'm saying. Like you have to really take it to. There's so many fake shamans. There's so many fake healers. All
Yeah,
these
see,
fake
do it.
people.
Yeah,
Anyone
Where
that says they know how to
If I
do
was
it.
gonna do
Right.
something like
Don't
that, I
do
would
it.
do it on my own, brother.
Anyone that says
But
they
you
know how
have to
do
you
it.
have to find
don't
the
do
right people. You have to. And this is what I did. I found these people, my friend, and also an extension of now someone who's a friend who really educated me on what I would be doing. And I
Mhm.
was scared. You have to remember, I've had an aneurysm, I've had a craniotomy, like they
Yeah.
carved into my brain and shit. Like my brain to me was fragile after that.
Mhm.
So anything I would do, I had to always take that into consideration.
Right.
And they really got me to a point where I was comfortable enough to sit down there, do the DMT back to back, and then have a few journeys on mushrooms. But it was a long, you're talking a long
journeys on
process to get
You make it sound like it's just like the thing to do.
Well, the
No,
DMT is quick.
no,
It
no.
feels like it's long, but it's
Mushrooms
really
is a
quick.
different
Mushrooms
channel.
is
Something
super
like you're from
long.
DMT to
That's a super long thing.
shrooms.
Okay,
like,
but
You got to in like you know, it's like one of those you have to treat it intentionally. You can't just like "Yeah, I'm
tell
gonna
you
pop
my-
mushrooms," because I have. And I spoke in an accent I didn't even know I had talking about mushrooms. That's how much they weird me out. They still haunt me.
Well, let me ask you. The reason why I'm so apprehensive about taking anything other than weed is because of what happened to my mother. You know, my mother did a lot of coke, but she was a lawyer or a paralegal for some law firm in Santa Monica. But anyways, she used to party hardcore, and coke just blew her fucking mind out. She became paranoid schizophrenic from when I was 14
but
on.
again, you have to remember
died in
too.
a mental
You're,
institution.
you're comparing coke. You're comparing like even acid. These
Yeah,
different
not-
things that are
not the
synthetic
same.
and created drugs that are
But acid is
synthesized and
also
all kinds.
synthetic, though, brother.
Right, but I'm talking.
No,
but
but not shrooms.
mushrooms are natural.
Yeah.
DMT is natural. Your body creates DMT. It's not like you're putting a foreign substance necessarily into your body.
Well, you have to smoke
Mushrooms
this
grow anywhere.
DMT,
Yeah, you just
though.
smoke
That's-
it. It's the vapor. That's the best way to do it. It's
Wait,
very easy to do.
okay. Were you gonna
That's what I'm not getting. Like,
You
where
can
did
also,
they?
you can also eat DMT.
wait? So was
if
there going to
prepared
be
the
a
right way.
comparison between crack cocaine and mushrooms?
Well,
Wait,
I
what?
think,
What? No, I'm
No,
lost. Crack
I
cocaine.
think no. He was saying that his mother did coke and stuff, and I'm saying
Oh,
you can't compare like years of a certain kind of drug abuse to taking something that if you do it in the right circumstance, under like in a controlled environment, then it can be beneficial. There's studies on what psilocybin is helping people to deal with depression and PTSD.
This is
and
the
quit
reason why I
smoking
want to
and
try
different-
it, but I'm still apprehensive because I don't know if I'm what is that called? Not pre.
You think that you're going to be pre-exposed to something.
I
Where-
was,
Well,
I
well,
was just asking because
I don't know what
anyone
mental-
on crack cocaine
You
mushroom.
feel predisposed to having a bad experience.
Thank you, Spooky. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
that's
Like,
why
I don't want
Michael-
to fucking lose my mind.
I feel like
on
that
some shit.
anxiety is kind of that's a normal part of it. Like
Absolutely.
especially like when you start having experiences. Like when I started having experiences when I was about 19,
Okay.
it was each one was. There's always that anxiety beforehand, but then and for about an hour after you take it, and then it just kind of melts away.
Okay.
But
So it's just like
I
if you
find-
like when I first started smoking weed, you know, there's that, oh my god, I'm fucking stoned, right?
Right.
Everybody's watching me. So it's
No.
something similar to that, or not similar to that, but you get that
Well, it
anxiety.
depends on the thing. I mean, Jiggy's right in that you can't really compare like hard cocaine use to psychedelics or tryptamines or empathogens because one's like just speeds you up and the other one is it's more of a consciousness thing, especially for some of the more naturalistic analogs like psilocybin and DMT.
Okay.
It's more just, it's like tuning your brain to another channel.
T, would you ever want to do some shit like that?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, just go on YouTube, follow Willie Michael, talk to Smoking, follow him on YouTube and stuff. But I think if you have to, again, educate
I have
yourself.
to be in the wild. There's no other choice. I can't.
Let me put you like this. I invite you all to come. You can come and do it in the studio. We can figure out how you guys can come and do it. And that's how we've
You
done
live in
it.
the city?
What do you
You
say?
live in the city?
No, I live outside. It's outside the city. Like you're not going to be. It's a controlled, nice environment. Like you're not going to be like gunshots and helicopters and shit going over.
Yeah.
None of that.
Hey, Tim, I'm telling you, man, that shit still freaks me out to this day, brother. I'm telling you, I'm
listen,
always. Oh shit, man.
Again, I've caught bullets, so I know PTSD. I've been shot people being shot around me, everything. Like I know what all that shit. Like I don't like fireworks. Like I just don't. The idea of random fireworks to me is not a very comforting thing because in the hood, you play gunshots of fucking fireworks shit and everything because you don't know which is which.
Yeah,
and I don't enjoy any of that type of shit either. But yeah, I wouldn't put you again. I've even done it up in Vermont. We have a friend who has great property up in Vermont. Where
it's beautiful up there, brother. I love it.
We just chilled up there and we tripped, and I had one of the best trips of my life up there.
I'm so down, dude. I am down. I'll bring money, whatever needs to be, done. Like, no, I pay my way, brother. Ask Tiffany. I'll fuck around. I pay my way.
It'd be a nice little. That's how you have to do it, though. You just need to. I think that was the great thing about it. All I ever saw about things like, mushrooms and stuff like that was Woodstock shit and how they kind of mocked hippies and mocked people who were doing this stuff and that it was going to melt your brain and stuff. And I got educated that it absolutely, I'm going to tell you this. It did the opposite of melting my brain. I think it helped. Just like weed took my brain to a different level after all the shit I went through. I think that psychedelics took me to another level. It made me stop eating meat for a while and stuff. Like I didn't eat meat for 3 years. To be honest with you, I have to eat chicken now because I had to gain weight. So I had to start eating chicken just to be able to gain weight because I could not gain weight after my last surgeries. I just couldn't. I was wasting away. So it's the only thing that helped me. But it really changed my perspective on how I saw a lot of things. It connected me to something I didn't know I was connected to. It gave me much more respect for the energy that flows in all of us and everything that's around us. Because when you can see this with your eyes, when you can see with your open eyes, literally with your open eyes, when you can see grass grow and grass shrink and water talk to you, and it sounds crazy until you experience it, but it really feels like the most pure way that you can kind of talk to nature, talk to the kind of the universe, and kind of get a different glimpse of things without being gone and not being able to come back.
Dude, you just gave me chills. That was like the perfect way to describe it.
That's spooky. I promise you, like when I say to people, like what it took to get me to do it, but then once I did it, and especially even mushrooms, like I feared like, okay, once I'm in this shit, I'm going to be in this shit for a few hours. But then once I understood the waves that come with it, and then it was to the point like where the wave stopped, I was like, damn, I wish there was another wave. I wish I was in it just a little bit longer and stuff because it's a really cool experience if it's done the right way.
Yeah, I ain't doing shit in no city.
Jiggy, I had my mic muted while you were saying that last like soliloquy and made so much fucking sense. I was on mute going.
Oh my God. Jelly, man, when she was fucking commenting in the thing. Yeah.
When I've talked about my experiences on psychedelics, when I've talked about my parents who were like, maybe I would even try mushrooms with you and stuff like that, because it's just like if you're setting it up, even what you eat, I think what you're preparing your mind for. I think if you're preparing your mind that, I'm going to go in this thing and just deal with all my demons. You could deal with all your demons, but you don't necessarily want to do that like that. Like, I think you need to go into it with the first experience. You don't have to go crazy either, because I've done what's considered the heroic dose, I think, which is 5 grams or whatever.
For sure,
but I know people who've done much, much more. So I'm no hero when it comes to
that. Dose.
Oh yeah, but fucking, there's a guy who was doing like 50 fucking grams of shrooms sometimes, and there are people who've done more than that. So.
I subletted my room to a shroom dealer when I was 19. I had moved out when I was like 16, 17, like right on the border, and moved to Portland like on a whim. And the only way I could afford this room, I thought, was cool, I'll sublet my basement room to a shroom dealer.
Oh shit.
And he gave me shrooms for payment, thinking that I'd sell them. I did not sell those shrooms.
I'm
I
getting my
took
own supply, brother.
every one of those.
Totally down. They got me
It
convinced.
was a nightmare.
We have to do it like at my dad's spot, like in Pine Mountain.
But you know something too?
We can do it on top of that fucking Indian reservation, on top of that mountain.
But
Yeah?
Keats, I have to say this to you. As much as you want to give kudos to me about my little spew there, I want to give kudos to you about also because in seeing what I'm talking about, it also is that magic that you're talking about that isn't the fucking illusion. The cards and the fucking the woman sliced in half and everything. It's the actual magic. And that's how I saw it. Like I saw a beautiful magic state that my mind could be in, that when you're in there, especially again, if it's done the right way and it's just set up to fucking enjoy it. Like I was just such a cool place to be in, man.
Yeah,
Such a
Man,
magical
when you
place.
hit that vibe
That was
state,
really
it's-
cool to
it's-
hear.
Oh,
I felt transported. Like,
yeah, me too.
yeah,
I'm
exactly
still
what I'm
nervous
talking
to
about.
get transported.
You're making me miss it a lot.
Why? Don't miss it. Do it.
Why?
Do it.
Don't miss it. Do it.
It's been hard recently. to find it.
Peer pressure, man. Right here. Don't miss it. Do it.
Come on, Spooky.
Come on, man. It's good for you, man.
Everybody's
Come on,
doing it.
Everybody is.
No, to be fair, last summer I did a solo lesson.
Come on, you better
my
than David
grandparents' house.
Wilcock.
I haven't done a full solo experience. We had an experience one time at the studio when smoking. Everybody else was in the backyard, and I went down the studio by myself for a few hours, and it was actually a really cool experience. It was like I wouldn't see. For me, this is what I don't recommend. Like I'm not one. I wouldn't do it and then go head out in public. Like I still not do that. That's too much energy. That's too much, and that's where the magic would kind of flip itself on me because I feel like at that point I'm observing and connecting with too much shit at one time of a whole bunch of random fucking people and shit. And I also think that that's why I'd start to see the ugly of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it really does. If I could be honest too, like mine is embarrassing as of late because January was a rough month, right? And sometimes like it gets rough enough to where you're like, shit, what do I seek? And the weird thing about magic is it comes in desperation. So it's like there is your almost literal for me, Hail Mary, you know?
Hey, Prag, where are you at right now? What state are you in?
Colorado.
Colorado? Okay.
Colorado.
No, I got in something Springs.
Colorado
Springs.
Colorado Springs. There you go. Yeah, sorry. I couldn't hey man, come on. I couldn't think of it for the life of me. But no, he's a maintenance guy out there that works for like the jail system and whatnot. Old buddy of mine. That'd be neat to go up there to Colorado.
Keats really works for Corey Good.
That was a great story.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Story. You're spilling all my secrets.
I really loved how you kind of worked with somebody that I have no relation to.
Yeah, I have no
don't care what they do. So
this guy that you don't give a shit about, I'm just going to tell you about him. And tomorrow again.
It doesn't matter anyways. All you all are connected to me by 6 degrees or less anyway. So it's not Kevin Bacon.
True.
Actually, it's Jiggy.
We all know Jiggy Bacon.
Jiggy.
That's what it is. Sorry, guys.
Why every time I hear 6 degrees of separation, I think of Will Smith?
Because you're thinking about that movie.
That movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
Which one?
Yeah.
6 degrees of separation.
It's one of his very first movies, and he actually he basically plays someone who thinks that he's Sidney Poitier's son, I believe.
Yeah,
and he goes around faking like a lifestyle so that he can.
With his son.
It is actually no.
With his son?
He's telling people that he's Sidney Poitier's son in the movie, but he's not.
Oh, okay.
That's his character's basis and stuff.
It was it was actually a pretty good movie. I made fun. It was a good movie. It was just a breakout role. To be honest, it went from there to what do you call it? Went from there to Independence Day and whatnot. All those other ones.
All the movies he's done since.
Mm-hmm.
It was his most controversial role too, because you remember this is the man in the movie. So
yeah,
that was the whole thing about
they
it.
Were doing it.
Yeah. No, they didn't even have sex. I just believe he kissed.
I think they walked in on the guy that he was living with at the time. They walked in on him, and it was him and the guy that they're engaged in.
I don't even remember all that.
Yeah.
I just remember that it was just controversial at the time. You know,
I'm a huge movie guy, so the references will come sooner or later.
Will Smith is one of the very few celebrities I haven't met who I wouldn't mind meeting. He just seems like a fucking. He's my favorite rapper. I say that, and everybody shoots it down because everybody wants to say Tupac, everybody wants to see Biggie, but you know, I remember hip hop. You know, and I remember
My favorite rapper is Busta Rhymes, dude.
But think I'm going to say this. Listen, before anybody gives their favorite rap, I'm going to tell you why. Because if you watch hip hop, Will Smith was the original trendsetter. He was the first one to win a Grammy. He was the first one to make all this money and then go broke and do all that type of shit. So people forget his impact on hip hop. Just saying,
he didn't have a big enough.
You know how hard it is though back in that day, like
exactly,
to be, like clean
right.
rap,
and to be like everybody, like your mother loved Will Smith, like your parents loved a song called "Parents Just Don't Understand." So the irony of that.
So I had that.
You never heard of De La Soul? You never heard of
that?
Never heard of?
Come on, really? I've done security. You name anything in hip hop that was in the 90s, Helter Skelter, Wu-Tang, Run DMC, Mad Lion, anything that was hip hop, R&B, reggae. I did security for all of these people.
I love
De La Soul, Jungle Brothers. You want to know?
De La still fucking.
Did you really with fucking De La Soul?
Dude, I understand all these people's impact on hip hop. I completely get that.
Can we publicly
you have to understand.
I don't know if you did.
To be somebody, here's the one thing, the trivia about Will Smith. There's only one song in any song he ever released where he actually uses a profane word. And most people don't even know the song. But his whole career, he has maintained being who he is. He's never tried to reinvent himself. You don't see him out here trying to do some fucking slow disco, whatever type of rap these kids do.
Monster Ballad.
He's doing something about that. Separated him and always has separated him from every other MC.
Dude, you don't like Busta Rhymes? You don't think Busta Rhymes is just a lyrical fucking genius?
Sure, Busta Rhymes is really fast.
It takes away from nothing.
Busta Rhymes is like
there was a Busta Rhymes. Before there was all of them.
Will didn't have to say one cuss word. He didn't have to say anything
mainstream
provocative and like that. Yeah, he did.
Mainstream hip hop. If he did not do what he did, release his album, his family fun, everybody can enjoy an album. Everybody can play in the car. Everybody can play at the house. Everybody can play at the party.
What about Heavy D?
He also MJ did.
I understand Heavy D's impact. I understand all
Heavy
that.
D didn't have no cussing.
These people weren't winning Grammys. The Grammys weren't acknowledging them.
But they also didn't have a television show which white people watched all the time.
But before that,
the Grammys is shit.
You're thinking about Fresh Prince after his music. His music came first. The acting came after that. He already cracked a barrier that nobody in hip hop was able to crack. Once you took it mainstream, that means that everybody took an eye and started to listen to hip hop. They paid attention to something that was a genre that they did not care about. They weren't going to give awards. They weren't having impactful sales. So
you're saying that
they let Will Smith fly.
You're saying that because of Will Smith, it gave way to like 3 Sticks Mafia winning a fucking Oscar.
It gave way to everybody being able to win a Grammys, first of all, to be able to win any kind of a music.
3 Sticks Mafia won an Oscar.
I get that, but without the first Grammy win, without the major fucking labels and the major executives voting and looking at you and the sales looking at you and acknowledging you, it wouldn't have mattered. You don't get to win any of that stuff. It wouldn't have mattered.
No one in hip hop ever got a Grammy before Will Smith, like One Way or like the old school. You know who One Way is, right?
What?
You know who One Way is, right? One Way, the group One Way. No. Please, Mr. Groove, won't you come back out? Won't you?
And I also, if it's anything else, I know I'm in my other fucking universe.
Really?
Okay.
It's old school. It's like Roger and Zapp. One Way is like Roger and Zapp from back in the day.
Will Smith.
Really?
Look it up. Somebody Google that shit.
I feel like a parrot. Like, I'm like, Will Smith.
Exactly. But
Will Smith.
No Will Smith. No Will Smith.
Yes.
I'm the other parrot. I'm the African gray. No Will Smith.
Dude, he was up against a fucking like the parental
whole Alien
advisory,
Armada.
Tipper Gore, everyone.
I get the
Everything,
fascination
everything.
with Will
He didn't
Smith,
need to do
but
that.
there were so many other
He was
rappers that
still
broke
good
glass
without
ceilings
getting
too,
there.
bro. Look at all the females that broke glass ceilings in hip hop. MC Trouble, MC Light, fucking.
Sure.
I mean,
Why
nobody
would-
ever speaks of these people anymore.
What is this?
Nobody ever speaks about these people. It's only the people that won a fucking award at a white people's fucking.
Oh no, I'm not even talking
award show.
about Will Smith winning awards.
I'm just saying. That's just how I. This is my opinion from my side of the street. Does that make sense? It's
Sure.
not.
I don't
That's
know.
how I see it. I don't expect anybody else to.
But here's the thing about saying that.
Agree with me.
But isn't that what music is supposed to do? Isn't that what arts is supposed to do? Aren't they supposed to transcend race anyways?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Isn't that what the purpose
Yeah,
of it
was
is?
there a
Isn't it
race
supposed to be okay? So take Will Smith, take hip hop out of it. Let's say somebody like Bob Marley, right? Like, who do you know who's ever listened to Bob Marley has ever walked away from it like, yo, like I really fucking hate that dude's message. Like,
Well, I know a couple of people that did walk away from Bob Marley after they found out what a womanizer he was.
But I'm saying, okay, but I'm talking about just music wise. Like, let's just say that
Right.
you just listen to his music and you listen to his words and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, it's almost
the art.
even words of Jesus. Like, you
Right.
know, if you truly listen to the words of what Jesus was supposed to say, they're
Right.
good words. He wasn't
Right.
telling you to be an asshole. He wasn't saying
Right.
go do. It was his father who was telling you to do fucked up shit. Jesus
Right.
wasn't saying to do any of that. So I'm not likening Bob Marley to Jesus. I'm just saying that if you take the words that these people
But you
say,
did, and it makes sense.
Right on.
Negro dominance.
I'm not doing this, but oh shit, you just put arithmetic in my head. That
So
makes-
somebody in chat, Raul Perez says, "Dude, what the fuck? Do you remember me? Does
Raul
anybody
Perez.
know a Raul Perez?"
Listen,
I
listen,
know.
let me speak on that though, because if he's talking to me, Raul Perez, if you are, listen, remember I've had brain surgery. That means you've probably been around for a while, so you have to catch me up on stuff too. You might remember shit I don't remember. Just help a brother. Plus, I keep trying to smoke the last blunt. I cannot fucking believe. Hold on, fuck you all because
Second to last one.
it's been 5 hours.
watching this.
5 hours I've been doing this. Shit.
Is there anybody watching this, or are we just talking to ourselves here?
No, it says that there's 3 people viewing. I don't know if there's 3 of you also watching at the same time.
Woo! 3 people.
Tuned in.
I chased all your subscribers.
I was,
No, dude, it's
thought there was
2:30.
chat
fucking shit, and I don't remember what time we started this. What was 5 hours ago? Like, seriously, fuck you all. I'm gonna take a jiggy, a
It's
wiggy.
7:30 a.m. for me.
Oh my god! All right, that's right. Happy New Year. 30 more minutes.
Happy
For
New
Big
Year.
Smoke.
I'm taking for
Or
my
Big
birthday.
Smoke.
My birthday this year, I'm taking Wiggy. Why do I keep calling myself Wiggy? What the fuck?
Wiggy.
I don't know, but I'm gonna call you Wiggy from now on.
Third to last blunt.
Didn't I
Wig.
smoke the last one?
Yeah, you already did.
No, you're just
Tired?
Wiggy.
Like, aren't you people tired yet? You're not fucking tired.
I'm
It's only
very tired.
midnight here. It's only I don't sleep, dude. I sleep maybe 3 hours to 5 hours a day.
And I'm gonna call
Hit
it right
that.
now. I'm gonna tell you, and Jiggy's always right there. Tiffany.
I don't
is a
sleep at
clone-
all.
Clone bot. Tiffany's a clone bot.
Tiffany, are you a clone bot?
a clone.
Tiffany's-
bot. Isn't that
Tiffany is the new version
Sure.
of Libot.
She had to wait to input her answer. She doesn't have that natural
like a
human.
cyborg
So she said,
clone?
Sure.
Cyborg.
You're so cute. Look at you. You're so cute. Look at you. Look at that smile. You're so cutie.
That's what it
So
is.
like you're a cyborg clone.
Mhm. And
Or
Spooky's
you're a clone
Spooky's
cyborg.
not really British. I think Spooky really lives like in like some trailer somewhere in like Oklahoma or something. I don't even know where. I don't even want to be rude. I don't even know what America like where they consider like.
Damn
not
it,
that-
Jiggy,
not
you
that-
cracked
You're
my
telling
code.
me mixing us up.
Nothing wrong with
How
living
did
in
you
a
crack my code,
Spooky's living
Jiggy?
like Duck Dynasty, like a mom.
There's nothing wrong with living in a trailer. I don't give a fuck where anybody lives. I'm just saying that I don't think that there's really that. I've never been to anywhere in Europe, so I don't even think Europe really exists. I think that it's just some place that they make up for us, and it's just like when you call, like you call your local whatever to get something. All of a sudden, you get somebody in another country who answers the phone. I think that they're really all in America.
It's
somewhere.
it's like America is a globe and the rest of the world is a flat earth.
Yeah,
You
there
know
you go.
what I'm
Yeah, that's what
Nothing
it is.
else exists.
You're calling Spectrum. You need to pay your bill right now.
Till I get on a plane and
saying?
fly
You know,
here.
it's like I can see the dome here, but otherwise,
I know California
Ice
exists.
wall.
flown there. I know Texas exists. I know a lot of these states, the United States, have been there because I've either driven there, or I've flown there, or taken a bus there, or a train there and stuff. All these years, so I know that those places. I know Puerto Rico exists because I've been there. I know Dominican Republic exists.
If you drive Jiggy in Texas, if you take like just a random left turn, driving like through Texas from the east, like you'll hit Australia. Like it's a lie,
dude.
Geography is a lie.
I was in a small ass town called Refugio, Texas. I believe it's the name of it. Somewhere way out. Like it was like
it had a small ass.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it did because there wasn't many people there. It really was a small town. It kind of freaked me out. But I drove from Boston to fucking Texas. This is back in the 90s. I did it a couple times. I would never do that shit again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, if I'm going cross country, it's gonna be like some big ass like mobile home type shit. I've been on tour buses and stuff before too, but tour buses aren't even that great because they're cramped for anybody but the fucking major fucking star who gets it. If you even at that, unless you're on
Tiffany's dad has a 65-footer mobile home that we're going to have to appropriate for our future missions to conferences.
Well, let's just drive cross country and shit.
Tiffany, that's
probably
we're alone now.
We could like what would be cool if you could like go
I think we're alone now.
Like do it somehow pirate radio in every city because you could do a pirate podcast in every city. I guess which would be cool.
It's true.
That's actually what I tried to do. When I went across country from here to New Hampshire, I did for the first telescope that we gave away. I did a contest at every city that my Greyhound stopped at. I would randomly say Cheryl Costa. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her. Cheryl Costa is a MUFON person that just takes all the sighting material and puts it together for use. For use.
Do that anymore. They don't.
I don't know what she does anymore.
No way. I'm just going to tell you this straight out. There's no way that you can tell me that MUFON keeps up with any actual real analytical data anymore. There's no way.
Yeah,
and I think that all they do now is what everybody pretty much does, what fucking security team did, what third phase of Moon does, all of them, and then they just regurgitate whatever people send in.
Fucking Tyler. But yeah, I stopped at every city and I just named her name in random cities, and whoever got all the cities correct won a telescope from us. It was really cool.
I got you.
It was a lot of fun. It was probably the best part of the trip.
See, you know what I'd like one day? I'd like a telescope that I could just set it up when I take it outside.
Right.
Program a fucking whatever star or whatever area I wanted to look at. Press that button.
Yeah.
And that thing just aligns itself for me.
I have a telescope like that.
We have one.
We have one just like that, brother.
Spooky, are you moving a chair right now?
I'm sorry, I had to rotate the microphone.
Spooky, are you whacking yourself? Or what would you say?
Oh my God.
Are you wanking yourself?
In the back is
wanking.
Is it wanking? Is that what you call it?
Wanking?
That's what idiots call
Are
it.
you giving it a are you giving it a rub and tug?
A rub and tug.
A hand shandy.
You know, at least Spooky's not even waiting until she goes to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Spooky's wide awake. She's like, fuck it, I'm going to do it now.
Fuck it, we'll do it
I
live.
look like an insane person. Am I the only one hearing this? What is happening?
I'm telling you, there's a whole lot of. I bet you if somebody ever like wrote stories about the paranormal sexual shit that goes on behind this, because you can't tell me. I mean, they talk about some of the fucking the romps and stuff that go on, but it makes sense. There's nobody more sexual than people who think that they're gurus and spiritual and shit. It's
God,
let me help you align your chakras with my special wand.
It didn't work for Andy Kaufman, did it?
I thought you were like talking about like The Entity. Remember that movie?
Oh shit! From the 80s,
which is based on a true story.
No. Hold on.
Well, I mean, it happened. Whether the paranormal activity was true or not remains to be seen.
My uncle,
the story was
son, knew the eldest son. She lived up the that lady that fucking entity shit happened to. She lived up the street from the projects from me. I know the house where that happened at. Yeah. Literally, my uncle was friends with the oldest son. And
hung out with her ghosts and shit.
Well, no. He said that she was kind of nuts in her head.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I got from him. I could bring him on. Well, actually, I'm not talking to my fucking uncle no more. But anyways, yeah, my uncle he was on my fucking Facebook for a little bit, but no, he had told me, he goes, oh yeah, I was watching it one day. He comes in and he goes, oh yeah, Michael, and he tells me this big long story about how he used to go hang out with him and how she would come out and say like the thing is what you guys have to go outside and leave me and this thing alone together or something so they could do so she can perform some kind of thing so that the kids can come back in safely. That's what he told me.
Wow.
Okay.
No, I love how
It's really oddball shit.
Got there. Jiggy said something I thought about the entity. Like,
I saw that fucking movie. I remember that damn movie.
Creepy as shit is what
Well,
it
no,
I
was.
was like, damn, ghosts are horny as fuck. That poor woman.
Right?
Like, there's got to be some horny housewife somewhere that you could actually go fuck that'd be happy with this shit. But no, you want to torture this poor woman in front of her boy. She can't keep a man because her boyfriend's watching the titties get felt up and shit.
Yeah, man, that was just odd, dude. That was some odd ass shit. That's some odd shit.
Again, like I told old girl who said I peed in her backpack. That was somebody's dream. Somebody dreamed that entity shit and wrote a movie about it.
yeah.
See how that shit goes?
That's like a cheater, you know.
Everything.
You know what I find
That
funny?
what was that movie? The Fourth Kind. Did anybody see that movie? I think it's like the Fourth Kind with like Mila Jovovich or whatever that movie was called. And like you watch that shit. It's the same thing with Blair Witch Project. Like they hyped all that shit up.
Blair Witch started it.
They got, excuse me, they actually got sued.
I should no the McPherson
documentaries.
Nome, Alaska sued fucking what was it? Not Paramount. Whoever the fuck came out with that movie. Because
Fox, I think it was.
Yeah, because
Lionsgate.
Because of they sued the movie and won.
It was later.
Their whatever that shit is. Their promotion.
Listen,
damn it.
I don't blame them for suing them because guess where Jiggy didn't want to go after he watched that movie?
Nome, Alaska.
Nome, Alaska.
Nome, Alaska. Is that a Merv?
Like they presented these aliens like these aliens was just gonna come scoop you up and fuck you up and all this type of crazy shit. It's like I don't want to meet those aliens.
Can I embarrass
you? There's a song from this band called Merv.
What?
As No Molested.
Can I embarrass you?
No Molested. No Molested.
Can I embarrass you?
Can you embarrass who?
Tiffany.
I'm already embarrassed.
This is that Contact in the Desert.
All I see is I can't see the whole thing.
There you go. Whoops. Whoops. If I can figure out my left from my right, there you go.
I didn't know that you met David Wilcock.
Yeah, that's David Wilcock right there. In his normal form.
What was he like?
What's he like? A liar? He's like a liar.
What's he like in person?
He's like a liar in person.
He's short.
Is he as pretty as he is on camera?
Hey, you know who's short? No, all bullshit aside, you know who's short? Fucking Ice Cube. That dude is shorter than I am, and I'm 5'8".
I think Elizabeth just walks around.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news that most people who look at these hip hop artists, all these rappers over the years, very few of them are tall.
Yeah.
Very few of them are tall. Snoop,
make it a thing.
Dre, well, not even Dre. The other, what's his name? What's the other kid's name from Cali that used to be? Well, yeah, this Busta Rhymes. There's a few of them. LL. No, Ice Cube is not a tall rapper.
Snoop is tall
though.
Yeah, I know Snoop is tall, but not necessarily Dr. Dre. Is not.
No,
Dre, I think is like 6 feet.
Tupac was?
No, I said Dr. Dre. Dre might even be only like 6 feet, but Snoop is tall. What the fuck is the other kid's name? The one that was down with 50 Cent, but he's
The Game.
The Game. Thank you. He's tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's tall. Busta Rhymes is tall. LL's tall. Like,
this guy was tall.
Who's that? Nipsey?
You don't know who that is?
I can't see it. You have these pictures up there.
The dude from Jackass?
The dude from Jackass? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Jackass.
I'm. You got to remember, I'm working now. See what I just did. I don't even like this. Now the screen's all big and shit. Now, yeah, that looks crazy. I don't know what the hell.
Look what you're making him do.
Yeah, see what you're making me do. Now I can't. Okay, exit. See.
Oh, I'm not gonna turn my son on here.
God damn it! There we go.
You're making him do things 5.5 hours into it.
Fuck that! I'll show you something. Here's me and my boy. And if anybody fucks with my son,
regular Tom Sawyer.
I still is that just your friend or is it somebody? Is it?
It's my son.
Oh, I can't. This dude is whole. Okay, I'm blind. I can't see that kid. Sorry. Don't
That,
take it
that was,
personal.
this is the youngest member of my paranormal team, my son.
I got you. I just don't just. I can't see the picture. I couldn't make fun of him if I wanted to. Okay, I'm just. Yeah, this is a little fucking computer.
Hey, and this is what I'm talking. We can go up here and do that DMT shit.
He's still.
That's fine.
The sun part.
Okay.
till
See that?
later,
Can
so
somebody catch him up to show him the fact that I can't see those pictures.
Get some glasses like me, and then you can see that.
I'm not. I don't need glass. The screen is this. The screen is this fucking big. Like
I thought you were on a Mac. I thought you were on a Mac.
I am, but I don't.
Yeah, but we're on multiple screens, dude.
Right, and even though
Oh, my bad, okay.
screens are still in a small screen because I have the chat to the right. I have a bunch of shit going on. This might be a more efficient way to do it, but guess who doesn't know how to do this?
Okay.
I am a diva. The best thing for me is like David Wilcox. Just put a camera in front of me and a mic and let me do my thing. I'm
Right
doing
on.
way too much here. Okay, you're stressing me out, man. Okay, I'm 5.5 hours into this right now, guys.
I thought you were gonna do a height thing.
Okay.
That would've been funny.
Elizabeth is gone to
I'm
sleep.
5'5".
Elizabeth has quit on me. It's just me here trying to help you guys learn how to prepare yourself for the ascension. And you're not appreciating any of this, okay? I don't have anybody working the multiple camera angles. Everybody's falling asleep. Okay, it's just me and you guys, and I'm here trying to bullshit you. I mean,
I'm
here
gonna
trying
extract
to
some cosmic records from your forehead.
Just $27.
I'm Edgar Casey. I've read this book before.
Democratic Party.
You know, I hope one day that like Will Cox
Let
or
me-
one
let
of them
me-
reach out
let
to me
me,
though and just ask me like, can you just come smoke a blunt with me and we can just talk?
Okay, you ready?
Because I know that David Wilcox said he likes to smoke blunts, right? You heard him talk about that with his black friends. That he smokes blunts. Yeah.
David Wilcock has black friends.
Oh, dude, hold up! You didn't
surprising.
hear that whole thing? Who covered that? Was it Cambion who covered that? I think Cambion did a show on it, and he actually has the excerpts from it because I couldn't listen to a whole day. I couldn't even go back and listen to this whole stream if I wanted to. But he actually in his stream. I'm sorry, hold on, Keith. Please don't hold your thought. Don't think. But in his fucking this stream, he's talking about how he had these homies in New York and these black dudes that he hung out with, and they smoked blunts. Like, yeah, you know, there was like Hakeem and there was Jamal, and one had dreads. And they smoked blunt. I'm just because.
Oh, okay.
You know how people try to hit you with the typical black names. They think that all black people have that name. I literally one day was my friend has a room. I don't like to disclose too much of where I spend my time, but he has a place where me and my friends hang out. And there was a kid there one night who was drunk and he was high. He was one of the most ignorant fucking people I've ever come across in my life. And the only thing that kept me from dragging this kid down the fucking stairs by his face is I didn't want to disrespect my friend's house. And this kid called me every black name you could think of, except for my actually asked for my fucking name is, even my proper name or my nickname, whatever. He called me Jamal. He called me Hakeem.
Oh my God.
I was like, dude, I was like, yo, do you not know my fucking name?
Right.
Like, and if not, like, do you have to call me every black name that you fucking think that they possibly ever existed? Like, did your mama not teach you any fucking respect? Like, do you know like where I'm from? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Whew. I don't even know why I started that rant. Why did I start that?
I don't know, but it took a lot out of me.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
In a good way. Yeah, like I felt that. Sorry.
Dude, I wish people could understand, you know, like they think that sometimes when you talk about things like that, like it's just you just being sensitive. I'm not a sensitive man.
Right.
Like I'm not gonna lie. There's things that could make me cry and bring me to move me to tears, and it could be emotional for me. But I'm not a sensitive man. Like I don't wear my heart on my sleeve. People try to say, "Oh, you're just a big old teddy bear." I'm not a teddy bear. You know, I'm not a grizzly bear. I'm not a black bear. I'm just the type of bear where you catch me on a good day, then maybe you might get a good hug from me. But you catch me on a bad day, you're gonna get fucking mauled.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like there's just no. I don't think that there's really one dynamic to anybody. People try to always put you in this box of what their expectations of what you're supposed to be. I'm none of that.
Right.
You know, it's just what it is. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a killer. I'm not the toughest guy in the world. You know, I can hold my own. I've held my own. And there's just people who just outright would destroy me. There's people who could probably outright destroy Floyd Mayweather, take him outside of a ring. I know he's the greatest boxer ever, but take him outside of a ring, possibly in the wrong scenario, and they're not going to play by our rules.
Right.
You know, and those people destroy other people. They're all out there every day.
Sentimentalists or true people that are sentimentality driven, like they'd let things go because that's part of the entire trip, the whole process of letting go of it too, that makes it sentimentality
Let it
driven.
go. That's what Elsa said. Let it go. Let it
You
go.
have to. Yeah.
You can't hold it back anymore. Now I know I've been on the stream too long because my grandbaby has me fucking singing fucking
Let it
Frozen song.
Let it go.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I know that shit word for word. What's the other one?
Yeah. I have the same.
Butthole Road. Butthole Road.
No. What the fuck
Hey,
is
Keith,
the other
Keith
Frozen
Jiggy,
song?
Keith Jiggy and Spooky. If you guys want to get to know me a lot better, watch the movie The Fisher King.
I know the Fisher King, Terry Gilliam, dude, Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Look at Jeff Bridges, dude.
Okay.
He'll come at me with Fisher King.
And if you all want to get to know me, just watch the old school movie. That's the documentary of my time here on Earth when I first got here. It's called The Brother from Another Planet. Okay. And then you'll understand Jiggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I guess that's what we do. You know, that's the only thing we know about living immortal, like is through art and ideas. And shit, we might live through our YouTube channels. How creepy is that?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean live through them? Oh, like when we're gone?
After we're gone.
Oh,
That's our-
Well, like
Yeah.
300 years from now, this video could be fed into an AI to create a simulated version of us inside a simulation. And maybe
one
that's
wants
what
that.
this is.
I'm gonna tell you guys something too.
I'm gonna get
So-
downloaded. I don't know about you.
You know
We
how
already got
we all
downloaded.
look for like personal information and we like to be contacted by personal friends and stuff too, like in death or whatever.
Right.
So since I started Paranormal Hood all these years ago, I've had two close friends who actually have been a part of the show at some point who have both passed away. And I feel like too, like if anybody was on the other side and was like, yo, who would I want to contact or who would be the most beneficial person for me to contact that I could fucking reach out to who would understand what I have to say? Wouldn't they reach out to me?
Yeah.
You would think so.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like with my. Never mind. Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. No.
That's why I
I'm
say,
not
but that's
going
why I
there.
say, but just let it happen natural. Like if it's going to happen, it's going to be natural. You know, there's little signs like that happened when my friend passed away. There was just stuff, and it's like, okay, those are little signs in the moment that kind of make sense. But I've kind of wanted something beyond that. So I feel like if it's going to happen, it's just going to naturally happen. I'm not going to try to do a seance. I'm not going to fucking turn on the spirit box and try to talk to them. I feel like the most natural way for it to happen, if it needs to happen for me, it will be communicated to me.
Man,
And
fucking
I
hear
thought for
that.
sure, like a couple of years ago, my best friend on this planet passed away of a stroke over there in North Carolina. He and I actually retired from the gang life at the same time. He and I actually had a daughter in the same month, same year. This is how we became friends. We met at a job, and dude was from A-Tray Gangster Hoover, me being from Venice. We just clicked, and we ended up actually. And you know how you were talking about being a nerd on the side? We actually used Dungeons and Dragons to move away from that street life. We preoccupied our time with just playing Dungeons and Dragons with this cat that I was telling you, Keats, about, that lives out there in Colorado Springs. But I thought for sure when he passed away, like he would try to make contact, because I mean we were literally best friends for about 20 years, and when he passed away, it was a shock because like he's like my kid's godfather, you know, and I don't know.
I feel you.
I would like to know that he's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's not just him either. There's fucking a bunch of other people that I wish I can contact and be like, "Hey, are you okay?" You know,
but did
you move on, or did you do this, or did you do that?
Don't focus on it. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen natural. Let it just start with the one.
I get the surprise though, dude. I really do. My best friend at 26 died of 2 different types of brain cancer. Like
Jesus Christ,
warring tumors out of nowhere. And I was like, yeah, well, how is there a rhyme and reason? Like the best friend shit gets me. That's the plink in my armor when I think
like why couldn't any of the people that I lost in my past like contact me? I want to say this one so bad. Tiffany knows what I'm talking about, but I really don't want to. I'm done. I'm so fucking tired of sharing this. I don't want a lot of people to know about it.
Well, then don't. That's all good.
No, some things you have to keep to yourself. Some things don't. You know.
I don't know that because I'm an idiot. So please let me tell you, don't.
Yeah.
You should. Don't.
Hey,
Me
Mike,
and Chief
I
speak
say
from
this:
experience.
all the years, all the shit that I've seen, all the work that I put in, and my doing the stuff that I did, and the things that I've seen. There's secrets that I'll take to my grave that'll never be
Yeah.
told. There's not going to be memoirs or some. I had a great fucking run. I've seen some cool shit. Had a lot of fucking fun, and it'll go to my grave with me. All the stories meant to be told.
Yeah.
You know?
I was in the process of writing like some type of bullshit ass JD's Revenge type fucking autobiography about my fucking life, just to try to maybe help other kids not have to go the route that I did.
That's a great intention.
But
To write a book.
I can't. There's a lot of shit I can't put in it that I need to put in it, but I can't.
Fuck, you guys are like, you're haunting me right now. I feel weird about this conversation.
Well, look, when we are all in person at some fucking convention, we can have a more in-depth conversation about this, but over YouTubes and stuff, I'm not really trying to do that.
No, but this is the shit I've been dealing with really hard. Like,
oh, dude, tell me, dude, I'm sorry, Tiffany, this fucking female, she should have left me fucking 11 years ago. Like, I have issues. She'll tell Tiffany, come on, back me up here. At least fucking just say what you've gone through. I want to hear it from you. I want them to hear from you. I'm tired of fucking talking
She
about.
may not. It's also see now you're taking her input to this and kind of making it small because now it's like.
Well, I want her to.
Right, but I'd
She
rather.
won already. You know
I'd
that.
rather do this again and let her kind of think about
Yeah,
what she
all
want
right.
to talk about. You know
Right
what I
on.
mean? And not be limited to whatever time because.
All right, right on.
We've all spent hours fucking pouring our hearts out. She hasn't
Yeah.
said much. Spooky hasn't really got to say much, you know. And
Yeah.
I mean, but that's the whole thing. This is cool. I'm gonna tell you guys something, and the reason why this is even going on. When I was in the hospital, all that type of stuff. Anybody who knows me knows that every other day seemed like Thursday for me for a long time when it came to Paranormal Hood doing my show.
Mm-hmm.
So when I didn't have the ability to do it, and I was sitting home all those months, there was a lot of things I wanted to talk about, a lot of things I wanted to say, but I wanted to wait for the right time. I didn't want what I was going through physically to be the reason why people were tuning in or why they thought my motivation to do the show was. It's like I literally enjoy my show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I literally enjoy the conversations that I've had, but through more recently and stuff, it's been hard to have guests on because most people who are guests are the same people in the community that most of us talk to. And you're not going to get a whole lot of people from the other side who are willing to come on and really have a cool conversation or even to be able to tell each other, go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not a whole lot of that. So this is kind of cool to be able to, like, I really never thought I'd be doing 5 hours and 30
We could do this,
minutes
brother.
at this point. But I'm not going to be doing all these shows like that. But
Right,
just the ability to kind of be able to talk to a lot of you guys who I've seen in other people's chats and in other people's little conversations like this. I haven't really been exposed to that too much. It's been a lot of me and Smoking kind of talking at you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that this is kind of a chance for me to be a little bit more personal, you know.
There it is. Right on.
That, you know, it's just more of a way to connect with you guys directly too. Because I do appreciate everybody in the chat, but like when I'm talking and you guys are in the chat, I don't get this opportunity to have you guys live and be able to go back and forth.
Right.
Like I know who Keats is and I've seen him in other stuff, but I've never really been able to have a conversation that him and I could have.
Right.
Same
right.
thing with you, Mike. Same thing with Tiffany. Or same thing with Spooky. Same thing with Lee. Fuck Lee. I love Lee to death. Like I've seen that dude. We get together. We have conversations. So it's not the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of times that there's a lot of misrepresentation about who I am.
Okay.
What Paranormal Hood is, and what I kind of mean to all this type of stuff, and what I want to mean to all this, you know. And I think that people think again that I'm just shaking my fist and I'm angry and I don't believe in anything paranormal. And I could sit here all night. We've done it all night and talk about some very personal shit that's extremely fucking paranormal.
Yeah.
But that's just not the basis of my life. Is not to prove anything to anybody.
Mm-hmm. It's only to prove to yourself.
Right. I'm not a good guy in that sense. Like I'm not the hero. I don't want to be the hero. I've never told anybody that my aspirations were to be someone at the top of this fucking game, speaking at events and doing all this type of stuff. I don't care. I don't. I'd rather just be able to, again, try to find the truth. And that's ultimately what it's always been
Facts, not truth.
The very moment I stepped into this shit, from the stuff that got me here, I can't explain the shit that I've survived. people always tell me, oh, I hear it all the time. Oh, you have 9 lives. You just keep surviving shit. Yeah, that's great. People don't understand something. And if they've never had surgeries, if they've never been shot, if they've never had an aneurysm, if they've never had a fucking colostomy bag, if you've never had a fucking hole in your chest and have these motherfuckers cut your stomach open like 3 ways from Sunday and staples up to here. And I can just go on with the shit that I've dealt with, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not any better. It's not any worse. And I know people have been through a lot worse and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the shit that I went through. And through all this type of shit, I don't know why. I don't think I've never said
that got me.
What do you say?
That got me. Like going through that so much pain and surgery.
Like,
and,
dude, it's out of all this shit that I've been through in my life and
I don't
streets
share
and everything.
that. I feel that though.
Right,
Yeah.
but I mean, but you do share it in a sense. So like, you don't necessarily have to go through it, but be able to talk about it afterwards. It's hard to talk about only because it's not about sympathy. It's just about how it all kind of just spurs on my journey. Like I said, for a period up to that point, I don't know what was calling my name. Was it Jiggy just telling yourself, like, motherfucker, pay attention? Like, hello, like, wake up, your fucking body, there's something going on. You're not paying attention to it. You're all caught up in what you're doing at the moment. Because I had just been to Phoenix a few weeks before to one conference, to come back to Arizona to climb these mountains and shit, to go to this other conference. And I just wasn't paying attention. So is it anything paranormal? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I know that the more shit that I've been through and all the shit that I've been through throughout my life has pushed me to this point that I just want to try to find some answers. I've heard a whole lot of shit. I've seen a whole lot of shit. And I've seen people once they're drinking or once they're smoking weed or once they're really cool and chill and you get to really talk to them. I've got more questions than answers. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
In a field of people who label themselves experts. See, here's the difference in reality and sci-fi. Okay, is that I could go to a doctor with what I had, the pains that I had. The nurse immediately knew something was wrong with me. Who immediately took me to the back. Who immediately these doctors took care of me, diagnosed what was wrong with me, and fixed that. Okay, they took care of me. I also know that those are the only angels and the only fucking saviors, in a sense, that I know that exist, are those people who helped save my life multiple times through multiple things. Now, what I haven't found in my journey of going and seeing all these people who are supposed to be incredible and have these incredible powers and do all this incredible shit is any one person has convinced me without a shadow of a doubt that this is some exceptional person who for some reason was chosen to go represent us to aliens, or represent us in the space battle, to represent us in the spiritual battle, to represent us in any battle that I myself am not waging every day. The same thing with you, the same thing with everybody, especially who's in this community, is waging the same battle, whether they know it or not. And the battle isn't that we're all protecting Earth on some spiritual level. We're waging the battle of trying to find the truth, which is what it's supposed to be about.
Yeah. I think it really sets aside this whole moratorium about just living life as it is, as opposed to like being the chosen one.
Yeah, everybody wants to be the hero.
Yeah,
it's true though, and like we still can, but like these stupid narratives that they build, and these charlatan shit.
But let me even ask you this question. Like I pose this question to you. So these people who also put themselves off as heroes and stuff, like really look at them and think of it like this.
Yeah.
Would you see any one of them running into a fire to save somebody else?
Fuck no. Nah, hell no.
Would you see any one of them stepping in front of a bullet? Would you see any one of them, if something really came down and threatened the world or threatened the country, being on the front lines of anything but bullshit? No.
People that I met.
Dude, you're calling it. And this is my issue too. It's like the artist versus the artistry, right? Like fuck the artist, he's human. We can't deify them. But why deify the artistry either? Would they go save something with this art? But I think honestly though, art can save a life.
Absolutely.
Oh, it can. Art in many forms. Yeah,
but the artist definitely can't most of the time.
Right.
Well, they might know CPR.
Shit, most of the time the artist can't even save himself.
That's absolutely, yeah. Can't save himself.
Yeah. Or herself. Him or herself.
And And that usually becomes the point where other people have taken their art and saved themselves, but not realized that they've drained everything from the person who's created the art too at the same time. You know, some people are so invested in that art that once somebody else takes it and appropriates it in a sense that they're never the same. You know, art can also just drain the artist. You know, you look at people who really, again, this is, I take an example of like Heath Ledger, who seems to be like once he got into a role, yet he was never got out of that role. But that's the same thing you could say about like David Wilcox or Emery Smith or any of these guys. Like,
or even Robin Williams. That dude was always he was always.
Acting and method acting is a profession, and these people are professional, and that they method act for a time being, and then they change because they're getting paid to.
Right.
It's the same with David Wilcock, yet he lingers on and adds to the method acting.
Well, it's a constant. His thing is the long con.
Yeah, it's
He's
the long.
always
It's
worked
like,
long
but
con.
also he was supposed to be Edgar Casey, right? Reincarnated.
Well,
He's he's following the times, but like Christian Bale would have already gained and lost weight in between those roles.
Well, David Wilcock got new teeth. He does his hair a different way now and stuff. You know, so he's changing the costume a little bit. You know, he's trying to update it a little bit. You know,
that's true.
Georgia is moving into the ufology of today's stuff too, with his whole fucking melding with William Shatner. That's just
no way. Wait, what? William Shatner's a part of this shit?
Yeah, him and fucking. It's coming out next month? They're coming out with the Ancient Aliens meets fucking Unexplained. Yeah.
You lost
know what?
an Ancient Alien.
But even William Shatner, that's how you know he needs money. Because William Shatner doesn't even. He hates the whole Star Trek thing. Everything. Like he is not into that shit at all.
Yeah.
So if he's doing some shit because he's a believer, he's like, "Fuck it, how old am I now?" And I'm
trying
to make circuit. How else can I make some money here?
Yep.
Money.
And it's also Giorgio losing money from all from the loss, all that revenue that he's losing from conferences and whatnot.
Yeah.
Well,
COVID. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Dude, he hates doing that shit. Like, but he's like, that's where the money is because everybody wants to pay to see Captain Kirk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Captain Kirk.
This is like I get into this issue too with fandom. You know, it's the deification of intellectual property. It's the deification of characters. Like everyone loves William Shatner. Why do they love William Shatner? Oh, because he was Captain Kirk. So they love Captain Kirk. You know,
William Shatner has a piece of shit in real life.
Like how sucky would that be to live the rest of your life?
Hey, you know what makes it even funnier is that some people didn't even like what's her name, Lucy Ball and Desi Arnaz as a couple because he was Cuban and she was a white woman. And they don't realize without them there wouldn't have been no fucking Star Trek.
Right.
Also a wife beater and a piece of shit.
Yeah, and without
Desi Arnaz, he was a piece of shit. Desi Arnaz was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Listen.
He treated Lucille Ball like garbage.
Yeah.
Absolute garbage. She was an amazing. From what I read, she was an amazing woman.
Lucy
and my grandmother
is awesome.
Yeah,
I know it was extremely entertaining.
Oh yeah, she was extremely. Oh,
that was a funny fucking woman.
Decades.
What a time, you.
Right, because there weren't a lot of women who were given that freedom to be expressional and be funny and stuff. Like she was again ahead of the game.
She was
carved out a great place in comedy for women that people don't even really appreciate. They don't understand it. They talk about female comedians. Hello, like she was the ultimate female comedian.
Yep.
I mean, it just sucks that we have to talk about female comedians.
Elizabeth Montgomery.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a part of me that's like, oh man, I can talk, you know, about comedians, but not like make it gender specific in a way. You know,
true.
You know what I mean? But it sucks that like, oh yeah, okay, they're making the grade finally. Like, weird situation to be in. I know we don't mean that. And that's like,
it should be,
a lot of people give shit about, you know, the PC world culture.
Hasn't happened.
And I have this to say about that. And I've thought about this and meditated on it. I've seen lectures from the early 90s when in philosophy class, political correct was just a social contract that you built with people interpersonally. I don't know who you are. Assume I don't know anything about you and treat you as such, right? Like that's my respect to you. as a stranger, interpersonally, whatever. Like, and now look at us with masks. You know, that's like the new PC culture about it. It's like people are upset that it's
Everybody wears a mask.
Everybody wears a mask, and if they don't, they're upset. But also, it's about the social construct of it.
But I'm saying even beyond the
those
physical
people
mask,
are gonna wear a
everybody
That's
wears
not
a mask.
politicized, though, brother. It was, I don't think it was more of a social construct as much as it was politicized in regards to masks.
Everybody wears a mask.
Difference between
Oh, are you talking about masks as in
I'm
masks?
talking about not the physical mask. I'm talking about the mask that everybody.
I don't wear no fucking mask.
That's what I was. Thank you.
I don't wear a
Jiggy.
mask.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. You do. Everybody does. It doesn't,
No.
see, you're thinking of mask as something that's negative too. People mask their emotions. They mask their feelings. There's
I
all
don't mask
kinds of
my-
masks that you wear.
Yes, yes. So,
But there are some things that you do because there's some things you don't want to talk about, which means
Oh,
that
yeah, okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Got me on
It's nothing. There's no negative connotation to it
Right.
whatsoever. You know, you
Right.
just have to. That's why you see masks that are different things. Some frown, some laugh, some smile, some look sad, some have tears. That's why
No.
masks come in all different forms.
Smile now, cry later.
Shit.
um,
Cry when you need to
Hashtag-
cry. Shit.
piccolo snare.
That reminds me of that Scarface song. I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die.
Shit. Yo, the saddest fucking rap song ever made,
Huh?
and you're gonna understand this one.
Slip-
Gangsta-Lean.
Gangsta Lean?
You remember that song? This song dedicated to my
Oh,
homie.
yeah.
Yo, listen. When I used to do the clubs back then, like we had to tell DJs, like, you can't play that shit at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Like you can't have all these gangsters in here thinking about their dead homies at the end of the night when they need to think about fucking some of these chicks or dudes or whatever they
Right.
into up in here. Like
Right.
you can't set the tone all night for people partying to go to some sad shit. Like that's not how this works, homie. You supposed to be playing some Zapp and Love, like some computer love and shit. Zapp and Roger, excuse me, and some shit like that.
Zapp and Roger.
Some Michelle A and shit before you know.
Michelle A.
Wait, what was the first group that Dr. Dre had? What were they called?
Oh, no, was it
World Class Wrecking Crew?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say
NWA.
it was like Carol.
No, before you turn off the lights, it's the World Class Wrecking Crew.
Yeah.
You had to play some shit like that up in the club. I'm like, you gotta set the tone, man. Like, calm the fuck down. Like, you playing this gangster shit. These motherfuckers all thinking about fucking their homies. No, thank you. I'm good.
You didn't like DMX's Slipping? That was a good
No,
one. Slipping?
DMX is the man. It's too bad.
Yeah, I love that song.
DMX.
That song every fucking time, brother.
Another underrated fucking MC. Like his verses were fucking raw. Like that motherfucker just came from the heart. Like he was like,
He was real shit,
One.
dude.
Spider-
Like,
another
he even lived it in real time.
Who else?
To
Yo,
jail.
the real shit too is like when you go to iTunes, because I have everything, and I downloaded what's that song? Oh shit! But in the beginning of it, he has that rap. He's like, my brain is scrambled, but he has this rap that's right before the song itself. And it's like one of the dopest fucking just what he's saying is like, and then he comes into this hard fucking song. It's like
You don't remember who it was?
No, it's DMX. It's
Oh, it is DMX.
Yeah, it is DMX. I'm just
DMX. He was so biblical too. It was always like
He was prophetic. Everything.
prophetic. Yeah.
Prophetic. Yeah.
Beneath,
Because
he's the
the
perfect
religion.
example of somebody who was religious but was constantly believing that thing about the devil being on one shoulder,
Yeah.
and the angel being on the other.
Damien,
they
the
actually-
Damien songs that he did were fucking incredible. It's
He
exactly
actually
how it
served
goes down. Exactly how it goes down. You got the little Damien on your fucking shoulder. Hey, who's your biggest fan? Oh man, I'm telling you, when you get that money in your pocket, Jiggy selling that crack, dude. When you had rolls in your hand, 16 years old, and you got thousands in your pocket, it's like the devil. It's straight up like the devil. You don't care who.
Anything. That's anything
Yeah.
that you get
I don't
fast
care
money
how old I
anyway.
was. Yeah.
Anything that you're doing that's going to get you fast money. It's
Yeah.
very empowering. Athletes, anything like you go from broke to all of a sudden having access to the world, and the world
And
is
that's-
trying to give you
I
everything.
I wasn't constructed for it. Like this is like last year made a lot of money. Wasn't constructed for it. Was an idiot with it.
The one thing that got me out of slinging, was the homie's mom had came up to me one night and was like, "Hey, Mike, I'll suck your dick." No. I went straight to the homie Shawnee and I was like, "Hey, dude, your fucking mom just hit me up for some crack, and dude, we got into a big ass fight. We went. I almost got what you call punished by the gang, and how they just beat your ass for like a couple of minutes. But because I had brought that up, and he thought I was bullshitting, like straight up, and I just there was just something about that night. I couldn't believe that she came up to me like that. And that was it. That was just it. I couldn't.
Well, that was the drugs. That
was
the
it.
crack.
I couldn't do it no more. I just couldn't do it. When someone's mom, fuck all that, man. I shouldn't even share that fucking story.
I gotta leave the stream. Love you guys. I'll still be watching.
Keith.
You guys are still
Yeah,
rolling.
the last real blunts almost smoked anyways. So.
Good to see you, brother.
It's been almost it's really been almost 6 fucking hours. Like fuck
literally.
You know, think you're slick.
Stay 9 more minutes, Keith.
He probably gonna take a shit like Paul Pierce did that game when he thought he hurt himself and he just had to go take a shit.
Oh man. Well, thank you guys so much for this. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I feel
really fun.
I don't know how
I was able to get a lot of shit.
that fucking fast. It's 3 a.m. here. Like that's insane.
Right on.
These are the kind of conversations that everyone should be having.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should they? I don't know. Should they?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not.
I think so.
Fair.
Some people couldn't handle it. I don't think. Some people can handle conversations.
I just want to know anybody who actually goes back and watches this whole stream. Let me know because I don't know.
Yeah, for real, right?
I'd love to know the person who's going to brave through 6 hours of fucking wow. That just really happened. Yeah, I'm definitely living in that parallel universe. I got to come back to the other universe, you all, because time goes by quicker here.
If you watch the whole stream, I'll make that.
When you wake up in the morning, it will all be like a horrible dream.
Yeah, it didn't really happen.
Nope.
All right, that's it.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone who joined. Thank you, guys who jumped in here with me.
Good night.
Feed it your rapscallions. Go to bed. That's it. I'm done entertaining you. Will you
Get
not
out of here.
entertain? Will you not entertain?
Get out of here.
All right, I'm out.
It's over. Peace.
Peace, people.